Hi. What up? How's it going? My mic really fucking loud again? What is going on with this stuff? With the world? What is going on with the world? How's everybody doing? You having a nice time in the starting soon scene? Living it up? I didn't throw the Uncrustables away. I removed them from my vicinity. Okay? It's different. It's Friday before the long weekend. It is Friday for a lot of you guys. That's big. We're committing more crime tonight. Yeah, I enjoyed it last night, and I think it's a safe bet for today. Michael, thank you for the gift to Clancy. I appreciate it. Getting crusty. No, we're getting well, I guess if we got rid of the Uncrustables, then maybe we are getting crusty. Oh, it's time to take my chicken out. What's the lore behind the metal pipe enjoyer tag? Guess you'll have to wait and find out. Hi. How's everybody doing? Hope you're all having a nice day. I just took my chicken off of the grill, so in about 10 minutes after it's cooled, I'm gonna go put it on a salad and then I'm gonna eat it in front of you guys. Hope that's okay. Yummy. I'd like to address the allegations. I did get rid of the Uncrustables. Bit of a waste of money, but here's the thing. I didn't want to eat them because they made me feel really sad. Because I ate a couple of them last night, and then I ate like 2 of them this morning, and I got like heartburn, I'm pretty sure. And I was like, these are really bad for me, and I have 3 boxes of them, and I have no self-control. I know me. So I saved 2 of them. There's 2 in my fridge. And I put the rest of them on my landlord's doorstep, and I texted him and I said, I bought a bunch of Uncrustables because I'd never had them before. They're really good. I need you to eat them because I can't have them in my house. And he said, thank you, with the thumbs up emoji. So I can't, it's happened actually like a couple times that I've had food in my house that I either like don't want to eat or don't like, that I've been like, do you want this? Like one time I ordered the Jimmy Dean sandwiches. This is like a long time ago. And they, for some reason, they were out of them. So they sent the little mini ones, and the little mini ones are just bread and meat. And I was like, ew. So I was like, I don't want these. Thanks, John. I love this shirt a lot. Brody has the same one, and he used to wear it all the time. So I didn't wear it as much because I was like, I might be kind of cheesy if we have the same shirt and we wear it at the same time, but he hasn't worn it as much recently, so I'm taking the shift. Yeah, the colors are sick. They're actually I got them off Amazon. So the whole thing was, he came to visit once, and I was like, I'm gonna do this cool thing. I'm gonna buy tickets to monster trucks, and I'm not gonna tell him, and I'm gonna just be like, oh, I have a cool thing to go do. And then like a fucking idiot, I told you guys, and I forgot that if you're not chatting, you can still be listening. So then he was like, so I heard we're going to monster trucks. And I was like, damn it. So it wasn't that much of a surprise. But I bought these shirts because I was like, it'd be so fun if we had Gravedigger shirts, because I don't know. And they're kind of cool. Like they feel nice. Like they're nice shirts. Yeah. Whoopsies. So don't talk about surprises for people on stream because they'll hear it. Uh-oh. Do not tell Sam secrets. Honestly, don't. Probably for your best interest. Do not tell me any secrets. Oki's running around naked today. She hasn't had her collar on for a while because I make her wear her harness when she goes for walks, and I don't like making her wear her harness and her collar at the same time. So then she just doesn't wear her collar. So then she's naked. At least you didn't email yourself for a tattoo. Yeah, cringe. That would be cringe. Yeah, true. Do not tell Sam we're jaywalking. It's funny that jaywalking is illegal. Because, like, have you guys ever heard of or personally gotten reprimanded for jaywalking? Like, is that one of those laws that they just retain so that they can like slap people on the wrist to get them arrested for other reasons? You know, I jaywalked several times today. Is it legal like everywhere except the US? Heard of it but never been in trouble for it. I mean, you know, is it spelled jaywalking or jaywalking? Jaywalking. The second one. I've heard of it happening in Sydney, but not personally. I mean, I get why it's illegal because you get hit by a car. Like, realistically, it's actually probably one of the rules that should be enforced more because in LA, I can't even tell you, it's usually people that are like not in a good state of mind that jaywalk. I have almost hit a lot of people in LA that may or may not recognize that they have just been hit by a car. But it's, if I should be able to expect where the people are on the street, you know what I mean? In cities where the streets are completely car focused, it's a bad idea. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those, if you jaywalk and you get hit by a car, I think that maybe you just kind of waive your rights to be upset about it, you know? In Melbourne, it should be fine. But they should let people jaywalk on highways for fun. You guys ever played Frogger? It's so common in Oregon, so many bikes and people. Yeah, bikers, and by bikers I mean bicyclists. Are the alerts off? Wait, no, I can fix this. I can fix this. Wait, hold on, I can fix this. Not too late. I'm gonna Pavlov her. I will. Cyril, thank you for the 10 and Nox. I see you, fucker. You guys are juicing that gritty goose, huh? Cyril, thank you for the 10. I really appreciate that. Nox? Damn it. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? That would have been good. Nox, thank you also for the 10. What are you doing? And Dirty, thank you for the gifted. Level 5. Goody Goose. You guys always say Gritty Goose, but I've never seen anybody get it. Like, I think you guys are just making it up as an excuse to give me money without me yelling at you guys. Pickled Human, thank you for the 100. And Soul, thank you so much for the gifted. That was crime last night. I had a great time. I needed that. I need that today. I've had a mediocre day at best. Space Kid, thank you for the gifty also. Thank you for the gifty. This clip is so old. I hate watching old clips because I just...
by this tweet. It's...
True. I did tweet this.
Well, it's... I saw your Twitter.
Okay, so you're telling me that What is happening? What are you guys doing? I can't even see. Space Kid, thank you for the gift.
Goose Page.
Did we just get a bunch of backlog alerts or did they... What is happening? Jelly, thank you for the gifty. Yeah, non-mod soup. Actually, this I don't know. This doesn't seem to have anybody's thingies on here because, I mean, surely like Barry and Bobby, I think would have, you know what I mean? I was a mod. Yeah, nobody has any things here. Let's see these names. Let's see who's in the chat right here. I love watching old clips because you can see, you know what I mean? Bobby canceled you. Did he? Shay, Sylvan, Justin, John, Nerd. We haven't seen Nerd for a while. We see Cats. Gibby, we see Gibby. Toby. Ola, we not too often. Brooke, we don't really see too much. I hope Brooke's having a nice day. Justin comes in still. John, I haven't seen them in chat for a bit. Twiggy comes in. I yelled at Twiggy last time he came in because I was like, where have you been? Which is kind of toxic, but I did it anyways. Adam, Bobby Non, Chandler, but Chandler changed his username. This person, Abby with 3 B's. I'm not sure. They weren't around for very long. Axolotl's still here.
And I think Sabrina Carpenter.
Kev, this is actually funny. This chat is like full of people that are very much still here. Not just a little bit, like very much. I toned my bright blonde to blonde today, and I think Sabrina Carpenter's Met Gala tone job provoked it. Sad. Really? Do you like it? This is a few months before I was here. Really? Let's see. 2 years ago. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I hate looking at old clips of me because I don't know. I just look really different. I don't know. Why did I say that? What did you say? I didn't read the chat. I'm kind of jealous of people who have been here watching for so long. It's funny because I don't really feel like I've been around that long, but then when I look at old clips, it's like, whoa, man, that was a bit ago, you know? That was Mike's PowerPoint. No, because that was in Arizona. That was a stream I did where I could be wrong, but I think that's the stream where people came in and I did a 1-for-1. I did an AMA, and the premise was you could come on the stream and you could ask me any question that you wanted, but I had to be able to ask you a question that I felt like had equal value. So if you came in and asked me a really deep question, I got to ask you a really deep question. And so Mike came in and said, "What's up with this tweet?" And so I don't know what I did. Yeah. That was it. It was a good one. I liked it. I wish my thought for that stream is what it would be like a little bit more, not serious, but I was kind of hoping people would come in and throw some curveballs at me. And most people came in and they like were funny. And so it was really funny. It was a funny stream, but I was hoping somebody would come in with a deep question and then I could ask them a really deep question, you know? Ducks, thank you. Stream idea. I wouldn't be opposed to doing it again. There's a couple differences. One of the differences is the chat was pretty small at that point, so it was kind of like anybody that jumped into the voice call, I kind of already had like a vibe on. The second one is I think I would just try to twist it to make it so that it could be a little bit, I don't know, a little different. A little bit different. Twitch chat is reliable for deep conversation. Yeah, I probably wouldn't let anybody jump in a voice chat like I did that time, but maybe. I don't know. You could use like a tier system. It's complicated because I hate dono walling people for things, but sometimes dono walling people for things is the only way to prevent somebody hopping in and saying a slur and then leaving and then me getting banned. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that is I get worried about. You still just pull people into the call that you know. Yeah. So I don't know. We can whatever with it. But anyways, what are you guys up to? I went to the dog park today and I got really, really pissed off at a dog owner. Like I wanted to be mean to him, but I decided to say nothing because I didn't want to be mean to anybody. I got called into work and I still feel achy. Bleh. Ooh, don't like that. Did you fight the dog? No, but I wanted to fight the owners. What about guest star? Doesn't that make their account get banned if they say some unhinged stuff? Yeah, but like, no, maybe that's worth it for them. I don't know. Ryan, thank you for the 29 tier 3. Thanks, dude. Are you still in LA? Yep. They're in it for good, responsible owners. Basically what happened is I went to the dog park today and I was walking around with Oki and there was this big German Shepherd, like big German Shepherd. And Oki's good, you know, dogs will come up to her. She's not super playful, but she really likes to meet dogs. She really hates getting her butt smelled. Like she really, really hates it. And so there was this dog that was like, he must have just been like, I didn't know, maybe he wasn't fixed or something, but he was horny. Like he had his nose up her ass and we walked all the way across the dog park, and the dog park is like a whole block, but like all the, like I was walking and walking and he kept following and walking and kept following and walking and kept following it and walking. And like, I was like, isn't this dog gonna like turn around and like fuck off? Like we've walked across the whole park. And like Oki was clearly like not having it. Like she was like she kept sitting down or she kept like running on the other side of me. And he was just so persistent. And I started doing this, like kind of grabbing him and like pushing him away and being like, stop it, stop it, stop it. Cause like she was over it and he was being really pushy. He didn't try to hump her, but like he was like trying to just be like in her space. I was like pushing him away. And then we walked around and around and around and he was still following us. And then I went and I was like looking around kind of like, whose fucking dog is this? And nobody was around, like nearby me. And I was like, okay. So there was some benches and I finally was like, I'm just going to like sit down and be very obvious that we're not having it. So I sat down and Oki like was like in between my legs while I was like sitting down. And I kept like doing this with the dog. I was like pushing him away and I was trying to verbally be like, go away, go lay down, like go home, like whatever. And Oki was like in between my legs, kind of just being politely over it. And then she kind of started to like growl at him, like she was kind of growling at him. And I'm looking around and I'm like, whose fucking dog is this? Like I want to leave, but I don't want to leave, but I'm going to leave. And then I see these people like literally as far away as you could possibly be, like looking at us. So I was like, okay, like that's the owners. And they started like calling their dog, and then they were walking towards and calling their dog. It was like two people, I don't know how old they were, like middle-aged, whatever. And they were walking towards and they were calling their dog, and the dog was not listening. Like he was just like trying to like be an Oki's shit. And they got right up, like they walked right up to us. And the dog had like a whole harness on with like a handle, and the guy was standing there going, stop it, you're being annoying. Not even touching the dog, just like, stop it. And then he was like to his wife, he was like, he's being annoying. And I'm grabbing the dog and I'm pushing the dog towards the owner, like, grab your dog. And the whole time the dog isn't being mean. So there's no like dog fighting. There's just dog annoying Oki. And I'm like grabbing the dog and he's just standing there. He's like, stop it. And he's like, I'm so sorry. Stop. And I'm not saying anything. I'm just grabbing the dog's face and like pushing it away, like trying to push it towards the owner. And then the lady walks up and she's like, grab him. And he was like, he's being annoying. And the lady finally like grabbed the dog and like pulled it towards her, but then let go. So the dog came back and then she grabbed him again. And then they were leaving. And they finally left. And I was like, thank fucking God. And it was so funny because as they were leaving, there was this dog that was kind of playing with Oki before when we first got there. Not really playing, but like, you know, coming up and being cute. And as they were leaving, this dog, like big fluffy white dog, like went up to that German Shepherd, and like I wasn't really paying attention, but then all of a sudden I heard dogs scuffling, you know, like snapping and barking, and I looked up and it was the German Shepherd and that white dog. And I was like, I'm just making up lore in my head, but I was like, I think that dog was probably like, and get the fuck out. And so yeah, defended Oki's honor. It was just like, you're being an asshole. Get the fuck out. And so then we just hung out there for like a little bit longer. And then they have two different parks. There's like a park for big dogs, and then there's a park for smaller and shy dogs. And we go into both of them. We usually go into the big dog park first, and then if Oki's feeling particularly shy, then we go into the smaller dog park, because she's very gentle, so like she's fine with little dogs. And she does better in there because I think that she gets to the dogs in there are less aggressive, and so she feels more she's very anxious. She does this thing where when we go into dog parks, she'll like kind of walk out into the middle, and she kind of stands around and does this like and she'll like kind of whine, and then she'll like take a couple steps towards the dog, and then she'll come back to me and she'll be like, I don't know what to do. And there was this one puppy in the small dog park that was playing with her by like, the puppy was had the zoomies and then would run up and do this. And Oki does really well if dogs go up to her and do the like, but not in her space. She kind of gets that. She's learning to play. When I got her, she was aggressive. She was an aggressive dog. I couldn't have her around other dogs. But now she's really good. She's not aggressive at all. And she'll like kind of snap if a dog is like in her space, but she's totally fine. And so she was kind of trying to do that, and she would kind of take a couple steps when the puppy would run away toward like behind it, but then she would be like, I don't want to go too far away from you. And so she tried to play a little bit. It was kind of fun. I was egging her on. Like when the puppy would come near her, I would kind of like push her butt. I'd be like, go get him. And then she'd try, but we love a good socialization rehab arc. Yeah, I don't know what the deal was before. She didn't like other dogs. If other dogs came near me and her, she would growl at them. And if she would growl at the owners, it was really bad. And I was like, when we first got her, I was like, oh no. I was like, I adopted a aggressive dog. I was like, I don't know how to deal with this. Like, this is really hard. This is my first dog ever. Like, I don't know what to do. And honestly, like, I didn't have to do anything. I just exposed her to dogs, like, in a safe way. Like, I would take her to parks on a leash and just have her be in the vicinity of other dogs, or I would take her on walks, and like if there was another dog, I would like stop walking and I would just let her see other dogs. Like I just wanted her to understand that like dogs could be in our personal space without coming towards us and being aggressive. And then slowly I would kind of like introduce her to dogs that I knew that were well mannered, and she was fine. There was a point in time where I had to really watch her because she was good with other dogs, but if another dog grumbled at her or something, she could be reactive. So I had to have her around dogs that I knew were just like, just like dogs that would give her space. And then now she's fine. Like there's even been a couple times that dogs have snapped at her and she doesn't, she is fine. She's not a dog that I need to worry about anymore. So it's a case of she I think just was anxious, and then she realized that other dogs are fun and not scary. I think it might have been whoever she was with before me didn't have dogs, and she was never around dogs, and then she went to a shelter, which was really scary. So I think she just hadn't been around dogs ever. I think she was just like unsocialized entirely. Because I know the person that owned her before I did was an old lady, and the old lady didn't leave her house very often, and then the old lady died. So I think that she was a dog that, which is probably why she has so much separation anxiety. I think she was a dog that lived on the couch with this old lady, and the old lady never left the house, and so she never had to be away from her person, but she also was never exposed to anything. So I think that's why she's so anxious and attached, because like everything I've shown her has been probably like a first time. So, because also when I got her, she didn't know how to be in a car. Like the first car ride I ever gave her, she was like freaking the fuck out. She was like, she was like grabbing onto everything. She was terrified. Yeah. So if you saw her when I first got her, you'd think she's a different dog. She was so scared. She was scared of men. Like she would whimper if like a guy walked in the room. She would kind of do this little like weird noise. So I don't know. Oki just like me. Yeah, she's valid for that. Yeah. Scared of men was really common. Yeah, especially if they were big. I normalized her to that too because I took her into the barbershop. So then she was fine. She was fine after a while. Yeah. But anyways, long rant about my dog that nobody asked for. What else is new? That was my big thing, is I went to the dog park. It was fine, except for that little annoyance, and then came home, and like the rest of the day was really good. I've been really really like anxious all day for some reason, and a lot of pacing, and I don't really know why. I don't know what's going on with me. I have a feeling that it's maybe like new birth control, like maybe I got a little bit of weird anxiety, but I've been doing a lot of pacing and a lot of like anxiety today. Yeah, so I just kind of was like having a weird day. One of our dogs was rescued from a puppy mill, and despite trying, she will only ever go outside if it's an enclosed space. She doesn't do walks. Oh, one thing about Oki, I wish she would play fetch. Oki doesn't play fetch. Every once in a while, I can go outside and I can throw a stuffed animal and she'll get it, but only like 2 or 3 times. But it's hard to get energy out for her because she doesn't. It's a full moon. Honestly, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, maybe. Yeah, just a little bit like a little antsy, just a little weird, just a little bit like weird today. Been kind of a slow moving day, but not a bad day, a good day. I have no complaints. It's just kind of a thing that happens, but I'm happy and I'm very I don't really have a whole lot going on that I have to complain about. So I'm happy. I had my doctor call me today and try to schedule an appointment to get this cut, even though I already have an appointment. So that was interesting. She's like, "Oh, I'm calling to schedule an appointment. We got a referral for the thing," and I was like, "I already have an appointment." So, but that's next week. Just fun, I guess. Do you know that lunatic derives from Luna? It was believed that the full moon, yeah, it's like a werewolf thing or whatever. My old dog never played fetch. She'd like run at the stick but never bothered picking it up. I had to teach Oki how to play fetch. And the way I did it is I would like toss a stuffed animal away, and if she went over and like touched it, I would go like, "Yay!" So she learned that I get happy when she like picks something up that I threw. So she'll do it like 2 or 3 times, but I think she goes like, "I keep picking this thing up and then you keep throwing it away. Like, fuck you. I'm not going to keep picking it up." Like, she doesn't understand that it's fun for her. She thinks it's fun for me. And then once she realizes that I'm throwing it away, she's like, okay. Yeah, she's like, "Why can't you hold on to that thing correctly? You're so stupid." I had one dog like that and another who lives for fetch. Yeah, if she, like, the only way I can give her exercise is by like walking and running her. She loves to go, so like I'll run and she loves to run with me, but yeah. My cat plays fetch. I never even taught him. He just understood the assignment. That's nice. It's good for exercise. I swear my cat brings me her toys because it's fun for me, not for her. Maybe that's better, you know? I don't know. They're doing it for you. Same with my cat. I've never had a cat that ever was ever interested in any physical activity. Every cat that I've ever had was birthed just being a lazy fuck. Like, and giving just 0% interest doing anything. My sister's lab always has her ball with her. If she loses it, she picks up a rock. Labs love having rocks in their mouth. We had a dog. God, we always had labs. I've had like 2 or 3 labs in my life growing up, and I love them. They're the best dogs. They're dumb as rocks. Like, there is not a thought behind those eyes. And we had a dog. We had this lab that would just eat gravel and then he would throw it up. And so we had to like patrol him because he would just go eat the gravel in the front yard and he would throw it up. And we took him to the vet and we were like, "He keeps eating gravel and throwing it up." And we are like, you know, is he doing it? And they were like, "Maybe it tastes good. Like, he's healthy." You know, like we thought maybe some animals will eat things to make themselves, you know what I mean? Go play Fortnite with Caroline. Oh yes, let me stop everything I'm doing to appease a chatter with the username super dumb. That sounds like a great idea. Yeah, we were like, maybe he's just like sick and he's eating it to make himself throw up, you know? This one's reminding me of Oki. I don't think I can click on this because Instagram signed me out on everything. It's cute. I think I've seen this before. That's cute. Just swapping around. I can't let her swim because she gets swimmer's tail. Yeah. It's weird to have a vet just be like, yep, they're just weird. Yeah, he was just dumb. So, and he was just stupid. Like, I loved him, but God, he was just stupid. What's swimmer's tail? So, when dogs swim, they use their tails like rudders, you know? And that's normal, but when Oki does it, she like tries too hard and she sprains her tail. She's done it at least twice. And she wasn't even really swimming. She was just wading really deep. So it's like she sprains her tail by like trying to like use it too hard. And so what happens, I'll show you a picture of what it looks like. It looks so stupid. Like this is what their tail looks like if they get it. It just looks like a limp dick. It kind of looks it looks so sad. And it's like, yeah, it's just sprained, so it's like floppy. And it's happened like a couple times after I've taken her swimming. And especially if the water's cold, you know. And so then you have to put them on antibiotics because like the vertebrae in their tail, if they get it sprained, they could get an infection. I don't know. So, and it can be really dangerous because of that. For what, I don't really understand how any of that works, but apparently that can happen. So I can't let her swim. I can let her go up to her belly, but I can't let her go in deeper than belly. And like, if I lived somewhere with like water where I could like maybe teach her how to swim better, but I don't. She only gets to go into water like a couple times a year. So yeah, you take her to the vet and ask her why their tail looks like a limp dick. Literally, I did. Yeah, I took her in and I was like, it was the second time it happened because it happened once and then it just solved itself. And then it happened again and I was like, what is happening? And I kind of had the correlation here. I was like, I've taken her in the water. Like maybe she got some sort of like bug in the water. I don't know. I had to have a dog to be put down from an infection after breaking his tail. Yeah, it can happen. And it's like kind of a weird thing that you wouldn't really think happens. But if they get injuries in their tails, they can get infections and it can be really bad. So I can't let her do it. Can't let her swim. She's so high maintenance. She's such a diva. Like literally, you are such a diva. She's such a diva. Please help Taylor's flashes. It's so sad because they just walk around and they just have this like limp dick tail. It happens. It's pathetic. She's the ITGIRL. So EP, how could you say that? She's high maintenance. Yeah, I know she is. But that's it. I went to the dog park, came home. I played around with my camera today. I have this camera. This is my vlogging camera that I used to use. And I want to vlog again. I always say this, but vlogging makes me happy and I don't do it anymore. And I need to incorporate a hobby in that's, although this is still work, I need to do something that's like a passion project. And vlogging, like, it's kind of almost like therapeutic for me. You know, I don't do very many things for myself that are like therapy oriented, and vlogging is good for me. So I'm gonna try to do it again. And so I have this camera. It's like a really nice camera that I used to vlog with, and I haven't touched it for a while. So I got it out and I like put a SIM card in it, or not a SIM card, a memory card in it, and then I'm charging the batteries and I'm just gonna fuck around with it. I wish they probably do make. I want one of these. This is a Rode shotgun mic. And it's really great. It sounds awesome. I wish that they made one that was two-sided, because what happens is I have to do this like every time if I'm like this, or if I'm like this, like I have to like like turn it, and it's not, you can't really like turn it very easily, so I like take this out and then I put it back in like this. You know, like if I'm filming but I want it to, yeah, it's a directional mic. Well, it's a shotgun mic. That is a directional mic. Sounds great. It's a killer mic, but it's not, it's, yeah, I just need, I need it to be like something that I can like flip really quickly. So I don't know if they make a mic that's like a shotgun mic both ways, and maybe you can like press a button. Or maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I can like, yeah, if I twist this, I can't spin it. I don't know. Like a rotating mic. Yeah, or even this same mic, but if I could just like turn it, like on the flip of a dime. What about clipping a wireless Go? Well, I could do that, but this mic sounds really good. And also I like when the mic is on the camera and not on me, because then you're hearing what you're seeing rather than hearing me, you know? I don't know. And if I want to film something in front of me, I'm not going to take the mic and wonder if you could get a mount that flips that the mic can screw into. Yeah, I probably can just like, I have so many random parts and pieces that I could probably like make my own mic holder, you know? Rotating mic mount. Yeah, someone could probably make a 3D printable one. Yeah, or I could just like, let's see, what does the input look like? It's one of those, you know, these ones. Which kind of sucks because that's not like a spinning thing. Like I can take this out and I can do that, but it's all just the same amount of work. I'd be able to get a GE5, an adapter that rotates. I could look it up, like Rode shotgun mic rotating. Fuck, does that even exist? You can still get the camera mic rolling or recording. You just got to sync the audio. Well, that's what I actually used to do. I only did it once because it was hell. But these cameras that I use for streaming are really small, and I like the small cameras because I'm not going to pack around a gigantic camera. Even this mic is annoying. Like I kind of like would prefer to just use the camera mic, because then like vlogging in public is awful. It's so embarrassing. In fact, vlogging in public I think is more embarrassing than IRL streaming, because if you're IRL streaming, you guys are there to kind of give me reassurance, and I kind of can lock into talking to you guys, and it's like, okay, Jonathan over here is looking at me weird, but I have all of these people that are watching me, and I can kind of just like, eh. But when you're vlogging in public, you don't have that reassurance from anybody on the other end of the camera. So you just are very aware of people watching you. Vlogging with your phone is nice. I've done that before. The quality's not as nice for obvious reasons. Wear a shirt that says staff on it so people think you're doing something important. True. Like this, but better quality. Literally. Actually. That's actually literally it. Because it looks like it has a switch on top that you can flip that makes it go. That's actually literally what I want. I wonder if that sounds very bad. Maybe that one doesn't sound that bad. You know what I mean? Are we enablers? Yes. The adapter you should search for is a hot shoe. Rode sells a pivot adapter. Would that work? Can you drop a link for me? Bring one of those big ass shoulder mount cameras so everyone. I either have to bring a smaller camera or bring a much bigger camera so everybody thinks I'm really important. Okay. Yeah, but that's not the kind that can go onto my camera though. That's the kind for a microphone that is going onto a microphone holder. It needs to have this. It's like a little square. Hello, am I asking for too much here, camera? It's like one of these because that it like slides into this. Like, what kind of camera do you have exactly? It's the Sony ZV-E10. E10 these nuts. You know what? I'll just go fuck myself. Yeah. Hot shoe mount is what they are called. Love the hot shoe mount. Hot shoe mount. Adapter. Images. See, yeah, if I could buy I could buy one of these and then just make my own. Like I kid you not, guys, I've bought so much stuff over the course of streaming. I have a little trinket piece of literally anything you can imagine. Like I have so many little pieces of shit. Yeah, that looks like that maybe would work, but that one's almost getting like big and making the mic so big. I'm almost inclined to buy that Amazon mic, the double-sided shotgun one, and just see if it sounds like shit. How do you keep it organized? I don't, is what I do. I don't know. I buy bins like this. I have a bunch of bins like this that I like to stack. But inside of those bins are just stuff. So I tried to label them, you know, like this is labeled Apple stuff. It's not Apple stuff anymore. I just buy a bunch of bins. You know what also is really a big brain move that I bought? These for your cords are iconic. You can like hang these up on your wall. You can hang these up on your wall, and then you can literally just like do this and then just like, you know, hang them. Like obviously neater than that, but and then that way they're like all out where you can see them. I used to do this at the old house. I had like a whole wall of them, and then I don't know what happened to them when I moved, but these are great for cords. It's stupid, but just like coat hangers. So I bought this the other day. I've been meaning to hang it up like up here so I can wires up. Because there's cords for like if you're a streamer, it's like HDMI cords, USB-C cords, USB cords. There's a couple different cords that you're like always looking for. You're like, fuck, I know I have a USB cord. Fuck, I know that I have another HDMI cord. And so those kinds of cords that you're just using all the time are really nice to interchange. I made a charging station next to my bed, but I need to buy more cords and throw out my old stuff. Crub, what are you doing? No limit credit card buying 17 dongles so I can stream Noida to 4 viewers. Live your dream. You know what I mean? Camera accessory talk was not a direction I saw stream going. I don't know anything about cameras. And it's annoying because it's a big part of my job, but I don't really know anything. I have a lot of resources of people that know a lot about cameras, so I can just ask them, but you know what's funny too? I used to have my own photography business. Little known fact about me. When I was younger, I used to have a photography business where I would take portraits, like senior photos for people. But I didn't know how to use the camera. I just knew how to take good photos with it. I didn't know anything about it. Photography era, yeah. But it's kind of funny because like back then, phone cameras were bad. So if you wanted to learn, like if you wanted to take nice photos, you had to take them on like a DSLR. And nowadays, like iPhones take really good photos. So like the need for somebody to have a really nice camera is like less frequent. So I kind of saw that coming and I was like, and I also, I did one wedding. I like went and did one wedding and I was like, I hate this. I was like, I'm not going to do this for a living. Neverender, thank you so much for the 3 months. Ones are good enough now if you're just starting out. Well, I think that people hire photographers for special moments, but I don't think that they hire photographers for little things as much because iPhones are pretty good for it, you know? So you're still going to get a photographer for like weddings and I don't know, whatever else, but weddings are the most stressful thing and it never got better. I hated it. Hated every second of it. I don't, it's a thankless job. Listen, you just gotta get yourself a box, okay? So that you have all of your cables in one place where if you need any of them, you can get them, okay? So just get something to organize them. Listen. It's kind of what my brain looks like on the inside. That's good cable management. I have like a bunch of, it's funny, I have tiers of boxes. I have like boxes of cables that I'll need a lot, boxes of cables that I might need less frequently, boxes of cables that I don't really know what this goes to, but I feel like I should keep it, and then like the rest. And that box is the rest box. Yeah. You should do a Blarney meme stream where you untangle them and Velcro tie them. That would be kind of a fun stream. It's so, like, content is so funny sometimes because, like, sometimes I think about doing something like that. It's like, I should do a stream where I take every cable in my house and I organize it. And that feels like such shit content, but the reality is you guys would probably love it because it would just be like an AMA stream where I do that. And it makes me feel like I don't know what the fuck this job is. Because sometimes I do stuff like that and it's like people love it. And then I do what I thought this job was going to be and it's like, It'd be a fun just chatting and satisfying, right? I hate it. Does anyone ever throw out cables or just hoard them forever like me? I don't throw them out because you never know. Because you know what? If you get in a situation that's dire that you need that one super old phone cord that you didn't even realize was still usable, then you spend 2 weeks trying to plan something that doesn't work out. Streaming is wild. You know what I've realized? When I first started streaming and kind of in the middle of my streaming career, I had so much advice for people. Like, I loved talking about streaming advice. I loved talking about like this and what works and what doesn't work. The further I get into my career and like, I feel like the more, like the better my stream looks from the outside, the less advice I have for anybody. Like, if you asked me a year ago for stream advice, I'd have a mountain of it. If you ask me today, I'd be like, bro, I don't know. Like, I have no idea. Like, it's a fucking crapshoot. Like, I have no advice. I don't know. I'll pass the topic, but here's what seems to be a good mount. That actually does, because it's small. It's got the right thingy. And then that thing, it spins? Does it spin? Does the whole thing, it's got a lot of spinny things on it, but does it spin? It's $20. I'm gonna copy and paste this into Amazon and see if they have it on Amazon. Just make sure the mount has the right, yeah. Does this one have the, Amazon's not working? Hello? Amazon? Okay, I'll just go fuck myself. Yeah, that's a good one. I don't mind that one. As long as it's not too big. Because that's the thing, is I don't want to have this tiny camera with a big fucking mic on it. I refused to throw out a card reader from 2014, and now I bought a camera and I remembered it and I actually used it. That's actually a really satisfying feeling when you know, when you're like, wait, I think I have one of those. And then you go find it and then it works and you're like, whoa. That kind of happened today. Like I was looking for the batteries for this. Or do you ever have a moment where you're generally a disorganized person and then you put something in a spot where you can find it later and you find it when you need it and you're like, it's like when you get drunk and then you like drink a bunch of water and brush your teeth and wash your face and then you wake up and you're like, oh my gosh, stop it. Whippy, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate that. That happened to me. I was looking for the battery and I found one and I was like, okay. And I have this battery charger that you plug in and then you just set the batteries in. You can set a bunch of them in. And I was like, I have no fucking idea where that is. And knowing me, it's probably in the bottom of a box somewhere after I moved. Like I have stuff all in the shed that like I haven't unpacked because I have nowhere to put it. And then I went into the room and I was looking and I was like, I wonder if it's in this box. And then it was. And it was like all the batteries and the charger were like together and I had put it in a little sleeve and I was like, okay, like, who am I? Stop. What the heck? My stuff is visually disorganized, but I do know where all my shit is. I'm kind of in the middle. I struggle with organization, but I really, really get stressed out by disorganization. So I'm in the middle. I wouldn't say, you probably wouldn't walk into my house and be like, Jesus Christ. But like, you're not going to be like, oh, wow, this person spends an extreme amount of time organizing their stuff. For me, it's when I find the perfect screw from the miscellaneous hardware drawer. Yeah, I have a screw drawer. Organize things for myself, but not for anyone else. I just, I try to set the expectations. I have a general area that I keep things in. So I know where to go for it. It may take me a second to find it, but I got it. My garage is chaos. My parents, dude, are like, if you walk into my parents' house, everything is exactly where it's supposed to be. If you walk into my dad's like garage shed, he's got like boxes, tubs for everything, labeled. Like my parents have always lived like they know where everything is. They know, like, you open the drawer, everything's like oriented the same direction, I don't know what happened to me. Like I don't, my dad's garage woodworking shop is organized. Yeah. I think one of the things, which I'm kind of starting to learn as I get older, I think that when you start having grown-up money and you start paying for things and then they last longer because you take good care of them and you put them back where they belong, that motivates you to be more organized. Because I do notice that as I'm getting older and I'm paying for things and I'm like, damn, I need to take care of that. You know what I mean? So I think that could be it. And they're from a time of, you don't just go out and buy a new one. You like fix the one you have or you take care of it, because my parents are like in their 60s. So they're like, you don't, if something breaks, you don't just go buy a new one. You fix it or you just don't let it break. So they take really good care of the stuff that they have. Would you fix your Birkenstocks? They might be beyond fixing, to be honest with you. I think they're toast. I actually I would go in and get my Birkenstocks fixed in the way that everybody said, but the tops of them is also gross. Like they're done. I've worn them since like 2016 though. Like they've gotten their miles in. They've gotten their steps in. Yeah, I know they'll rebuild the whole sole, but like they're kind of like, I guess they're not too bad, but like there's kind of like folds here that are starting to come apart. Like they're I guess they're okay, but I don't know. I don't know, guys. What do you mean? They're fine. What are you talking about? This is just a well-loved Birkenstock. I feel like the hole has gotten like bigger since I showed it to you guys last time. It's like crazy. Like every morning I walk my dog in these. Like it's crazy. I don't understand how it's perfectly round because it's been worn. Like this this is so thin. Like you can't really see because of the side. I can like do this. Like this is fully, like look at it. It goes down like this. It's fully worn. It's like a stone in a river. You know, it's not like they chunked off. I should do what they do in those TikToks and like break up the ramen noodles and glue them into the hole. How long does that even take? Like almost 10 years. Just a lot of walking. I wear them all the time. I have Birkenstocks tan lines on my feet. Like I wear them every day. Like I wear my Birkenstocks every single day. I do miss the fix what you have instead of buying new stuff vibe. Yeah, it's kind of endearing. I mean, it's better for the environment, realistically. I could fix it with some galvanized steel. Y'all think some galvanized steel will fix these? I got a corn from them. I don't know what a corn is really, but I know one of my coworkers used to have one because she used to complain about it all the time. My toxic trait is watching tradesmen TikTok and thinking that I could easily do it, especially the cobbler ones. Pretty satisfying when they cut leather and stuff. I love like leather cutting TikTok. Dry skin buildup. Ew. Why did they have to call it that and ruin a whole food group? Same in the winter, they're my indoor shoes. I do a lot of just like, especially at this house, since I have a yard, I do a lot of just like being around, bopping around outside. So I slip them on real quick. Like a weird boil made out of crusty dried skin you get from rubbing your feet all day on shoes. Ew, I thought that was just a callus. Is it just like a callus times 10? What crimes will you be committing to? Parkster, I'm not going to tell you because you know the law too well. I will never admit to a crime, especially before I commit it. That's how they put you in the slammer. I was going to offer to join. Oh, okay. Arson? Maybe? Probably not murder. It's too messy. I don't want to ruin a good shirt. Maybe like theft. What's like the most fun crime, you think? Like the crime that's like nobody gets hurt, but like I love arson. I'd love to burn down a building that nobody needs, personally. Vandalism, yeah. Downloading a car. Perjury. Oh, that's a good one. Jaywalking. True. This actually comes around full circle. We were talking about jaywalking. Yeah. Piracy. Tax evasion. Okay. Criminal trespassing. Yeah, I guess if you criminally trespass but you don't do anything, like I could like go onto somebody's property and then just like stand there for like 30 minutes and then leave. It's like I didn't really hurt anybody, but I broke a law, kind of. Loitering. Just waiting around. That's a good one. Like kind of annoying, not really hurting anything. Have we all seen the new Grown Baby? Did another Grown Baby just drop? Pretty sure you wouldn't count as criminal trespass if you just stood there and did nothing. Oh, do you have to trespass and be criminal? I don't know, man. You know what I think? I think that they've just realized that they don't need us as much as we think they do. Like maybe babies this whole time have just been copping out. And maybe they're like, you know what? I'm gonna like the younger generations are just saying like, nah, is that your son? Uh-huh. I'm a mother. 4 Seasons grown baby. That's what the babies do at the 4 Seasons resort. The barely walking, shuffling to go get the darts is so funny. I love that it's like a real dartboard too, right? With like actual, like they just were like, nah, he's good. He's fine. A real boss baby right there. I'm going to be part of a stream where I have to come up with a PowerPoint for something and I have to argue a point. And I think that that might be the point that I'm going to argue is why the boss baby should not exist. Got pho. I think we need to go do an IRL stream at a pho place, pho, because the only time I've ever had it was that one time that we found like 1 billion hairs in it. And I think we need a redemption arc. What if we go back to that place? Just to see if it happens again. Because it was really tasty. Babies don't need adults would be my point. I don't think they do as much as they make it seem like it. You know what I mean? Maybe no. Oh, give them a second chance. The hair. Yeah. The hair added some more taste. No. It was gross. It was disgusting. You can redeem the dish and let the restaurant burn. Ah. Yeah, we'll go to a different place. I do want to go to one though, because it was tasty, but I was just so grossed out that I was sad. It was so tasty that I actually debated just saying, fuck it, I'm just going to eat it, and I'm just going to like get over it, but I didn't. And this time you have to find hair, bring the camera with you. This time when you find hair, bring the camera with you. Oh, when I go in to tell them? Put some of your hair in it. So like take a hair, leave a hair. Hard take pho tastes like watered down soup. Yeah. Kinda. A little bit. I like the other peripheral stuff they have though. Do you know that in the wine industry, a lot of people will just drink the flies that land in their wine? I wish I was kidding. Why? Does it add something or are they just too lazy to not? My social anxiety could never, I would have just left. Yeah, for anybody that didn't watch that stream, me and John, we went to a pho place and I found like 5 hairs in my soup and I went in there with the plate of hairs and I didn't take the camera in with me because I was like, I don't want to be the influencer that's like, I'm going to complain about my food with a camera in their face. So I just went inside. I left the camera out with John and I went in and I was like, hey, I don't be a dick. I was like, here's a plate full of hairs that I've found in my food. And they were like, okay. And they were like, well, they might be animal hairs. And I was like, okay. And I was like, I'm not mad. I just was wondering if I could like get, my money back. Cause I don't want to eat this. There's just like a bunch of hairs in it. And they like, I don't know. They made a fuss. They made a fuss like I was making a fuss. And they said no. And then I was like, this is crazy. That's the thing is they tried to justify it and they were like, well, they might be hairs from the animal. And I was like, that's worse because if you're butchering your meat and leaving hair in it, that's such a worse issue than a couple pieces of hair falling in the food.
The same one. I think if you go back in the VOD, you can see me pull it out.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Or maybe it's us. You can see the root.
That's not either of our hairs. Yeah, there was like a whole plate of them.
The little balloons, yeah.
I mean, I'm still...
I think they're pride balloons.
Oh, there's another one.
Wait, hold on.
Nope, they're not pride balloons.
Hold on. Wait, we got another one.
One of the hardest things... Oh, there's no fucking way, dude.
I right now have a pile of hairs on this plate next to me.
I only had one, so
I only had one.
It's like right here. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Yeah, I was just collecting
that
hairs
is
on the
deeply
plate.
disturbing. The same one.
Yeah, and John found one too. But just one. He only found one hair. I found like 5. Yeah. It was so yummy. I kept trying to eat. I like so badly wanted to just get over it, but yeah. I just take them out and keep eating if the food is good enough. There's a world where like I wasn't streaming and I might have done that because I wouldn't have been like, oh, there's a bunch of people watching me do this. But yeah. What animal product would the hair come from to begin with? It was really dark. Maybe a pig. I could see it being a pig or a cow. But there's no world where the hair from an animal should make it into the kitchen. Like the animal should be like butchered in a way beforehand that the hair does not need to get into the soup. Yeah. Can you name a car for an edit? Why is this not the first time somebody's come in and said this? No, I don't want to. I'd literally get up and walk away. I couldn't. Yeah, well, I went in and I was like, hey, I don't want to eat this. And they were like, the best they could do, I finally had to like settle with them giving me the employee discount. They wouldn't give me 100% off. They said that they would only give me the employee discount. And that's the best that they could do. And I was like, okay, well, guess I'll take it. Probably bought an unprocessed pig that was cheaper. Yeah. Was that in LA? Yeah, I don't remember the name of the place. You can just walk away. You think the cops in LA are gonna do shit? One person eating one meal, it's unimaginable simple to give you your money back. Yeah, and like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Be extra petty and tell the health inspector. I just wanted to be done with it. I just wanted to like get my money back so I could go eat somewhere else. But you know what I mean? Like, I get it. Shit happens. I don't expect people to be perfect. But it does suck to have to pay for something that you can't eat. Remember when you had to ask for that discount at the place that made you wait and then you got the wrong food? You have weird luck at food places. Yeah, especially when you guys are watching. I usually don't. But yeah, this is the guy that ate the hair and this happened. Zogs, I'm not clicking on any of your links anymore. You are banned from links here too. Chargeback is your friend. Yeah, I feel bad about it. Or not pay for it and just let it be. Yeah. Isn't shoplifting up to $1,000 legal in California? I don't know. Who knows? I just wanted some yummy soup. It tasted really good. That's the worst part, is if it tasted like shit, then I would have been like, yep, it's a scrap. But it tasted really good. So I was sad. I was looking at it like, damn, I'm hungry. I want to eat this. Yeah. More likely it is to fail a health inspection, the better the food probably is. Yeah, I've heard that. Which sometimes is true. Sometimes the restaurants that are like a little bit like grittier, especially when it comes to like Mexican Chinese food, like the walk-in hole in the wall places that you walk in and you kind of look around and you're like, those places, fuck, they're real good. They're real good. Because they're pumping out good food and it's good food. You know what I mean? I don't know why that's true, but it is. I don't know. Maybe it's like, it's kind of like diners, you know, where like the best diners, you walk in and they just have like kind of boring shit on the walls. And it's because it's like, yeah, the food is good. They don't need to like impress you. Like, it's just, the food speaks for itself. And if you don't want to eat there because the restaurant doesn't look pretty, then get out. You know, they're cooking it with love, and it's like a family business. So it's like, you know, when you don't know if you should be there or not, you know we're about to have some good eating, right? It's like the place is really busy, but you walk in and it's a little questionable. Those places are always great. I had to do some inspections on restaurants for fire safety stuff, and there were so many places I never ate at again after being in their kitchen. Yeah. I had a restaurant back in Oregon that I walked behind it, and they had the back door open, and I peeked into the kitchen, and I never ate there ever again. It was so sad because I loved that place. It was rough though. I was like, God damn. I love walking into a diner that looks like it will serve me slop on a plate. Yeah, there's a restaurant in LA, and I can't, you guys could probably remember. It's the one we went to that we got Eggs Benny that the card shop was next to. The guy, Phil, was working there. That is one of the best diners that I've been to in Los Angeles, and it looks so boring. Can't remember the name of it. I should figure it out. So boring. Carlos told me about it, actually. Nats. Yeah. There's a card store next to it. Yeah, that shit, like, let me see if I can find it. Nats Diner. There's a couple of them apparently. But the one we went to, Nat's Early Bites. See if I can go to Yelp. I'm gonna see if I can look at pictures of the whole restaurant. Popular dishes? No, I want to see all the photos. I mean, here's kind of a photo. You know what I mean? Like, that looks so bland. And like, let me see if I can find another photo. Yeah, you walk in and like there's one of these like kind of in the front giving you like the breakfast specials. This is what the front of it looks like. You know? It's like all boarded up kind of. But here I can go to like the photos. But like this is, I think, and even the pictures of the food I think is like kind of like weird, but it's like so yummy. So this is where I got the Eggs Benny that I like loved the most. Even the food like pictures just kind of look weird, but yeah, it's just good. It was so good. Best Eggs Benny in LA that I could find. I love diners. I think diners is one of my favorite like aesthetic too. Like I love diner aesthetic. Let me see if I can diner aesthetic. Like not this diner aesthetic. I don't mean like Grease diner. I mean like actual diner. Like this. You know what I mean? Like this. Like just like you're gonna get the best fucking cup of coffee there. Love it. Waffle House. I had Waffle House one time and it was awesome. It was during Creator Clash. They had the last night of Creator Clash, they had a gala or what, I don't even know what they call it, where everybody comes really fancy and stuff. And I went to Waffle House with like it was a big group of people, but it was like it was a big group of people, and it was awesome. It was so fun. And you know what it was? It had been raining. It was in Florida, so it had been dumping rain. And so we were all dressed really fancy, like formal outfits, like high heels. Like I was wearing like a sparkly dress with like high heels, and we were sitting in a Waffle House drenched to shit because there was like a storm outside. It was cool. It was the best. I got to meet Chad that night. I went to Waffle House with Chad, and that was one of the best days of my life. It was a win for me. Waffle House with friends is unmatched. It was really good. Brody went to Waffle House apparently when he was in North Carolina and was not impressed. So I don't know. I don't know what to think. Formal outfits in a Waffle House is top tier. That's like how you should do Waffle House, I feel like. Yeah. They were better when you could still smoke in them. In a Waffle House or a diner? He wouldn't get the American charm. He's so like designed to love shitty little diners though. So I don't understand. There must have been something weird going on because like he is so go get a cup of black coffee in like a diner aesthetic. I get it. So I don't know. What does Brody think of Outback Steakhouse? We haven't gone. We haven't gone. I'll take him. Next time he's here, I'll take him to Outback. I'll stream it. His visa got approved. I don't know if you guys saw that in the Discord, which is really cool. Fastest visa approval in the Wild West. I tell you what. Actually insane. Probably like under 2 months. I can imagine that people hyped it up so much that it was destined. Yeah, that's kind of what I said is I was like, you know, you kind of have to expect Waffle House. Waffle House isn't good. It's grungy and yummy. Like, it's not like a good experience. It's just like an American experience. My Waffle House experience was mid at best. Well, did anybody get in a fight? Because that always brings it up a couple points. Same goes for Denny's. Yeah, West Coast 2 a.m. Denny's is kind of like mediocre Waffle House experience, but it works. When I first moved to LA, we were all really broke and in the mood to explore. So we used to go to Denny's at like 2 a.m, like a lot. A lot. Never been to a Waffle House. They don't have them near me. No, they're not a West Coast thing. I feel like super missing out on the late night diner experience. Yeah, you guys don't really have as much late night food experiences because your workers get paid correctly, so they don't need to work at ungodly hours. That's the unfortunate silver lining of the fact that America is expensive, is that people work weird hours, so things are open weird hours. Like, we just have to, you know, take advantage of the fact that people have to work at 2 a.m. I went to a place in LA with good food and coffee that looks like the one you pointed out. This was it. Yeah. That one looks like one of the scenes in Life is Strange. I do miss 24-hour Walmarts. Yeah, well, I think that was a COVID thing, right? They got rid of 24-hour Walmarts because of COVID. I'm about to work 12 to 8 stocking a grocery store here in Arkansas. Are you allowed to, like, put headphones in when you do that? Because I'm going to be honest with you, if, like, stocking shelves in those hours, like, if you could throw some headphones on and, like, listen to some podcasts, I kind of hit. McDonald's all day breakfast. Yeah. I'm gonna for sure get some audiobooks or something. Never got 24-hour fast food back here. We used to have 24-hour Walmart and $2 McDoubles. We had it all. This country used to be great. Used to have 24-hour Walmarts and $2 McDoubles. 2% interest rates. God damn it. We used to be a proper country. I worked nights during COVID. It was super boring, but got through so many audiobooks. I think in another life, like if I worked a job that I didn't have to interact with anybody and I could like toss some like headphones on and listen to some audiobooks, I might actually not hate that. Because I love audiobooks, I love podcasts, and I love doing mindless work while having some other form of like stimulation, you know? So it's like if I could listen to a podcast while doing something else, it's pretty freaking great. Yeah, like I could do that. We aren't real people. True. or my headphones at work all the time. What are they going to do? Fire me? We're already understaffed. I work the graveyard shift anyways. I knew somebody that used to work at a mill, and their job was like, and they weren't allowed to wear headphones because of safety hazards. And so they weren't allowed to listen to anything. And they were like, literally, if I could listen to something, I'd be so happy. But it was just, yeah, I'd probably sneak an AirPod in there, you know. Audible is only 1 book a month. That's wild. I thought it was all free. Yeah, you get like credits. Also, is this a unique experience to me? Am I stupid, or is buying books on like I don't know if I think Audible is Amazon. Buying audiobooks through Amazon is such a runaround. You can't buy them directly on the website. You have to buy them and then get them, and you use a credit. You don't just buy them. What's the deal with that? Yeah, because otherwise Apple and Google would take a cut. Yeah, so the runaround is so... I can't tell you how many times I've been driving and I've been like, ooh, I have a really long drive. I want to listen to an audiobook. So I go to buy a audiobook and I'm like, well, I can't. I'll call my mom. I'll straight up call my mom and I'll say, hey, can you buy this book on Amazon on my card because I want to listen to it and I'm not going to do all that shit while I'm driving. You should be able to do it in Safari on your phone. Yeah, but it's, you know what I mean? Just swallow an AirPod. True. I grew my hair out to listen to music in class. They should make more headphones flesh toned. I haven't wrote my book yet. Well, what are you doing here? Get on it. Spotify having audiobooks is clutch. Oh, do they now? Do they come with your subscription? When AirPods came out, I never turned back. Hair down every day and AirPods in. I love my AirPods. I love them a lot. They're really nice. I struggle with wearing headphones in my ears for very long and my ears start to hurt. And I don't know what the deal is, but if I wear like AirPods for like more than 40 minutes, my ears will get sore like the next couple days. The noise cancelling's crazy. Crazy. My ear holes always get sweaty and inflamed. Mine just hurt. I don't know what's going on. Also, the microphones on AirPods are shit. They're terrible. I love a good pair of noise canceling headphones. I hate noise canceling. The only time I'll ever, and this is situationally one time, the only time I will ever use noise canceling is on a plane. But I hate noise canceling in any other situations because I feel vulnerable. Like these are very specifically open back because I hate noise canceling headphones. Like I feel like somebody's going to sneak up on me. I feel claustrophobic with noise canceling on. Hate it. I can't do noise canceling while flying. It makes me sick. I can, but I usually don't. I like how AirPods have the like middle, you know what I mean? I don't know what you're saying and you're speaking like it's the fucking 1400s or whatever. And I am spicy. I can I really like the pass-through audio when I'm outside. Yeah. Like as a woman walking down the street with noise canceling headphones, can you imagine? Absolutely. Couldn't be me. Another crime night. Yeah. I don't know. It sounded fun. I'm mood for it. The only noise canceling I liked was the Bose Quiet Comforts where I could turn it down a lot. I don't use these kinds of headphones as much as I should. I think that I'm probably going to be flying a bit more frequently now. And I might invest in some of these. because I can't wear these for the whole flight. I love the noise canceling on them. Yeah, we should discuss Caitlin's crimes for crime night. Has Caitlin crimed? Has she crimed? The Sony ones are so good. I'll have to go to a store to try them on because I feel like it'd be hard to buy a pair without trying them on. I just saw a hand. Thank you so much. Goated. If you like leaning against the window in the plane, don't get over ears. Oh, well, I do. That's good to know. Because you kind of... Maybe I should get some of these. They look stupid, but the ones that go behind your head and then they go like over your ears. Yeah. Ammo and I are exclusive and happy. You heard it here first. There you go. I use Beats Bluetooth. Ah. If you want the ear noise canceling, the Sonys are great. The previous gen are always on sale. Never get the latest version. Why? I used to have those. I don't know if they make them anymore. Isn't that the worst when you find like a piece of tech or something that you love and then find out that they're not making it anymore? Sergio, thank you for the brand new sub. I appreciate it. You get the Dyson ones with the headphones and weird mask. The what? The latest version are like $400 and the older ones work great. That's how I feel about these. These are like such an old model and they're great. And they're cheap. I really want to take this off though. I wish that this could detach. My only beef. But it can't. I even looked it up. Permission to link. Okay, fine. It squeezes against your ear and all the vibrations of the plane transmit through your head. I don't know why I got AirPod Pros instead. Not as comfy, but the Bose still. What if I got like something that goes over the little head thing that's like fabric? Who is this for? What purpose does that serve? The Dyson filter. Is it like a mask? Is it supposed to be like a mask? Recycles air. I just started streaming. Do you have any specific tips? This is funny. This is a funny question to give me today. I need to buy a gun. I just started streaming. Do you have any specific tips? Make good content. That's all I got for you. Go live more. I wouldn't say go live more. I would say go live intentionally. And then be done when you're done. Yeah, just, I don't know. Consistent schedule. Go live consistently. Yeah, Doug has a really, really great video about streaming advice that's actually killer. Here's my piece of stream advice that I see. This is my actually only real piece of streaming advice. Stream because you want to stream. Don't stream because you want the end result of being famous from streaming. Because I have a lot of people that I know that want to be big streamers because they want the end win, but they don't want to like make anything. So like you will always be happier if you have projects that you're working on that you're passionate about, because if you're trying to chase a win, then you will be unhappy. So like make sure that you are liking what you're doing. It's like wanting to be a rock star but not wanting to play music. It's exactly what it's like. Yeah. The highs of streaming are like really, really fun. And I think that there's a lot of people that don't know what they want to do, but they want to have a lot of people watch them do it. Like they're like, I want to stream and I want to have a bunch of people in my chat I want to have a big community and I want to, you know, it's like, well, you're delivering a product, you know? And so you see a lot of people that they get fucking down on themselves because they don't feel like they just feel like the win is the win. And you have to find wins along the way that you're happy about. That's kind of it. I don't know. Because the reality is people aren't going to watch you out of the kindness of their heart. So don't be upset at people. I see a lot of streamers get like upset at viewers when they don't have viewers. You know? It's like people don't want to watch you out of the, like, you guys all have a limited amount of time that you have each day and you decide to spend it here. And it's because you find some sort of value in the stream, you know, whether it's each other, whether it's me, I don't know, whatever. And you have to like people aren't going to give you that for free. So don't put it on the viewers if they're not showing up. Yeah. Also, make sure to pay your viewers to watch you. There's so many people who have low viewership count for years who still stream. You have to like it. You have to like it. You genuinely have to like it. Like, it's crazy. Like, I see so many streamers that like really, really want to win and they seem like they fucking hate it. And it's so weird to me because it's like, you're never going to reach a point where you like it if you don't like it with 0 viewers. I've only had 1 viewer so far, but I'm really enjoying it anyways to stream every day, most days, so hopefully folks will come in eventually, but whatever. Just make sure you like it, and then just make sure you're creating a product that you think people will enjoy, you know? I don't know. I was saying at the beginning, it's funny that you asked this. I don't know if you asked this because you heard me say this, but I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I have always had, I think, pretty passionate advice for people about streaming. And I feel like I'm at like kind of like the most growth that I've ever had as a streamer, and I have no advice for anybody. I literally don't have any advice for people because I've just, every step of the way, I've realized like everything that I've ever said is probably not true for somebody. So I'm just like, I don't know, dude. Like, it's kind of a crapshoot. Like, the only piece of advice that I know is like, make good stuff that people like, and then they will watch you. And if nobody's watching you, it's probably because your stuff needs to be better than what somebody else's is, you know, because they're spending their time elsewhere. So either make it better than other people's or make it findable. You know, there's no gimmicks. There's a lot of people that have had a lot of luck. There's a lot of people out there that have had repetitive luck and repetitive chances and pedestals, and they still haven't been able to keep it because they weren't doing anything. You know what I mean? Like, they weren't providing their viewers with anything. Like, kind of like one-hit wonder type things. So, you know, just because you get thrown into a situation that's like luck doesn't mean you're in. It's like, what do they say? Opportunity matched with preparedness. Yeah, you have to take advantage of your luck when it arrives, right? Yeah, Squeaks is a great example. Like, Squeaks, I don't really know a whole lot about Squeaks's like career, I guess, but I think he's an example of somebody who repeatedly had people kind of like pull him up, but he's funny as fuck, so then he was able to launch. Same with Emily, right? Like, Emily like had, I think she was on like Schooled. I think Schooled was kind of her big thing, but like, she's really creative and stuff, so like she got put into the spotlight and then she was prepared to do something with that. There's a lot of people that get put in the spotlight and then they don't do anything with it. And then people are like, okay, that person was really funny. We're done. I've seen Sam grow from 30 viewers to now, and there's a reason dedicated. I'm not going to read that out loud because I hate talking about myself. Yeah. Ask me about anything. I have no fucking idea. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I just really like streaming a lot. That's the thing for me is like, I love it. I love this industry. I love it. It gets really exhausting and I go through like times where I'm really tired and I feel like I'm running myself on empty or I feel like I'm not coming up with clever enough ideas. I also don't give myself enough credit. You know, anytime I ever do anything, I always will be like, well, this is why it happened. You know, that wasn't actually me. So I'm really, really hard on myself, but I love it. I love this industry. So like I will like continuously like fight to be a part of it because I really like being I love making content. It's so fun. It scratches the creative itch for me like so much. Emily and I were both on different episodes of the same show before she got tied up with OTK and her content was the same then as it is now and I feel crazy it all took to getting more eyes on it. That's funny. Also I probably am on front page right now to be clear. So don't ever look at my viewership and think that it is what it is. It's the key to your success. You have skyrocketed success just because I wanted it. I just was like excited to be a part of it, you know? There's a lot of like, I'll always go back to like, there's a lot of people that like really want to succeed in this industry, but they like don't really seem like they like it that much, which is like interesting. And I don't say, and I want to rephrase that because there's a lot of people that don't like the industry. That's fair. I mean, don't like the product. They don't like making videos. They don't like streaming. They don't like going live. It's totally valid to not like the industry. It is a shit show and kind of toxic place. How did you end up starting streaming? I think I was exposed to you from Cutie. Kind of the same as everybody else. It was like COVID times. I kind of learned what Twitch was and I was playing a lot of video games and had more time and so I just kind of did it. I'm like there was a lot of people that started streaming in 2020 and I'm one of those people. Like I think I started streaming in the largest boom of streamers that has probably ever existed. Like I am like that random class that was like everybody was fucking that year because 18 years later everybody was graduating. You know what I mean? The Tea Party stream was really fun. I love doing shit like that. I'd love to do more. It's just expensive. So just a fun thing. Started from the Overwatch. Yep. Going live playing Overwatch. Yeah. So that is a long answer. Look like you make an honest living. I mean, I can live in LA, you know, that's cool. I'm happy with that. I hate that people took something so beautiful like music creation and got greedy with it. This industry is so weird because I feel like it's like a bunch of children, including me, you know, like this industry is just like a bunch of people who like, I don't really know how to describe it. Oh, chat on OBS broke for some reason. Okay, I guess I'm reading this one. It's a really weird group of people. Yeah. It's not like business savvy people. Some of them are, to be clear. There's a lot of business savvy people in this industry, but like, I don't know. Yeah, we're all just like a bunch of people that like decided that we wanted to like, I think there's a lot of people in this industry that kind of just like fell into it, you know, like they just, I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird one. We're trying to like be grown-up children. There's a lot of creators that are fully like if you saw them off stream, you would be like, wow, I'm actually really shocked that person is like fully responsible. Like there's a lot of people that have found the balance of acting like children but having their shit together. There's also a lot of people that it's like, nope, not shocked about that at all. Eric. Yeah, Eric's one of those people. Yeah. He may not know. Actually, I think he's been learning how to cook. Every time I see him, he's like, oh, I've been cooking this and I've been cooking this. And he's like, I want to have a dinner party with people because I've been, you know what I mean? Doug. I think that Doug has furniture now, so he's thriving. Yeah, he's got furniture and a girlfriend, so I think that we're on the up and up. I think that he's Boy House probably is being improved. Yeah, he's upgrading. Yeah. Does he have a vacuum or a broom? I would bet everything and anything that Billy has probably covered that many, many months ago. Yeah, I actually haven't been to his house for a long time, and I would imagine it probably looks very different now. Furniture and a girlfriend, all he needs is an air fryer, and he's one in life. I think, yeah. Another Boy House bites the dust. I know. I've been to his house. True. My mom has been to his house before. I think that a lot of 30-year-olds, not sure how old you are, assuming I feel like we're adult children just faking it till we make it. 30 is such a funny age because you've got such a mix of people. Like there's some 30-year-olds that are like early 20s and there's some 30-year-olds that are like 60s. You know what I mean? Like 30 is a crapshoot for people. Squeaks. Guys, I found out Squeaks is only like 2 years older than me. Like, have you ever been in his chat? It's like every other chat message, they're calling him old. Like, nothing hurts worse. You're 38. Yeah. Isn't he like 31? It's the hairline. 54. Oh, no, yeah. I'm 40 and I still feel like I'm lost or trying to figure my shit out. Yeah, the thing about it, though, is like, whenever I start to feel kind of like, definitely like touching 30, I'm getting that kind of anxiety of, am I like doing enough? Am I as far along enough as I should be? And then I try to think about like, well, what's the win? You know what I mean? Like, where's the finish line? It's like, if you can tell me what like a win is, then I can tell you how close I am to that. But I don't really feel like anybody can. So then at that point, it's like, okay, well then I'm fine. The win is wake up tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's so cliche, but it's like, if you live your entire life and do all of the things that you're supposed to do and you have a awful fucking time, then what, you're just going to die and then the same thing's going to happen to you as somebody else that had a great life and was poor. You know what I mean? So I don't like, then at that point, you know, once you start thinking that way, it feels like it's never enough. Someone in their mid-20s, I'm scared to touch 30. People say that it's the best time of your life, but I'm not sure. Any advice? I mean, you'll be scared to touch 40 and you'll be scared to touch 50 and you'll be like, man, I wish that I was almost touching 30. So wear sunscreen, guys. That's my only advice. Wear sunscreen. Yeah, I don't know. I could get like cathartic with it, but I feel like I don't know if I'm the best person to do that anyways. The thing I learned from Big Divorce was I did all of the things I was supposed to. I grew up, I got a job, I bought a house, I got married, I got a dog, and I was fucking miserable. And then I got divorced. I moved to LA to play video games for a living. I live in a shed in somebody's backyard. I'm like the happiest I've ever been in my life. So I don't know, like what do you do? Like, how do you win? And I still have the dog. That's true. I have advice. I don't think so hard about how old you are and where you think you need to be. or have done in your life. There's no timeline you have to follow. Do what makes you happy right now. And if there's changes in the future, let it change. Nothing is wasted if it makes you happy. It's so like I don't know. There's so many things that just matter so much less than we convince ourselves, you know? You just kind of like try to have little wins your whole life and then you die. I got hyper fixated on the camera. Yeah, I think that's actually like the same one that somebody, I'll bookmark that. Okay, I bookmarked those. That should be fine. Bro's been on another tab this whole time. I think that's what I'll do. I mean, and that's not that expensive anyways, so if it doesn't work, then whatever. I just don't want the mic to be like a whole tower. Rode sells omnidirectional mics on their site too. Rode omnidirectional mic. Images. For camera. See, this is the one I have. But I want one that's got it on the back too. Like this. Is this Rode? Is that a back to front one? Let me see. Nope, it's not. It's a shotgun mic. It just doesn't have the pop filter on it. Yeah, this one's wider, but it's still not. You want front to back? So Troy found one on Amazon that was like a cheap one, but it was like a shotgun mic that you had a switch on the top. So you could switch it forward and it would be everything in front of you, and then you could switch it back and you could have everything behind you. Because I have this one right now and it's great. I love this one. But the problem is if I want to film you talking, I do this. And if I want to film you doing a kickflip, but me narrating, then I have to take this off and I have to snap it onto here, which means I have to put it on something. And then I have to do that. And that's fucking annoying because I do it a lot. So it's like, if this thing could swivel, that would be great, which is what that link was that somebody just sent in chat, is an adapter to make it swivel. But it'd be nice if it was front and back and I could just go like, you know what I mean? Lav mic. Well, the problem with the lav mic is, I would, if I'm recording me, great, but then it's like, if I want to record you, then I have to like, you know, it's just all annoying. I mean, whatever. Just mount it vertically. Like sideways. Can those cameras take 2 audio inputs at once? I don't know. It doesn't, not port wise. What's the camera? The Sony ZV-E10. E10 these nuts. So like the mic is standing up. Well, then it's gonna get the planes. You have one track of the shotgun mic and then the one lav at your phone. Yeah, but then I have to sync them. I just want the easy solution, you know? I don't want the one that takes more steps, because that would take me 10 times longer than just switching the mic. So, mic is great. Yes, it's a mic on Twitter. Caitlin, this is all the Wheel of Fortune. This is a Wheel of Fortune clip. Are you...
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
No. Blake.
This is the best.
Yeah, that's it.
Right in the butt. Best Wheel of Fortune moments. Right in the butt. I see those and I feel like they're not real, you know? I will not accept my links ban if Caitlyn gets away with this. Listen, you got your win. Just take the win, all right? Just take the win. Give it like 6 months. I'm stupid. You'll probably get it again. He's valid for that. Exactly. Yeah, but anyways, anybody else have any other big questions that require 30-minute answers? The slow descent into talking about the life's meaning. What is good in life? I don't want to say the answer. What's the meaning of life? There is none, and it's awesome. Because if there's no meaning to life, then you can't do it wrong. I have a question. I don't need 6 months. I could say the same shit tomorrow and there's a good chance you'd fall for it. Don't tell me that. Yeah, that's the thing, Soup, is he spaces it out. He's playing the long game. Gum has gotten mintier lately. Yeah. Yeah. Where'd you get your cool pants? Buffalo Exchange. Love Buffalo Exchange. And I noticed, so I was in the mirror and I noticed there's like yellow right here. You see this? And I was like, oh man, what did I do to my pants? And then I was thinking about it and I was like, I don't think I did anything. Because I only made the ginger ale and there was nothing on that that would have gotten a stain that yellow. It would. I haven't eaten anything or worn these when I've done anything, so I think that they came like this. They're a thrift store buy. What was the first video game you ever played? Spyro. He has Rust pants. I heard that Brody's gonna be grinding Rust. That's you. You guys are. It's gonna become so degenerate. Sam Insurance has denied my arm 3 times. What do I do? We could go take it. They don't know why we need it. I could get it. They don't see the vision. Have you shown them a photoshopped... Okay, somebody needs to Photoshop Mike with the arm with a gun in the arm. This could go very well or terrible for you. It could go one of 2 ways. Or maybe, okay, so we go to one of 2 ways, Mike. We Photoshop you with a cool gun, but then we also Photoshop you helping like an orphan out of a tree. Or like putting out a fire at an orphanage or something. And then we kind of just, we slide both of the photos across the table and we say, which one do you like better? And then they pick one and we say, that's the vision. Video footage leaks of Mike putting the orphan in the tree. He's like, well, I got him out though. So I don't know why everybody's having a big fuss. Yeah. Mike is using the gun to save someone. He's helping crime. Solving crime. I don't... You know what I mean? Helping crime, right? We're about to watch a bunch of crime. Maybe half of it wouldn't have happened if Mike had a gun with a robot arm. Yeah. Use the gun to create the orphan, then save the orphan. And we might end up in a Batman situation, actually. So, the only way to stop a bad guy is Mike with a gun. Yeah. I think that there's a lot of opportunity. Okay, here's what I think, Mike. Second option. Surely there's enough people in chat that if everybody really commits to making one of the parts of the arm, then we could put all of the parts together to make the arm. So like if my job is like one specific screw, I'm going to spend a really long time making it the best that it could possibly be. And then we put all of the parts together. It's like a Twitch assembly line. I'm only good with wood, but I'm in. Yeah, we could incorporate it somewhere. Yep. This is the only way I could get myself out of the house in a fire, and they're like, no. That's crazy. You're like, no, it's okay. I just pay you guys every month to tell me to go fuck myself. I'll make the weenus. You gotta have a good one of these. You're like the Henry Ford of Twitch without the anti-sentiment. True. That's what they've been saying, actually. Health insurance companies are murderers. It's crazy like how often you have to call your own insurance company when they have one job. Like that one time I had that bill that I called them and I was like, hi, what? And they were like, oh, no, you're right. Gotcha. Sorry. Whoops. It's like, what is your job? You take my money and then you disperse it to hospitals or whoever, wherever it goes. Like, it's not like you need to personally take my money and walk it down the street to give it to whoever needs to be paid. Like, I don't understand. It's drove me fucking nuts. Our job is to make it as difficult as possible for you to exceed in making any claim at all. Yeah. They believe their job ends with you take my money. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. It's a bad system. It's a bad system. Maybe you could hot swap with Brody. He's coming here. There's a free space over there. They have good healthcare. Maybe we could just be like, hey, heard you guys have an open slot. Just wondering if I could just nestle in here. And some random dingleberry working on an insurance company call center GD says the doctors don't know what you need deeply or something's deeply wrong. Yeah. Let me over there. Yep. Yep. God damn it. Did you see Kai had Kevin Hart? I did. I saw Kai had Kevin Hart on his stream. Debatably one of the most unfunny comedians in my opinion. Keep the celebs off of Twitch. I feel like it's like, can we keep like you know what I mean? Can we just keep this corner without like the A-list celebrities? I don't know. Yeah, 300,000. I saw that. T-Pain though. Yeah, it's true. We keep T-Pain. Australian government pays me $30,000 a year to spend on certain permitted things for mental health things I need. I'll never forget sitting around the table with Brody and all of his friends telling them what health insurance is like here and having them act like I had just told them that I had personally stabbed 3 people because of like how shocked they were. I was like, yeah, that's how it is. This will be a battle we lose every time under a capitalist organization of the economy. Yeah. I think he can be funny, but people pay him millions of dollars to be the same painfully unfunny character. The character that they have decided Kevin Hart is insufferable. Like the role they put him in movies is insufferable. Like I can't do it. I can't do it. Although I don't know what he's like. Yeah. They just show up. Do you like The Rock? He's a nothing burger to me. I don't know. It's kind of just like, okay, The Rock's in another thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, it's It just isn't, it's nothing. I do, however, value the entertainment of Kai bringing celebrities onto Twitch, because I think a celebrity's first interaction with Twitch being Kai is such a funny interaction, because he's got so much energy and his chat is so like chaotic, and like his stream room has cheetah print floor, and like I think it's so funny because it's such an interesting like depiction of like what the platform is, and I really enjoy watching celebrities be like, what is this part of the internet that I'm learning about? They're so, yeah, they're a complete fish out of water. Yeah. Yeah. It's so funny. There's a lot of content that Kai does that I'll watch it and I'll kind of be like, but I'll always give him the credit of like, he is doing a lot. like he has become successful on the platform and has taken a lot of the resources that he's gotten from that and put them towards back into his career. You know what I mean? Like, he goes full send with a lot of the shit that he does, you know? I also don't keep up with celebs. I think I keep up with A-list celebs so much less than, like, micro-influencer drama. You know what I mean? Like, random Instagram accounts that I follow, like, stuff like that. Like, I couldn't tell you what any of the most famous people in the world are doing, but take like a couple tiers down and I like, it's like, oh, did you hear the drama? But you know what I mean? Except the New York situation, that pissed me off a lot. Yeah, that was annoying. You know what else was annoying is when, I think it was IGN, like, said that Kai beat Elden Ring in one stream, but included that for no fucking reason, which was like, I don't know, it felt like racism, to be honest, to be completely transparent. It was just like they couldn't possibly say like a black man's win without also including something that was not great. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Because it's like, was that kind of a chaotic thing that he did? Yeah, it was not great. Did it have anything to do with him beating Elden Ring? No, it didn't. I've only seen clips of Kai and it's way too chaotic for me. His content can be a little chaotic. I watched the stream of him going to a frat party and I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. But you know, I'll give somebody credit where credit's due. The author of the article DM'd Kai like a whole apology. Good. They owed him one. It was yucky. It was you know, like, as an individual, whatever, you can say whatever you want, but I think it's damaging for like creators of color to feel like if they get wins, they're also going to be weighed against anything else, like society, you know, like it is in society. Yeah, that will inherently make a percentage of people not even try. Yeah, I think so. I think that, like, just being a person in front of large audiences is really scary, and it's notably scary for you know, people of marginalized groups for lots of different reasons. And so when things like that come to fruition, where it's like that's damaging for a lot of people and communities. Remember when we learned that your fans are also Kai Cenat fans? The overlap is like, I was like, okay. I mean, it's not surprising because of how big of a reach he has, and Twitch really doesn't have like a humongous pot of viewers. Like, Kai Senate fans, I think, go watch him and then they leave when he's not live. So it's kind of funny. Like, there's a lot of people on this platform that I wouldn't even say they bring people to the platform. They bring people to watch them, and then when they're offline, they go. So I was surprised. I was like, what?
Fuck me! That's so many crimes!
What's your favorite Kevin Hart joke?
Couldn't tell ya. What do you think your top 3 viewer crossovers are? I actually saw it today on my dashboard and it's not shocking at all. If you go to, let's see, if I go to overview, no, if I go to discovery, where is it? I see it all the time. Home. I can't show you this because it's got a bunch of analytics stuff on it. Long story short is there's a section on your homepage that shows you stuff, and it says, this is what it says. It says insights for you, make friends, level up your streams, and then it says in your community, and then it says a Spectacor subscribes to me, and then it says Mercus subscribes to me, and then it says your viewers also watch Cutie Cinderella, Caroline Kwan. I was like, this is shocking. Nobody could have expected that. And they always have it at the bottom, and it's like a little piece that's always so uninsightful. Like, okay. Yeah, who could have seen that coming? Level up your stream. Twitch could be a lot better about analytics that they give you about your streams. I will say that, like, I think that analytics about Twitch are a lot less important than analytics about, like, YouTube and stuff, because you can only... I hate this, that my camera... You can't control your analytics on Twitch as much as on YouTube, because YouTube is a premeditated, I can make this intro, I can do this, I can do this, I can edit this, I can make the pacing this. But like analytics for Twitch are a little bit less effective because it's like a lot of it's just like, well, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. That being said, it'd be cool. Scrolling with middle finger is throwing me off. Why do you do it? I hate the way that this is because of like the curve of my camera. When I put my hand here, it makes it look really long and gross. So like, I like to, it makes my hands look gross. I use pointer. I'm not even going to talk about how I put my hand on my keyboard. I'm not even going to do that. I've always used my middle finger. Nothing wrong with a rusty spoon. Did you guys see that Salad Fingers is 20 years old? I don't understand what's happening with my camera. It just did this one day. Hold on. Like, white. See, none of these are really like correct. I can't fix it because it's like. It's not good. Like, none of the options are good. All the options are gross. I think this is like the closest we're gonna get. We'll figure it out. Back to the webcam, dude. Don't even start with me. Is this the Elgato? What, camera? What I could do, probably, that would... I could adjust my key light, but I hate it. Is it the light color and the mic throwing it off? It's the light color. I need to plug this back in. Light. Okay, I plugged the bridge in so I can change that. That back there is probably fucking it up because it's trying to overcompensate. Wait until the thing boots up. And then we're watching crime. Crime time. Okay, let's do something more neutral. More neutral and less bright. Okay. There we go. Crime time! Crime time! Yeah, that looks better. I just need to like keep that lamp not so bright because it focuses on that and then it tries to fix it. It's Thursday, boys! Okay, so Hannah has sent me a lot of things. A lot of videos for us to watch. I was gonna do Crime Night Bingo. That was what I said, and then I started making the bingo board, and it was way harder than I thought it was going to be, because I was like, well, this could be a case about this. I don't know what to put on the bingo board, is basically what I'm saying. So we're going to have to make the bingo board. I'm going to have help. If you want to plan for it ahead, I can help you. Yeah, I need help, because I didn't know what to put on the bingo board, and I also was like, well, I can't put that on there because that's a little insensitive, you know? So yeah, a crime is committed, right? It's like, okay. Hannah, I'm going to watch the ones you DM'd me earlier.
Storage.
There we go. I've dabbled in crime. I've crimed once or two in my life. Any crime havers? There are too many options for a crime bingo board. Well, the thing is it's like, what if you're watching one video and none of them apply, and then you're watching another one and they all apply, you know? Because it has to be kind of, yeah. Hot criminal, actually, is a good one. Someone is being a suspect but turns out to be innocent. Yeah, so you have to have you guys help me with this. Maybe at the end of stream, after we've watched them, we can come up with some ideas. So... Crime Night. We're watching crime documentaries on YouTube. Reminder, heavy topics, murder, of the likes. So if that's not your cup of tea, I understand. Probably are more normal for not wanting to watch that stuff. And also reminder that although we like to joke about a lot of things, and I'm one of those people that likes to say a little quirky thing if I'm uncomfortable, don't be a dick because they're real people, you know what I mean? So just like have a thought before it comes out of your mouth is basically what I am gonna say. Yeah, that's it. That's all. Okay, here we go. This is the first video that Han sent. It's called A Case with the Most Insane Twist You've Ever Heard. And yes, this channel has like 7 videos with the same title, so I couldn't tell you what it's going to be about, but it's going to have the most insane twist that you've ever heard. Get ready for a fucking twist.
911, what's the address to your emergency? I'm on the lake. I'm sorry, I can't understand you. What's
how
the
many
address?
miles from Santa Fe?
I'm on the lake, but I don't know where. My husband he had a stroke and he fell over. Are you out in a boat? Yeah. Is he awake? No. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
He's in the water? He's gone. I've been looking for him
under the water.
At some point before this 911 call, a tragic accident occurred. Lori Eisenberg's husband Larry disappeared into the freezing water. However, as investigators searched tirelessly for the missing man, they were shocked by a dark secret that came bubbling up to the surface. Prior to this horrific ordeal, 68-year-old Larry and 66-year-old Lori lived their lives together as prominent members of the Cougar Gulch community of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Larry and Lori each had several children from previous relationships, and those close to the couple reported that they never argued and were always complimented.
Is this a real bear in the background, or is it like a statue or something? Why is there? The bear did it. Fuck, the bear's not supposed to be the one that does it. God damn it.
Each other. This detail makes what happens next all the more heartbreaking. On the morning of February 13th, 2018, Larry and Lori set off for a sunrise boat ride on Lake Coeur d'Alene. But before departing, Larry sent his daughter a photo of the sunrise. Larry also messaged one of his good friends that morning and mentioned not feeling well enough to fish. However, the couple still went ahead with their plans. Then, just a few hours later, the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office received that frantic 911 call at 10:25 a.m.
Are you out in a boat? What? Yeah.
Lori's voice sounds panicked. When someone is in fight or flight mode, respiration increases and mucous membranes dry up. This dryness includes the vocal cords, which can affect the sound of someone's voice. Then Lori gave the operator more information about what had happened to her husband.
He was driving the boat, and he stood up fast, and he said that something's wrong with the motor. And so then he unzipped the cover thing and went to the front of the boat. He turned towards me to say something about the electric motor, and his face.
One of the more weird, I had my speaker turned on. One of the more weird things that they say in the interrogation videos about their throat drying up is like when the people cough a lot in the interrogation, and they're like, sometimes when they are getting interrogated, they get nervous, and so their throats dry up, and that's why they're coughing, because they're nervous. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake.
The majority of the chilling body cam footage in this case has never been seen before. The footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney and former criminal prosecutor, and a former licensed professional counselor. Officers arrived at the closest shoreline just after 11 a.m. and sent a rescue fireboat to retrieve Lori and bring her back to shore for medical attention. Deputies pressed Lori for any information she held regarding Larry's last known location.
Hey, Lori, my name is Deputy Baum, and I'm with the Sheriff's Office. I'm just going to try to ask you some questions so we can kind of figure out where to go from here. Okay? Can you tell me, how'd you get the bloody nose?
I fell down.
You fell down.
So
okay.
she fell against
I was
him.
trying to grab him.
Okay. Can you tell me about how far you were when he fell in?
Closer to
Strawberry
this
chicken
side.
salad again.
Okay, closer to this side. Okay. Did you see any houses or big trees or landmarks?
In the water.
Okay. It's
No,
okay.
I didn't see. He said he didn't feel good, and he was doing things weird, and then he went up to the motor, and the motor was...
Do we think that she did it? Do we think she did it? Do we think she pushed him in? I don't know what else it would be. Yeah. Okay. She sounds a little hysterical in the way of like, seems a little sassy. A little sassy. Is this the most insane? Well, it does have an insane twist. If we're all assuming she did it, it has an insane twist. So maybe she didn't do it.
It wasn't broken, it was the other motor.
Okay.
And then I said, why are you doing that? And he turned to look at me, and his face just looked...
One thing that they also say watching a bunch of these that I actually am starting to get behind, it's one of the like psychology things that I'm like, well, is whenever their story is like so detailed about what happened, it's like sus. Like they'll be telling the story and they're just like not being pressed for, they're just like, they've got a whole, like that one's one of the ones that it's like, okay.
Okay.
It looked awful, and then it just started to fall, and I tried to get the door open and get to him, and I couldn't grab him, and I fell.
Okay.
Lori stated that she didn't call 911 until 1.5 to 2 hours after Larry fell overboard because she said she couldn't find a phone during that time. The distraught wife also claimed that Larry broke the ignition switch just before the incident, which meant that she had to manually get the motor running again. Then Lori said she zoomed around the area looking for Larry, but chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of fear that she'd lose track of the location. So instead, she repeatedly honked the boat's horn in hopes of finding help.
That's fair, though.
It wasn't until she retrieved a blanket to stay warm that she finally found Larry's cell phone and called 911. However, she said the phone fell into the lake after making that call. During this interaction, the officer noted that Lori's emotions regarding the help of law enforcement appeared to be genuine, desperate, and appreciative. After leaving Lori with the medics again, the officer pulled aside another deputy and informed him that although this appeared to be a tragic accident, they still needed to investigate any possible foul play.
Cases like this, even if there's something suspicious or you think there might be something, you always be smart and you always, real sensitive with these people when they're, because it could be just totally legit what they said, and it could be something totally different.
The officer understands the importance of building rapport, as he would be more likely to get information from someone if they feel they can trust him. Officers also discussed the difficulty of finding Larry in the water based on the clothes he'd been wearing and their belief that he was likely already dead.
Because especially after this long, but over 2 hours, we're in recovery anyways.
She's right there.
If she, she's right there. Fuck, man. It's a crazy thing to, if she killed him, it's crazy because it's if you're saying that he had a stroke and he fell in and then they find the body, then you're fucked. So you just you've told them where he fell in and given them a location to find the body, which means they'll be able to find it, which means they'll be able to figure out why he died. It's just kind of a little silly.
Oh, I think she knows at this point.
I think so too, but just in case.
Finally, medical personnel assisted Lori to an awaiting ambulance.
That's an
for
asshole
further
answer.
observation.
She probably knows at this point.
Next, officers had the Eisenbergs' boat towed to a nearby boat launch for evaluation. Upon boarding the vessel, detectives immediately noticed blood spatter in several areas, presumably from Lori's nosebleed. Despite Lori's claims about the ignition switch breaking just before Larry fell into the water, officers located the kill switch and lanyard on the floor. Investigators found this odd because the kill switch and lanyard must be attached to the ignition in order for the motor to run. Furthermore, the ignition key had clearly been bent, suggesting that there may have been some kind of struggle. Deputies also found various other keys and Lori's purse, which contained a near-empty naked juice bottle.
Can we make a prediction based on yesterday? Do we think that she left something blatantly obvious in the boat? Something a blatantly obvious thing. Because everyone I've watched, they've left something just stupid.
The items were all seized as evidence, and the boat was then transported to a nearby parking bay for storage. The truck that Larry and Lori had used to tow the boat was also examined. While they didn't find anything particularly out of the ordinary, one officer noted Lori's misplaced cell phone in addition to an unknown spilled liquid in the cup holder and a bottle of allergy medication with the active ingredient diphenhydramine in the center console. While this type of over-the-counter antihistamine is commonly used to treat allergies, fevers, and cold, it's also known to cause drowsiness. Now, stick a pin in that little detail because it will be very important later. Unfortunately, Lori's lack of accurate knowledge regarding Larry's last known location resulted in a vast search area. Therefore, it was decided that the rescue diver should be dismissed from the scene and a sonar team should be utilized instead. Search and rescue helicopters also flew back and forth over the expansive lake in hopes of spotting Larry, but to no avail. Later that same day, sonar rescue teams spent 3.5 hours on the frigid lake searching for Larry until it was too dark to see. However, at this point, the effort was being treated as a recovery mission rather than rescue, as surviving in such harsh conditions would have been nearly impossible. Meanwhile, an officer met with Lori at the hospital where she'd been treated for the nosebleed in an effort to establish a more defined search area by showing her a map of the lake.
What we're trying to gather is the best location that we can, as far as where you guys were, where you think, and it's Larry, right? Okay, Larry.
Initially, Lori's left hand is relaxed and open on her leg. As the detective mentions her husband's name, she clasps her hands, which could be an adapter behavior to help herself feel better. However, it wouldn't be abnormal for someone in a situation like this to feel stress, especially if they genuinely couldn't remember the exact location that their spouse fell into the water. The deputy also asked Lori for more information regarding how Larry fell into the water and what exactly had happened with the boat's motor.
So let's fast forward up to the point where he starts having his medical issue. Kind of explain that part to me.
He had said something about, I'm sort of waking up, and he said something about the resort. I think he said, "There's the resort." And then he stood up, and he sort of, matter of fact, I think it broke the key. He sort of leaned on the key, sort of odd.
Why would you know that?
When asked about the bent ignition key, Lori appeared confused, as though she was trying to come up with an explanation. Next, Lori explained how she initially attempted to search for her husband in the water, but she still didn't seem to have her story straight.
So I was driving around, and then I realized I was turned around, because I do remember then I sort of stopped and said, "Stop, Lori, stop." And thinking back on it now, I think I may have been turned around. I was trying to think about this. It seems to me we were closer to the, I now know the east side where it's more trees.
I think she was. I think she was doing laps to make sure his body didn't float back up to the surface.
Houses, I don't think that there were a lot of houses right there, but they were sort of far away, and I wasn't looking far away.
Sure.
I have no idea how
Larry,
long,
you stay down
I
there.
do have my phone with me, and his phone is usually in his pocket, so I had assumed his phone was gone. And then
How long did it feel? I mean,
100%. If she was doing donuts for an hour and a half, she was 100% making sure that he was staying down there, like just doing laps, just being like, it doesn't float back up. And then once he didn't float back up, she was like, okay, I'm gonna go call for help now.
obviously, a minute can feel like a lifetime in those situations, but
it could have been a half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay.
When the detective asks how long it felt like, Lori rubs her hands on her legs and then clasps her hands. These are both adapter signs that indicate she's likely feeling stressed by this question.
So you didn't find anything today?
So our sonar team is out there right now. Okay, so essentially what happens when we have a big search area like this, our sonar team has to find him first before the dive team. So I'm a member of our dive team. Okay, so I will go get Larry, but we can't search an area like that because of the depth. As divers, we can't go that deep for more than about 6 minutes at a time.
Lori is rubbing her hands together as she asks if they found anything, another sign of stress.
Okay, so they're in our impound lot, as well as your cell phone and the car keys, which were in the truck. Because this is a criminal investigation at this point, we have to keep those until we clear it up and say, okay, no foul play. That's our job to make sure that gets done correctly.
You have to keep my cell phone out all the time?
Yes.
5 days later, on February 18th, detectives called Lori and asked her to accompany the sonar team on the lake, as their efforts to locate Larry had still been unsuccessful. While she agreed, Lori couldn't recall any specific landmarks and seemed to offer minimal help to the searchers.
What about my Clash of Clans?
This lack of information struck investigators as odd, but even more strange was her behavior. Throughout the search, Lori would joke around and laugh before suddenly breaking down into tears for no reason. The officer also noticed that she would abruptly stop crying to continue conversations. But of course, everyone grieves differently, so Lori wasn't considered a suspect in Larry's disappearance. Emotions are very complex. After someone loses a loved one, they may feel guilty for smiling or laughing because they believe that because of their loss, they shouldn't be happy. Grief often ebbs and flows, and there may be happy moments followed by very sad ones.
I would be like,
however,
I would be so fucked because when things happen that are kind of stressful for me, I don't do anything for a long time, and then I'll have these weird little expressions of emotion that come out weird, And so I just, like, if somebody, like, if something traumatic happened and the cops wanted to talk to me, they'd be like, that's really weird. You're sitting there and you're not crying, and you asked if we could order canes. So this seems a little bit suspicious. And I'd be like, yeah, I know.
Later that day, the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office received 2 separate calls concerning suspicious activity at Larry and Lori's residence, a remote cabin 20 minutes southwest of town, which they had once called Our Paradise. The callers, both neighbors of the Eisenbergs, said that Lori was acting out of character and appeared to have family members helping move all their belongings out of the house, which Lori told them she planned to sell immediately. Furthermore, the neighbors reported unusual sounds coming from the home at night that they had never heard before Larry's disappearance. While nothing ever came of these supposed strange noises, the reports certainly piqued the interest of investigators. Then, on February 21st, a shocking revelation was made that sent the case in a whole new direction. The North Idaho Housing Coalition, where Lori had proudly worked for years, announced that she would no longer be employed due to possible fraudulent activity. As it turns out, the coalition accountant noticed some irregularities and ordered an internal audit, citing the initial theft value to be around $500,000. This news came as a major shock to those who knew Lori because she had no prior criminal record, and according to law enforcement, seemed like the most normal person you could encounter. Sensing that something wasn't quite right, Larry's children requested to speak with investigators about their concerns.
So I don't know why they'd rearrange it to take the boat out in the winter. It's icier. I mean, I'm just trying to park the camper today. That's why I'm soaking wet. It was just a mess and a disaster. Lori's always cold. I don't understand why they'd be out on the lake in the first place. I mean, this isn't when they'd be fishing or doing that.
Then, Larry's son described Lori's strange behavior in the past few days since his father's disappearance.
It's the second or third sentence out of her mouth today when I saw her for the first time coming over to help was how we're going to start divvying everything up, and it's just, and I'm gone. Maybe it's just my grief, because I've never dealt with grief, but it literally, it just doesn't feel right.
It's important.
Oh, is he kind of snitching a little bit? Like, it sounds like he's sussy and he's putting it all out there. Good for him.
Important to trust your intuition and gut feelings. It's possible that Larry's son has picked up on some subtle body language cues from Lori that are sending alarm bells ringing in his own head. He's likely spent a decent amount of time with Lori prior to
is that his stepmom? Is that his? Oh, I thought that was his mom. As his stepmom? Oh, yeah. Okay.
This incident, so he has a good idea of what her typical or baseline behavior is. He may recognize that she's acting different from her baseline, and he may suspect that her altered behavior isn't just a result of grief.
Well, and I can tell you what she told me to kind of make some of it make sense. And you tell me if it's far off, if you've heard something different. Essentially, she told me that they got out to the lake, they wanted to see the sunrise. He took a picture of the sunrise and sent it to his daughter. And was that you? And you received that? Yeah. And she said about 6:41 in the morning.
The officer tried to explain Lori's side of the story, but Larry's children still weren't buying it.
They often would go boating, just to go out, but I don't know why they were out there being so cold. Apparently they were sick. We didn't know they were sick.
It's just something isn't sitting right.
Next, the detective explained how the sonar teams were working to find Larry.
As far as the search goes, they'll check the high probability area. And then if that yields no results after a while, because they'll make passes this way, then they make passes this way, then they do diagonal passes, because if you imagine the way a sonar is, it's like shining a flashlight, and they're looking for shadows that would reflect a person.
At the end of their conversation, the detective reaffirmed his theory that Lori had nothing to do with Larry's disappearance.
In my personal opinion, it's not serious enough to where I would think that some sort of homicide would occur from it. And again, that is a personal opinion. That is not a professional statement of the sheriff's office.
After Larry's family had left, the detective summarized their conversation with another officer.
I went and spoke with the wife yesterday, because after seeing the stuff in the boat, and they're like, yeah, there's some stuff, and then speaking with her, it's an accident. And when you looked at the boat, it was where, I mean, with the blood, no fishing gear, the key was bent, almost looked like a struggle, and you're like, and there's just too much to go, nah. But I just said, hey, explain it to me. She answered every question without me asking the question. She answered my questions.
Still, the next day, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenberg home relating to Lori's fraud accusations. The search of Larry and Lori's home revealed several disturbing pieces of evidence, including black latex gloves and paper towels with what appeared to be dried blood on them, a Ziploc bag containing an unknown white powder, and more suspected dried blood on a concrete floor outside the residence. The lead detective working the case interviewed Lori right away at her home and confronted her with their findings. She claimed the blood they found on the gloves and paper towels was her own, but insisted that she had no knowledge of the other presumed bloodstains. Forensic testing later revealed that the reddish marks on the concrete floor had actually been caused by a wood stain that had dripped while staining boards, but that wasn't enough to keep Lori off the hook. On February 27th, Lori was arrested without incident on 40 counts of forgery and 1 count of grand theft. Lori's bail was set at $75,000 and was posted the following day by one of her daughters. But a horrifying discovery was still right around the corner. On March 1st, 16 days after Larry vanished into the icy water, a man's body was discovered floating face down near the shoreline of Lake Coeur d'Alene, roughly 3 miles from where Lori said Larry went overboard.
We got him, boys.
The property owner told dispatch that the body hadn't been there when they last checked 2 days before. Officers also didn't see any signs of suspicious trauma on the body, and based on the victim's clothing, they felt confident that they had finally located Larry. Authorities then moved the body out of the water for further examination. The following day, an autopsy confirmed the body is Larry, but that's not all the medical examiner found. Toxicological testing revealed lethal levels of diphenhydramine, an antihistamine with sedative properties in Larry's system. While overdoses of this drug are rare, experts agree that this drug is fast-acting and can be fatal when too much is ingested in a short period. Moreover, the medical examiner's findings suggested that Larry had likely died before entering the water, as there were no signs of drowning or a stroke, as Lori has claimed. As well, his body appeared to have ceased—
I'm sorry, but like killing somebody via like some sort of like substance and then dumping their body and then calling the police and telling the police where the body was dumped is like one of the most brainless things that I've ever heard of. Like, literally, like, does she not know how autopsies work? Like, did she genuinely, like, she actually was like, well, you know, there might be a body right here. Good luck. That's crazy.
Metabolic activity before entering the water.
I think she probably just is dumb. She probably thought that like it would make him fall asleep and then he would fall in the water and drown and then all of the stuff in his body would just dissolve and that, you know what I mean? Like she probably just, you know what I mean?
Authorities chose not to release the autopsy results immediately, but in an earlier statement given to police, Lori mentioned that her husband took numerous pills each day and was often forgetful when it came to taking the correct dosage. It's possible that Lori was being honest about Larry's forgetfulness with his pills. An alternative theory is that she was providing this information in advance just in case his body was recovered
You
and
told
the
him where
drugs
it
were found in
was.
his
I'm
system.
sorry, what?
Lori also claimed that Larry had recently been feeling sick with flu-like symptoms, but no one else seemed to recall Larry being under the weather when speaking directly to him. The only time Larry mentioned being sick was in the text he had sent to his friend the morning he disappeared. Now, that's assuming the message had actually come from Larry, of course. A few days later, deputies interviewed Lori's son regarding some suspicious phone activity, and unlike Larry's children, he was very supportive of his mother. Despite not having Larry's cell phone, an expert analyst identified that it had last pinged off a tower near Lori's son's home after Larry's disappearance, which was odd given Lori said it had fallen into the lake on February 13th. Still, her son denied ever being in possession of the device, saying, "I swear on my life, on my children's life, I have no knowledge of that phone. I love Larry and I will do anything to help you guys." When someone makes such an extreme statement, such as swearing on their life, the life of a family member, or even referencing God, this can sometimes be an indicator of deception. They may be trying to convince you to believe them by attempting to dress up the lie. However, it's important to not take a single indicator as proof that someone is lying. You need to look at the whole picture and multiple
That's like
indicators.
the opposite for me. Like if I like if I swear on somebody's life, that's like, I'm like, no, you need to believe me. Like, I don't think I've ever like done that when I've been actually lying. I don't lie very often. I'm bad at lying. My parents are really good at sussing out lying, and so when I was a kid, every time I tried to lie, I would get caught. So now as an adult, I'm just like a bad liar. I just can't. I feel guilty doing it. But like, that's what I say when I actually mean it. I don't think I would say that if I didn't mean it. I'm too superstitious.
Not just one. This type of language is also only a red flag if you get a baseline of how they speak normally. If someone uses this type of language when discussing innocuous things, it wouldn't be considered a red flag. However, if they only start adding this type of language during touchy topics, it would be something to pay attention to. Then, around late May, Lori missed 2 court dates related to the fraud case and was reported to be on the lam. As a result, a $500,000 warrant was issued for her arrest, with bounty hunters hot on her trail. In the meantime, investigators continued questioning those close to Larry and Lori, and before long, cracks in their perfect relationship began to emerge. For example, one source remarked that while they appeared happy together, Larry had made several comments in recent months about Lori's excessive spending habits, specifically about how much she helped her children financially. Investigators also learned that Lori had a history of betrayal, as she had allegedly been unfaithful to her first husband with 3 different men, one of which was Larry. Not to mention her disloyalty to the Coalition Board of Directors, who had treated her very well over the years. Detectives also uncovered handwritten changes to Larry's will that had reportedly been made by Lori roughly a month before his passing. The modifications left 80% of Larry's estate to Lori's children and only 20% to his own biological children.
Ooh.
Money, drugs, and love are the 3 most common motives for murder, and anyone with any of these motives in relation to the victim will be looked at closely. With Lori still on the run, authorities released the autopsy results to the public and labeled the case a full-fledged homicide investigation.
Oh, boy.
While medical professionals typically advise between 100 and 1,000 nanograms of diphenhydramine for adults, the report stated that Larry's body contained a staggering 7,100 nanograms of the drug at the time of his death. Authorities even interviewed Larry's doctor to see if they had noticed any signs of an imminent stroke or other medical anomalies. Still, they reported he was the healthiest.
How do you even like when I think of somebody dying via like something like that, it's like, "Ew, hee hee, I put it in your lemonade." Like the naked juice. Yep. Like, I don't even know how the logistics of that even
he'd
work
been
out.
in his adult life. The doctor also commented that diphenhydramine would not have been prescribed or suggested to Larry, given
Had to
his
be the
age.
naked juice. Yeah, sometimes
Based on
they're
all
really
the evidence
chalky
gathered,
too, so maybe they wouldn't
investigators
notice.
theorized that Lori had sent Larry's daughter the text message that morning before poisoning Larry by mixing the drug in the bottle of naked juice found aboard the boat, although that assumption has not been publicly.
Why do they always leave it in the car? It's every goddamn time. Every single time they leave like a cleaning agent, they leave the murder weapon, they leave the poison. Like, come on.
Verified. Then, after succumbing to the effect of the diphenhydramine toxicity, he fell overboard just offshore from his recovery site. They also believed that Lori intentionally used the trolling motor to drive the boat away from that location before calling 911. The remaining question was, why? Neither possessed life insurance, so that was ruled out as a motive. However, detectives learned that if Larry died, Lori would become the benefactor of their estate,
Yeah, true, King.
thus allowing her to pay the restitution
caught.
required for her criminal theft. They also discerned from speaking with friends and family that at the time of his death, Larry didn't know what Lori had been doing at the North Idaho Housing Coalition, and that he would have been very upset upon finding out about her criminal behavior. Her alleged motive of financial gain was potentially confirmed when a source close to the family, believed to be one of Lori's children, told investigators that when they asked her why she had stolen the money from the North Idaho Housing Coalition, she stated, "I did it for you guys because I'm trying to help you guys out. What am I supposed to do when my daughters need help and are crying? I did it for you guys." Here, Lori is refusing to take responsibility for her own actions and instead is blaming her children.
I mean,
it's possible that she felt judgment from her kids about what she
That's
did,
fucked.
so she attempted to manipulate them into feeling
Okay,
grateful by
Lori.
claiming that she only took it for them. Finally, in July, after 2 months on the run, Lori turned herself into the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office. It's believed she'd been staying with family in California during this time. Of course, investigators were eager to speak with Lori regarding the suspected murder of her husband, but they had to wait until the fraud case was settled in court. 6 months later, Lori entered a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft. She was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. Following an extensive investigation, Lori's 4 daughters also entered guilty pleas for single counts of conspiracy to commit federal program theft. They were each sentenced to house arrest and probation, with over $50,000 to be paid in fines. Following her sentencing, Lori was interviewed about Larry's suspicious death, and detectives started by giving her a rundown of the story they had so far.
You guys headed to the lake early that morning, got on a boat, as though he had a stroke and then fell into the water. Is that fairly accurate as far as the course of events?
I don't think I thought he had a stroke. I didn't know what was wrong.
There is a significant delay in Lori responding to the detective's question. Behavioral pauses can be indicators of deception, but it does depend on the context of the question. Some questions require thought, while other questions should lead to a fairly quick response. Lori has likely talked about what happened that day multiple times by this point, so if her story was true, this should have been a fairly easy question to answer. Then detectives got right down to the hard questions.
So the end result is, quite frankly, did you kill Larry or didn't you kill Larry? And that's what we got to dial the facts in to support one way or another.
Prior to the detective asking if she killed Larry, Lori's body was still. However, as soon as he mentioned the possibility that she was involved in Larry's death, her foot started tapping, which is likely an anchor point movement signaling her anxiety.
I hate that
When
tapping
someone is sitting
movement.
in a chair, their body is anchored to the floor in 3 areas: buttocks,
I hate
back,
when people.
and
This
feet.
is a very weird specific thing. I've always been like this. I hate when people do movements with their ankles that look slow and strained. So like somebody slowly tapping their foot, I'm imagining the kind of like slow strain on their ankle, and it like makes me kind of a little nauseous. It's so odd.
If there's movement in any of these areas after a question is asked, it could indicate that the person is feeling stressed. They also asked her directly about the results of Larry's autopsy.
So then we come to the part where Larry is autopsied and they do toxicology on it. And there is a large quantity of diphenhydramine, aka Benadryl, aka, well, it really wouldn't be a cough medicine.
She's
it's
like,
pretty much a Benadryl situation. And
huh?
Despite her denial of any involvement in her husband's death, detectives continue to press her about other incriminating
Is she
pieces
gonna
of
start
evidence.
crying?
There's a lot of things within your phone records. There's a lot of things within your Facebook records.
How to kill
You've got
somebody with
searches about
how to trace
depth charts.
local lakes.
I think if you're going to start asking me questions like that, I should have my attorney here.
After shutting down the interview,
Okay, the
Lori
only
expressed
smart thing she's
confusion over
done
the
so far.
information being spread by local newspapers.
Yeah, because I don't, you say things, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know. Of things that have come up, I don't know where people are coming up with.
ChatGPT.
In an
I
effort to
gave
keep
my
the
husband
interview
Benadryl and
going,
pushed him into the
detectives
lake. What are
asked
my
Lori
chances of
again if
getting
she
out
could
of this?
explain the suspicious activity they uncovered from her phone's internet history
Oh my
during
God.
the trip she and Larry had taken to Florida shortly before his death.
You're researching drowning articles and boating accidents and so forth. And then on the 28th, you had left to go south.
Lori then remained silent as the detectives returned to discussing Larry's cause
It's so
of
funny
death.
because you know that like she just like when it comes to the internet and stuff, when it comes to like pulling up history of things, like some people, some generations are just out of their ball game. Like they never had a chance no matter how smart they are. And it's so funny to watch it happen.
He would have definitely, based on everything we hear, and his, by your own words, his strive to be healthy, that he would have contacted somebody. Lori, for all intents and purposes, it looks like he might have had something to do with Larry's death.
Everybody that I talk to talks of how much of a picture-perfect relationship you guys have. How much you guys loved each other. And so...
Lori appears to be close to tears as the detectives say that others reported Lori and Larry loved each other. She starts picking at her pants, likely an adapter reaction to reduce her stress. Nevertheless, her motive was crystal clear to detectives.
I'm going to put for the free spot bullshit.
Points to a concern of Larry
body language psychology. That'll be the free spot.
In a lack of a better word, taking care of that problem before he did.
Finally, in February 2020, 2 years after Larry's death, Lori was subsequently charged with first-degree murder. She entered an Alford plea to second-degree murder 1 year later, meaning she believed herself innocent, but felt confident that there was sufficient evidence for a jury to convict her if she stood trial. So in May 2021, 67-year-old Lori appeared in court for sentencing. Prosecutors laid out the evidence to show that Lori had premeditated the murder of her husband to avoid further consequences of her embezzlement scheme. Still, she refused to admit any wrongdoing and painted a very different picture of that morning's events for the court. A bizarre story she hadn't yet told investigators.
Ooh, is this
According
the twist?
to Lori, she had intended to take the diphenhydramine herself, but unbeknownst to her, Larry consumed it while she was asleep on the boat. Unfortunately for Lori, the judge didn't buy her story, and as a result, she was sentenced to life in prison with 30 years fixed.
Lori. Girl. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. He accidentally took the poison and he took all of it. I don't know. Add clickbait title to the bingo card. Well, guys, I've got another video for you, and you'll never believe what the title is. You'll never believe what the title of this video also is. Shocking. No, what a twist. But first, I'm gonna get something that I saved for a special occasion. I only saved 2 Uncrustables, and then I got the rest of them. I got rid of the rest of them because I didn't want to eat them because they were too good and too bad for me. But I did save 2, so I'm gonna have one of the Nutella ones. And then I'm done. Everybody say thank you to Hannah because Hannah got me these videos and sent me a whole Google Doc full of videos. So the chat is eating, consuming. Yep. It was so funny yesterday. Han was like, "Oh, I'm gonna grab you a couple videos," and I was like, "Okay." And then we were like, "Oh, I wonder if Han has those videos." And I messaged her and I was like, "Hey, bud, do you have those videos?" Nothing. And I was like, "Huh." And I was a little bit worried. I was like, "Oh, I hope she's okay." And then I woke up to like 5 messages, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I fell asleep." And I was like, "Bestie, be honest. Did you smoke a fat bowl, chilling out, watching crime docs with the homies, and just conk out?" And she was like, I was like, atta girl. Yep. So, not even mad about it. Sounds great. Honestly, I mean, just queen shit. Yep.
When a young woman went missing while out for a morning jog, her case made international headlines and quickly became known as Salt Lake City's most high-profile disappearance.
You know what I would like to watch a video on at some point? There was a girl in Oregon that went missing. I can't remember what year it was. Her name was Brooke Wilberger. And it was like a big thing in Oregon. It was like a really big one. I don't know why some of them become so big. Some of them don't. But if you grew up in Oregon, I don't know, Jess might remember this. I'd love to watch a video like this kind of video on that. Because I don't know what happened with that, but I know it was like a big one. Everybody was talking about it.
Still, no one could have imagined the series of baffling lies that were discovered during the search for her, exposing years of secrets and a dark double life. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, 28-year-old Mark Hacking woke up to find that his wife, Lori Soares Hacking, had already gone to work at Wells Fargo, where she was a stockbroker's assistant. Lori had planned to wake up around 5 a.m. that morning and head out for a run, as she often did in the Memory Grove area of Salt Lake.
What I would give, Lori, another Lori. What I would give to be a 5 a.m. running person. I just want, even for a week, to know what it's like. You know what I mean? I just want to be inside the mind of a 5 a.m. runner. Just to know. I just want to know what they know. I'll go back to doing what I do now, but I want to know what they know.
Lake City, Utah. She was then going to return home, get ready for the day, and Mark was going to drive her to work at 7 a.m.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Southern Oregon.
However, when Mark woke at 8 after accidentally sleeping in, he just assumed Lori had come home and driven herself to work without waking him. This suspicion was confirmed when he noted that her vehicle was gone. Not thinking much of it, Mark continued with his morning like usual. That is, until around 10 when Mark called her work and he realized she had never arrived.
These are older, so like the technology's different, but like I'm always confused when I hear like current day stories of couples that live together and like one of them like wakes up and the other one's like gone and they're like, nah, they're fine. You know what I mean? Like that always is just odd because I feel like I don't know. Do any of you have like a partner that you live with that if they just were gone for like a couple hours, you'd be like, whatever? Or would you be like, well, you know, they didn't let me know where they were going, or maybe, I don't know. That's me 5 days a week, yeah. Is the mystery missing person in Florida that's never been solved? A lot of couples do not fuck with each other. Yeah, I guess not. I don't know. I don't know. Me and Chef always say where we're going. Yeah, I feel like when you live with a partner, even if you are very like, I don't need to talk to you when you're not physically in my space, like you kind of like I like it, even like a hey, I'm going to XYZ. You know, like I like Brody to do it. We don't even live together. Like if I don't give a shit if I don't talk to him for 8 hours. I just kind of like to know generally where in the world, so that way if something bad happens, you know what I mean? Like just, you know, maybe it's like a girl thing, you know, because maybe it's like a some sort of like instinct of like something, but I only think we'll have a check up and tell each other. But everybody's different, so I don't know. It's just normal routine stuff. I don't get a message. If it's out of the norm, you know, I shared my location. That's true. I think that's a super normal and not weird thing to do with your partner if you like live together. I share location with like my mom and like a couple of my friends. Like I just like there to be more of people who care about me with tabs. You know what I mean? I'd probably share it with Brody, but I don't know if that's how phones work with overseas. I guess maybe it would. I don't know how that would work. Well, probably one of them murders the other, so yeah, that's fair. Do you check in with your partner after you've buried them? When I work in the bar, my wife would freak out if I didn't tell her I had to stay late. It may be a girl thing. Yeah, I think it's fair. I don't know. It's fair and valid. Caitlin makes a fire jokes about the video. Caitlin makes a one-liner.
It was only then that he noticed the clothes Lori had laid out to wear to work were still at home.
Ooh.
In fact, he was on the phone with Lori's co-worker when he made the discovery, saying, "Oh my heck, here's her clothes. She never came back from running." Thoroughly concerned, Mark then called 911 just after 10 a.m. The desk sergeant he spoke to told him that he had to wait 24 hours to report Lori as a missing person. Assuming there wouldn't be much help from the police, He then headed for Memory Grove and found Lori's car where it was still parked in the area she
Wait, I
usually...
missed the oh my heck. Hold on, I have to go back. Oh my heck, here's her clothes, and she never came back from running. Oh my heck, I had one. I had a bingo one. That's why I didn't pay attention to this. Fuck. Oh, I just got it. Hold on. Cops say there's nothing we can do.
Came back from running. Thoroughly concerned, Mark then called 911 just after 10 a.m. The desk sergeant he spoke to told him that he had to wait 24 hours to report Lori as a missing person. Assuming there wouldn't be much help from the police, he then headed for Memory Grove and found Lori's car where it was still parked in the area she usually left it while running.
Do we think Mark is sus? What do we think? I'm kind of leaning towards no, actually. But, yeah. Someone living a double life for bingo. Oh, perfect. Oh, that looks weird. Double life. I sneeze. He's the one investigating. Yeah, it kind of sounds like. Hold on here. Fake crying for bingo. Oh, that's another one. Crocodile tears. That was a good sneeze. Damn. That hit. I think something came out of my nose when I sneezed. Like, I felt something. I needed that.
But there was no sign of his wife anywhere nearby, and her car appeared to be undisturbed. Soon, Lori's co-workers arrived to help in the search for her, and many of them had also called the police to report her missing. They were joined by both Mark and Lori's family members. Lori usually ran a set route, and her loved ones were already checking the trail she followed when the police arrived on the scene. They told officers that Lori always ran along the roadway when she was alone, and only veered off this path if she had a companion for safety. When officers interviewed Mark, they noted that he was very upset, and it was difficult for him to keep his composure long enough to speak with them. Still, he managed to tell them what had happened. Mark claimed that he'd already ran his wife's normal route to see if he could find any trace of her, which crossed a creek, and explained why his shoes were wet when police arrived. As he was sharing his story, Mark became so overwhelmed that he fell backward against the passenger side of Lori's car. Salt Lake City was already reeling from the kidnapping of 14-year-old Elizabeth Smart only 2 years earlier in 2002. With this distressing incident in mind, a thorough investigation was immediately launched to find Lori, despite Mark previously believing he had to wait 24 hours. K-9 units and helicopters flying low were deployed to help in the search, but over the next few hours, they came up empty-handed. Still, people began coming forward to share their experiences in Memory Grove, with a few different women recalling unsettling interactions with suspicious men in the past. Soon, a disturbing theory emerged that someone may have kidnapped Lori from the area while she was out running, similar to what had happened to Elizabeth Smart. Lori's disappearance was especially distressing because the couple was on the brink of all their dreams coming true. Her and Mark were high school sweethearts and had been married for 5 years. As Mark had just graduated with a master's in psychology from the University of Utah, the couple had plans to move soon to North Carolina, where Mark had been accepted into medical school to study oncology at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. His father was a pediatrician, and Mark was following in his footsteps, just as one of his brothers had. Lori had even resigned from her beloved job and put her plans for an MBA on hold until Mark finished medical school. Most of their apartment was packed up, and the couple had just celebrated their going-away party 3 days before her disappearance at a mountain cabin owned by Lori's boss.
Any time is a terrible time to go missing, but to be like almost out the door, you know? Like just in your head, like, oh, we would have moved like a couple days earlier, you know what I mean?
The couple had even more exciting news, as Lori was about 5 weeks pregnant.
I think I might have heard this story
of her
on
disappearance.
Crime Junkies.
According to friends and family, she was extremely excited about the upcoming move and the baby. By that afternoon, flyers were posted around the city in the hopes that someone had seen what happened to her. However, things became complicated when a neighbor of Lori and Mark's was interviewed. This neighbor noted that Lori's car was out in front of the apartment building at 7 a.m., and when she left her house again at 8:30, it was still there. These contrasting witness statements further complicated the investigation. How had she been out for a run and returned home, only to have her vehicle be found again at Memory Grove? With this mystery in mind, investigators turned to Mark to explain. But he couldn't clear up the confusion, as he was certain Lori's car was gone when he woke up. As with most cases, the spouse is the first suspect, but it was hard to understand why Mark would have any motive in Lori's disappearance. Some of Lori's co-workers were interviewed as they were close to the couple. One co-worker stated that she hadn't noticed any change in Lori's behavior recently, which was normally upbeat, and that her relationship with Mark seemed exceptionally happy, especially because he'd sent her flowers at work. Lori's mom confirmed the sentiment, saying that she had a great relationship with Mark and the two adored each other, with Lori calling Mark my big old teddy bear. In fact, everyone who knew the couple believed that they were happily married and deeply in love. Still, Mark had done something a bit odd that morning before he realized Lori was missing. Between 9 and 10 a.m., he'd gone out and purchased a new mattress for their bedroom, presumably for their move. Strange, but it wasn't overly concerning for investigators.
Okay, but who the fuck goes out and buys a brand new mattress and then moves? Like, you would move and then buy a mattress where you just moved. Like, I've done that because I didn't want to move my mattress. Like, my most recent house, I was like, fuck that. I'm not moving that mattress. I'm going to buy a new one. Maybe there was a sale. I don't even know if it matters. Maybe he was getting it delivered to the new place. Wasn't it like a state over?
Later that afternoon, on the same day that Lori had gone missing, Mark was brought in for a quick interview. On the ride over to the police station, Mark made the comment that Lori is going to be so pissed at me. When asked what he meant, Mark elaborated, saying, "If you guys ever find her, she will be so mad at me because I didn't go running with her." Once at the police station, he relayed his story once again to an officer.
In your words, what's been going on so far today?
My wife got up at 5 this morning, went running.
Yeah,
and I stayed in bed. I woke up at 8 and she hadn't awakened me when she got home and showered and went to work at 7. At least I thought that's what had happened. When I woke up and she was gone, I just figured she hadn't awakened me, just let me sleep. And so I got up at 8, did some things. I played my Nintendo a bit, and we needed a new mattress. We decided to get one, so I went, and we had been shopping around.
Okay,
in
also,
different places, and
I mean, he might be about to say something. If I lived with somebody and they went out and got a mattress for our bed without me, I'd be real fucking pissed. That seems like something you go do with somebody. You don't just, like, that is a 2-person job. Especially, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, I'm not going to generalize, but I feel like a lady would, I don't know too many relationships between guy and girl where the girl would be like, nah, fuck it, just go get one. Sorry.
found one.
What time was that?
I left my place at about 9.
Okay, what happened after you got the mattress home?
I put it on my bed. I was putting sheets on.
That's the most sus
Called my
thing.
wife while I was putting sheets on. And someone else answered the phone.
About what time is this?
About 10.
Called wife's cell phone?
No.
No.
Her
Work phone?
Phone.
So we're trying to get for assuming now. What was the reason for the call?
Just to say hi.
Okay.
I asked to talk to my wife. Well, I don't remember the exact words. He said something along the lines, is Lori okay? And I said,
Brandon asked you that?
yeah, and I said, I don't know. And then he told me she hadn't come in. So I went looking for her.
Okay, how did you know where to go look?
Because she runs in the same place every day.
Initially, Mark had agreed to participate in a CVSA test,
thinking a little too
also
much. I
known
don't
as
know.
computer voice stress analysis, which is a controversial technology that tries to measure deception through changes in frequency and stress when someone speaks.
Let me explain the test to you. You understand it so you feel comfortable with it, and so you won't be afraid of it. Okay? What
Is this the
is
lie
truth-
detector? Are they giving him the lie detector right now? Is that what's going on? Like, the lie detector shit is just like, you're kind of piling bullshit on bullshit, because you have the what is it? The body language psychology, which I would argue is like 99% bullshit. There's probably a couple of things that hold value, but I'd say most of it's just bullshit. But then on top of it, you're putting the lie detector, which they say, they'll be like, oh yeah, we use the lie detector because we actually just want to see what your body language is when you think that we think you're lying, which is just piling bullshit on top of bullshit. Aren't lie detectors? No, they're not. They're not. They kind of just use it as a tool for more bullshit. Yeah, they want to put them in a stressful situation is basically what they want to do.
Verification machine. Okay. Have you ever had a lie detector test, the old-fashioned type? If you've seen them on TV, okay, they have like the box and they have all the arms going around, the papers rolling, the guy's sitting in the chair and he's all strapped up and all that stuff. Okay. That was developed in the 1930s. Okay. We're hoping technology's advanced a little more since then, and that's what this is. Okay. This is just waiver form. It's basically saying you're taking this of your own free will. Nobody's forcing you or coercing you or anything of that nature.
Yeah, don't do it.
But
they'll do it. They'll do it because they want you to like. They're like, oh well, if I say I'm gonna do it, then you know what I mean.
And how do you feel? I mean, let me explain this to you. Nobody's making you take this test. If you don't want to, you can walk right out that door. Right
And
now.
what happens to me?
Like, that's what they want. They want you to
back
say
up to
no,
your
because
car.
then they're like,
And if I refuse, then of course that makes me look guilty.
It's not admissible in court anyway. We trust the machine. The courts just don't. It just gives us something to verify the information we've got so far. And obviously, as you said, obviously, we got some concerns about this mattress thing. We interview people that have killed people all the time, and they don't tell us the truth. And that's what this machine is just for.
But at the same time, I've got these circumstances that look bad. So I feel like if I don't take this, then I'm just going to be drilled.
You have nothing to lose by this.
I don't think I want to take it.
Okay.
Investigators thought his behavior was a little curious and decided to take a closer look at the apartment where they lived. Police were dispatched to examine the dumpster in the parking lot outside. There, Mark was joined by one of his brothers, who asked why the police were there, and Mark replied, "Apparently they're nervous that I bought a new mattress," followed by, "I just need to get away." Yet despite their suspicion of Mark, officers didn't find anything in the dumpster. While the search for Lori continued, Mark's behavior took another strange turn. Just several hours after Lori went missing, police were called again at 2 a.m. on July 20th to a commotion at a hotel about a half mile from Mark and Lori's apartment. Mark had been staying the night instead of at the apartment. There, he was found running through the hotel completely naked, except for a pair of sandals. Hearing this, his brother Scott arrived at the hotel. There, he found an unexpected message written on Mark's PDA, a handheld computer, reading, "To everyone, from Mark. This is justice. I'm so sorry." Following this incident, Mark's family made the decision to check him into a psychiatric unit to receive help. Later, an FBI profiler, Candace DeLong, commented on this incident saying, "He kept his shoes on, his sandals. That's not generally something we see in someone truly psychotic." This comment has led some to speculate that Mark may have been trying to play crazy, with the intention that he would be hospitalized, and there was a very good reason for him to attempt this. Mark had a secret. Actually, he had many secrets, and they were all about to be uncovered. Mark Hacking had been living a double life. His entire family knew him to be busy and studious, often leaving textbooks open and spread out around the couple's apartment. On more than one occasion, he even had Lori's mother help him to write term papers, all in preparation for his acceptance to medical school. But here's the thing. Despite an imminent move to North Carolina, Mark had never been accepted at the university there. In actuality, he had never even applied, or anywhere else. This was especially shocking for his family, because Mark had actually traveled across the country to attend fake interviews at multiple medical schools. But this lie was just the first of many. Years of intricately weaved deception slowly began to untangle. Never mind not getting into medical school, Mark had actually dropped out of school altogether and never even graduated from the University of Utah. All the books he had strewn around in the apartment and the term papers he wrote were part of Mark's elaborate attempt to sell his lies. He would even leave the apartment and tell his friends, family, and Lori that he had classes to attend.
That's crazy.
So if he wasn't in school like he claimed, where had Mark been spending all of his time? Well, when he was meant to be studying for rigorous medical exams or in class, Mark was often seen hanging out at a store in his neighborhood, drinking soda, eating hot dogs, and smoking.
Missed the family
He
denim
told the
picture?
people that
I
worked
could
at
hear
the
the
store
denim.
that he was a therapist and begged them to keep his smoking habit a secret from Lori, as they were part of the Church of Latter-day Saints and weren't supposed to smoke. These weren't his only lies. Mark had told Lori's mother that he worked at the Neuropsychiatric Institute at the University of Utah, where he ran therapy sessions. But in reality, he worked as a licensed healthcare assistant and hospital orderly who conducted group activities, not therapy. In an odd story, hospital
Would
officials...
this one count for the bingo card? Would this one count as a double life? Or is it not quite a double life? Is it like a 1.5 life? Yeah. Nice.
say that at work Mark wore a shirt tag reading Franz, but claims it wasn't an officially issued name tag. He chose the name from a Saturday Night Live episode featuring a pair of narcissistic bodybuilders. His many lies rocked his and Lori's families, who had all believed that the couple was not only happy, but successful. His own father spoke to the press, as the case still had a chokehold on international news, saying, "We didn't see it coming. We got completely blindsided by it. People began to speculate that Mark had fabricated the elaborate lies out of a perceived pressure from his family. His father and brother were doctors, with another brother as an electrical engineer." Mark explained to his family that he'd only lied about his education, which he called misleading people, because it was a little lie that snowballed out of control. Still, he adamantly denied knowing it.
Lying to like your family about like what you do for a living is like grounds for them to be upset. Like they're allowed to be a little bit confused about that. You know what I mean?
Anything about what happened to Lori. Believing him, Lori's
where
family
you
stood
go
by
every
Mark as
day.
the search for her continued. It was uncovered that the last time Lori was seen for sure was at a convenience store on Sunday evening, the day before she vanished. She and Mark were spotted on surveillance footage, and everything appeared to be fine. The interesting part was that Mark was seen again after 1 a.m. buying cigarettes. But this time, there was no sign of Lori.
Mark, what are you doing
Mark
at
had
1
an
a.m.?
explanation. Lori had gone to bed. Nothing sinister about that. But still, there was something that wasn't sitting quite right with investigators. The new mattress. As a fan of true crime, you probably thought that was particularly suspicious, and investigators agreed. They soon headed to the church Mark attended and examined the contents of the dumpster there, and they found something. An old, used mattress. Curiously, the top part of the mattress had been cut out and was missing. Mark once again had an explanation, though not for why he'd used the church
Lock 'em up,
dumpster instead
boys.
of the one at his apartment.
That's Omega Sus. That is Like, you're done. You're out. Like, finding a mattress, your wife disappears. The mattress is gone. The top of it is cut off. Like, I'm sorry, but if you see a mattress in any dumpster where the top part of it is cut off, like, probably a crime happened on it. You know what I mean?
To dispose of the old mattress. But he claimed that he and Lori had thrown out the old mattress because she had a heavy menstrual cycle and bled on it. Still, that answer didn't quite sit right with investigators.
Listen, everybody's period is different, okay? I've had my fair share of oopsies, started my period in the middle of the night. You probably are not going to have one oopsie, I started my period in the middle of the night that's going to be so bad that it ruins a whole mattress. Like, you can have whoa, yeah, like, we got to get some spray and stuff, but usually, this is gross, but I'm just going to say it, usually your underwear and your pants, which you might just be sleeping in underwear or freeballing, is going to soak up enough of it by the time you wake up and realize what's happening. She was pregnant too. Oh, interesting. Well, some people still have like some people still have periods like when they're pregnant. Like, it's like your body can do all kinds of stuff. But yeah. Why would you need to cut off the top of it though? You know what I mean? Like, just be like, oh, my wife pregnanted all over the bed. Gotta cut that off and dispose of it. Like, I'm genuinely trying to think of like one example just to like, you know what I mean? Has to go through clothes, sheets, and mattress pads. Yeah, I think that, like, again, everybody's got a different situation going on, but like what's gonna happen if you do like have your period in the middle of the night? Like, if it makes it to the mattress, it's gonna be very little. It's gonna be enough that like bleach spray, like, you know what I mean? It's not gonna be like soaked in blood. You know what I mean? Like, this is probably not gonna happen. Also lying flat. Yeah, it's just, I mean, that's one of those things though that like somebody who doesn't have a uterus like totally could think and say, and somebody else without a uterus would believe. But there's a lot of logistics if you have periods that are like, no, like that's not actually how it happens. And also like you wake up, you know what I mean? Like, if that has happened, you wake up. You don't wake up in the morning, your alarm goes off and you're like, whoa. You'll wake up like an hour or two later and you'll be like, oh, okay. Oops. Imagine being innocent and having to throw away a bloody mattress. Like, how do you not feel sus? Yeah, if your wife... So, okay, also, side note, if your wife disappeared and a couple nights prior you threw away a bloody mattress because she had her period, you know what I'm saying? Officer, by the way, you're gonna find a mattress in a dumpster that has my wife's blood on it that I cut the top off of because I'm a freak. Probably feel like I should mention that. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Papusaria? Is Carlos here right now? Carlos is gonna love that username. Is Carlos in chat right now? Nope, he's not.
Investigators, and soon the timeline Mark told about Lori's disappearance was falling apart. Police began to suspect that Lori never even made it out for her morning jog. Even without all of Mark's lies unraveling, the physical evidence wasn't matching Mark's story. Lori's car was closely examined, and it was uncovered that the seat and car mirrors had all been adjusted.
Murder weapon, you think?
Fuck me! That's so many.
I don't want ads, I want crime.
I don't want ads, I want crime.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you for the 4. What do you think? Evidence in the car?
For someone far larger than Lori, who was about 5'3" and 115 pounds, meaning she wasn't the last person to drive the vehicle.
That's
And
just as
worst of
bad as
all,
far as I'm
blood
concerned.
was found in the back seat. It was described as a blood transfer stain, which happens when wet blood from one object touches another object. Adding to the growing evidence, investigators took a
Removed the
closer
seats
look at
and
the
didn't
apartment
move
with
them
Mark's
back.
permission.
Classic.
Lori's purse, keys, and wallet were found there, further indicating that she had never left to go for her run. As officers searched the bedroom, they uncovered spots of blood on the headboard and on the nightstand. Looking closer at the nightstand, one of the officers opened the drawer and found a sheathed knife. At this discovery, Mark, who was with them the entire time, chuckled nervously. He explained that he had the knife since he was a scout. The officer noticed what appeared to be a spot of blood on the blade and a fingerprint. After this discovery, police sought a warrant to conduct a more thorough search and asked Mark to leave the apartment. It was clear that Mark was a suspect in his wife's disappearance. But still, no one could have predicted that there were even more disturbing secrets yet to be revealed.
Well, the
Everything
title of the
came-
video is the most twisted case you've ever heard, so it better be a big fucking twist.
Crashing down on July 24th, 5 days after Lori vanished, when Mark's father and brothers confronted him about what happened to her. Lori's relatives soon spoke publicly, asking volunteers to give up the search for her because of the chilling story Mark admitted to his family. It's unclear why Mark decided to come clean at that point, but it's possible with his other lies already exposed, he knew he couldn't hold on to this one any longer. Mark explained that on the evening of July 18th, the couple argued after Lori confronted him about his double life, his many lies, and their impending move. You see, Lori's colleagues recalled that she'd been left in tears on Friday, July 16th, just 3 days before her disappearance, and the same day of their going-away party. They believed that she had contacted someone at the financial aid office at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, to make arrangements for Mark, where she was told by a school administrator that there was no record of Mark being enrolled there. The administrator even put Lori on hold and contacted the American Medical College Application Service and confirmed to her that Mark hadn't even applied. Lori had been so upset by the news that she left work early. Still, she arrived at the going-away party with Mark as though nothing had happened. That's because Mark had lied to her once again. He told her that he'd spoken to the same administrator and there'd been a mistake with the incoming student list on the computer.
Computer glitch.
None of that was true. Lori had even called the school back and left a voicemail, claiming that Mark had straightened everything out. Lori's voice message wouldn't be heard until Monday, and by then she was already missing. Still, her voice message aired her doubts. She said that she wanted the administrator to call her back and let her know that everything is okay, not that she doesn't trust her husband, but for her own peace of mind. The reason for Lori's skepticism may have been because this wasn't the first time she'd caught Mark in a lie. Lori had once confided in a friend all the way back in 2000 that Mark had lied to her about enrolling for one semester in college. Little did she know that was the tip of the proverbial lie iceberg. She must have suspected that Mark was lying once again because she eventually did confront him. 2 different neighbors who lived near the couple came forward, with one saying that she heard loud screams around midnight on the 18th coming from the apartment, and the other saying that they heard a male voice shouting, "It's all over, and that's it." Mark said that Lori eventually went to bed while he stayed up for about an hour playing video.
Okay. I'm sorry, but the concept of a guy murdering his wife and then going home to play fucking Jimmy Neutron on the Nintendo is unreal. Unreal. Like, they should have seen that and been like, yep, we got him, boys.
Video games. He then began to go through their packed belongings until he found his .22 rifle and went into the bedroom and shot Lori in the head while she slept. Systematically, Mark disposed of her body, the murder weapon, and the bloody mattress by depositing them in different dumpsters. When Mark was spotted on the convenience store surveillance footage at 1:30 a.m. without Lori, had he been out getting rid of the evidence of her murder, or was he getting ready to commit the sickening deed? In the
say
video,
he
Mark can
was
be
just
seen
cleaning
examining
up.
his hands, fingernails, and even checking his watch. Could he have been looking for traces of blood? The next day, he headed out to buy a new mattress, likely hoping that no one would even know the first one had been thrown away, before staging another intricate deception, this time Lori's supposed disappearance. Based on his actions and behaviors, Mark sounds like he suffered from narcissistic personality disorder. These individuals tend to present as charming and wonderful until you begin to pull away the layers of the reality they present you with. Once someone begins to confront this individual, they become irate, completely furious that someone would dare to question their word. They also exhibit characteristics such as a pattern of grandiosity and self-importance with a belief that they are special, a need for admiration and expectation of recognition for their superiority, fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, and a lack of empathy such as being unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings and needs of others. The unimaginable horror of Lori's death was further compounded by the overwhelming question of why. Yes, Lori had caught Mark in his lies, but her family was certain that Lori would have been able to forgive him. Her brother even said of Mark, he didn't have to be a doctor, a president, whatever it was. As long as he was doing his best, she would have loved him. Still, a typewritten note was eventually found in the couple's spare bedroom. It's believed Lori wrote it, but it's unknown exactly when. In the letter she writes, "I want to grow old with you, but I can't do it under these conditions. I can't imagine life with you if things don't change." Perhaps this was why Mark killed her, because Lori was threatening to leave him if he didn't change. A forensic psychologist, Dr. Kathy Yates, commented on Mark's possible motives and seemingly pathological lying, saying, as he grew up and was watching other family members get successful or be successful, he was not. There's an element of grandiosity. He felt like he deserved more than he was getting in life, but didn't want to put his energies into achieving the kinds of goals that he probably could have achieved. Mark was arrested on August 2nd, 2004 on the suspicion of aggravated murder. Even with this confession, there was one integral thing missing: Lori's body. The search headed to the Salt Lake City landfill. For months, there was no sign of her, even with intensive searches utilizing cadaver dogs. That is, until Lori's highly decomposed body was discovered on October 1st, almost 3 months after she'd gone missing. Due to the body's decomposed state, it couldn't be confirmed whether or not Lori was pregnant at the time of her death. Following this discovery, Mark Hacking was sentenced to 6 years to life in prison. If that short sentence gave you pause, it sounded too lenient to other people as well. However, at
Six?
At the time, this sentence fit the guidelines under Utah law. But due to public outcry, the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole held a hearing to reevaluate Mark's sentencing and ultimately decided that he wouldn't be eligible for parole until 2035. Following this, the sentencing guidelines for aggravated murder was increased to 15 years to life, a law change that has been referred to as Lori's Law in her honor. Eventually, Lori's father had the last name Hacking taken off her headstone, leaving her maiden name Soares. And though this case seems like it's over, from behind bars, Mark managed to carry on with his shocking behavior. He was caught signing and sending autographs for a site specializing in murder memorabilia. After this was uncovered, Mark agreed to stop, but he still wrote his life history, which has yet to be published.
Totally sucking his own dick there. Jesus Christ. No, imagine doing murder memorabilia. That is unreal. Absolutely unreal. Whoa. He should not, his ass should not get parole. Okay. Let me see. Guys, I have a video for you. You'll never believe what the title is.
Today, we're
episode 1. It has a twist. This one's 5 cases. Hold on, let me go. I really liked those ones that we watched. Ann, are you awake? Are you up and about?
The following footage of Killer...
Shut up! I really like the EW Storytime channel. That's the one that we've been watching. My thing is... My thing is that there's some that I don't want to watch because there's certain topics in them that I am like, I don't really want to watch one with that. I don't want to watch one with that. So these I really like, and I'd be more than happy to just kind of randomly click on them. But also I don't want to watch certain ones. The most insane twist you've ever heard. The most insane twist you've ever heard. The most insane twist you've ever heard. Can we watch Mr. Ballin? What's that? The most insane twist you've ever heard. Wait, what do you mean? Spooky National Park story videos? Mr. Ballin tells scary stories. He tells crime stories with twists. You weren't kidding about the titles, yeah. I mean, if it works, it works. You know what I mean? The unseen tapes of the killer virgin? Where she put her boyfriend in the suitcase. You know what? I think I actually started that one and I didn't finish it, so I would be down to watch it. Please no more twists. I can't handle this anymore.
911.
Trying to like scan this one. Boyfriend suitcase one is good. That one's just regular EWU, right? Love the dildos on their mic. Ditto? Do you mean ditto? It's JCS. Is this, did you just link me the same thing I'm watching?
911, what is the location of your emergency?
4748 France Court.
I started to listen to this one, so I got to see how like stupid it is. Like what she says is so dumb.
Police or medical?
My boyfriend is dead.
Okay, send the line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
This one's JCS.
Hi, Rich. Just tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case, and we were playing like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened.
This one is.
Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No,
I never saw how it ended, so I'm excited to see the result. But...
He was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Right, is he breathing?
No.
I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay. Okay, listen to me. Lay him flat on his... Okay, ma'am, listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him,
You were
okay?
just horsing around.
Just heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Just by looking at him, you can tell.
Okay. And,
Please! Okay, he just gurgled.
okay, listen to me. Place the heel of your hand right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Yes,
we want to pump his chest to me hard and fast, twice per second. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is this directional? Did my headphones just freak out? Is it coming out of anybody else's left ear?
This is 42-year-old Sarah Boone, who you just heard on the 911 call a few seconds ago. Her boyfriend was 42-year-old George Torres Jr., who she locked inside a suitcase the night before, ultimately leading to him dying of suffocation. Sarah's explanation is that it was a totally unintentional and unforeseen accident, but what she's completely unaware of at this particular moment is the fact she recorded 2 videos on her phone last night, the first of which was taken at 11:12 p.m. and shows her laughing at George while he's zipped up in the suitcase. But George isn't laughing. He's asking to be let out and repeatedly stating that
How do you get somebody into a suitcase? I'm confused about how you get a person to
can't breathe. The second video was recorded 11 minutes later showing the same thing, except the suitcase was flipped over and in a different area of the apartment. Sarah is both unmistakably and heavily intoxicated in these videos, which may explain the fact she didn't delete them. It would be safe to assume that she has no idea the videos exist. And yes, you will see the moment she becomes aware of their existence. But we first have to acknowledge how this episode was even possible, and that would be the Law and Crime Network. They sent us the uncompressed documents that comprise this video, and almost every case we have covered, or will cover, is already available in its raw form on this channel, which includes the 2 main items of public record in the case of Sarah Boone, starting with the body cam footage, which is right where we left off.
Hello there. I had a cigarette lit. I'll get it for you, okay? Wait 1 second, okay? I really need something to drink. Okay.
Like coming to my left ear.
On the counter. Okay, we'll take care of you. Give me 1 second.
Just the police body cam.
I just got here, so fill me in. No problem. Like, he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together. You are putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. Like, having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase, okay? Who is this guy? That's my ex-husband, my former husband. How did he live here with you guys? No, I called him over here. Okay, okay. I didn't know what to do. Here, let's talk in private, okay? I called you guys. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine. Okay. Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened. Okay, okay. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay? Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so cotton-mouthed right now. It's on the counter. I can't move anything from out of the house. So thirsty, like, I'm here. I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you.
They give me the 4 months.
I can get you some water, okay?
The officer then talks to Sarah's ex-husband.
About 11:30.
This guy's like, God, this bitch, like, I do not want to be here right now. Jesus Christ. That's all work, bottle of wine, give me a Dr. Pepper. You know, you just do a puzzle, crack open a bottle of wine, contort yourself into a suitcase. Romance is not dead. Mary Popzins. God, that's a good username. Thank you so much for the Prime.
Is when I started calling to find out, because this is supposed to be her day.
He referred to the fact that Sarah was meant to have custody of their son today.
She's generally not very good about always doing it. She drink.
They called back and said she was still there, or she came back.
So I was calling to find out if she was going to be getting him or not today.
From school?
Yes.
Okay.
Got over here, told her she needed to call 911, get somebody over here, and then basically she said she needed to go outside, have a drink and a cigarette. But
yeah, you're right. If he, like, there's a scenario where she goes, oh yeah, so anyways, we're super kinky, and he got into the suitcase, or I put him in the suitcase, and he said he wanted out, and I didn't let him out because we're, like, really kinky. Like, that's not going to hold up in court, but it might hold up in court a little bit more than, like, whatever this is.
I called her initially.
1 second, okay?
He's currently on parole because of it, so...
Because of domestic violence with her?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He explains that George has been arrested for domestic violence multiple times against Sarah, and that Sarah's literally bailed him out every time.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, she's getting water from this tap. Probably going to pass out on us.
Okay, well, listen.
The police officer asks the ex-husband to stick around for a little while longer. She then gets a notepad and returns to Sarah to collect more information.
At some point, you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it would be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm
Honey,
a little
can you
bit,
put me in
whatever
the
it is.
suitcase?
But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right where
got
it
in
is.
it. Right down there?
Yes.
And then she fell asleep.
Thought it would be funny, a little
It
joke.
was. We both were laughing about it. And then I fell asleep.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
Like, I'm trying to play out the situation. Like, you hee ha ha got him in the suitcase. You guys are both knee slapping. And then you're like, ha ha, I'm gonna go upstairs and lay down. And he's just like, I'll just chill in here. It's fine. And then
Totally
so
forgot.
you began to do CPR.
Forgot about him.
Yes.
About
And he
what time
gurgled.
this morning
Like,
did you
he
start
gurgled.
doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. And it, air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR. You were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can
you.
I have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah, go.
it must have been a hard suitcase because I'm trying to think, like, my suitcase that I use when I travel is like a fabric one, you know? And I'm just like, oh, like I feel like I could kick my way out of that, but then I forget that like those hard suitcases are different. Like I forget that those exist.
A cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it. It's secure, okay?
The officer then confirms the ex-husband will be taking custody of the child.
And your child is in school right now. He's not here with you.
Oh,
Do they have a child
Okay,
together?
he's in school. How old is he?
This will be a fun one to explain. He is 9. He's third
I
grade.
can't even start with how you would explain something like this. Okay.
The ex-husband leaves, and the officers wait for investigators to arrive.
Can I please just have a cigarette? They're on the back porch.
Not right now. We can't have you go and get anything. Why don't you sit in the shade?
The investigators then arrive.
Hey, Sarah. Did you get enough water? No, if you want to stay seated, I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah, my name's Chelsea. My partner, Scott.
They ask Sarah what
The
happened.
ex-husband is like, get her out of
Decided to
there.
get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was laughing about it too, to zip him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away
And I both
laughing?
were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep. I'm afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid
Why is that?
for my life. His family have never liked me.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Does
No.
anyone know? Okay.
They're
So
going to
it's...
kill me.
Okay,
Do
well...
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me.
The detectives reassure Sarah that she's not about to
Yeah,
get
they're
murdered,
probably
and
gonna
then
be
go in to
upset.
investigate the apartment.
Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay?
That's
Just
true.
relax.
Like,
I'm going to talk to you.
if you accidentally murder your partner and your first reaction is, oh my god, their family is gonna kill me, I'm so fucked, verbally out loud.
We'll keep checking on you.
This police officer was brilliant. Her temperament was perfect for the situation. The investigators simply asked Sarah to stay somewhere else for the night, and to come to the police station the following day with any questions she might have. Sarah stayed with her ex-husband, then showed up at the sheriff's office the next day at 3:51 p.m. with an entire handwritten page of questions, the first of which was about when she's getting back her phone.
I'm going to have you sit in the green chair. It doesn't move. Appreciate you coming in. Yes, ma'am.
Sarah takes out her page of questions, which the investigator semi-acknowledges then brushes off.
So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay.
Sarah has no idea what just happened.
This morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had...
I don't know why they never get a lawyer.
He had a cut near his lip.
It's because they don't want to seem guilty, but like it doesn't matter.
His mouth was a little
I haven't laid a
swollen.
hand on him.
Okay.
Forensics have since proven that George sustained his injuries the night he died, and he didn't have them before entering the apartment.
Also, too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. So
What?
Okay.
The investigator details further injuries.
What do you mean he's notorious for running into the wall? He just does that. I don't know, man. He's
including a contusion on his neck.
And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was
the same color, huh?
All honesty, we have not gotten into it. I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. We had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music.
And play.
That's why.
She had all night to set this up, which is...
Am I, weird, to say, we're gonna play? You'd say it as a joke, you know what I mean? But, hey, do you want to paint puzzles and just play and listen to music? You know what I mean? Maybe run into the wall.
Is the issue. For all we know, she could have designed this entire scene of events from scratch. There is a 12-hour gap between the timestamp on her videos to the moment police showed up on her doorstep, which is plenty of time to assemble what looks like a very pleasant scene of events that in no way precipitated a drunken act of revenge that ultimately led to murder.
Nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on his head and his skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
considered
not
force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him. I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately. It's been good.
Lately?
I don't even know where this is coming from.
The interrogator now brings up Sarah's last call to police, reporting domestic violence.
Yeah, you said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
She just referred to the fact that George didn't face charges for the alleged assault.
We've been good. I don't know if, it's since the last time he got out of jail. We've been good, and he's been having his classes.
She's unique because, all of these that I've watched, they all give kind of these, they give, nobody's, as definitive as she is when they're guilty. Every single one of them, they kind of just sit quietly and, answer passively. But this one's weird because she's I didn't do it. Which, in all of these that I've seen, nobody's like that. It seems like they're always just kind of I'm gonna, speak as much as, I need to and kind of be, chill about it, Oh no, my dildo. My dildo.
Good, what's your definition of good?
Not the dildo.
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talk to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there.
I wasn't hitting him, we were just playing.
Sarah is detailing possible motives for retaliation. Routine procedure would be to keep her train of thought locked on this element, provide encouragement and understanding while inquiring further into the suspect's grievances with the victim. The only problem is that the lead interrogator really doesn't like Sarah, and abandons the task of pretending to, which makes this a significantly flawed, yet remarkably entertaining process to bear witness.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so...
Give or take.
Right.
The investigator challenges an earlier assertion which remodels the discourse, and the suspect then starts defending her relationship with the victim.
I really love him, I do, and I feel like I can help him. He came a really long way, and he was trying. He was
She somehow transitions into the principle of how she doesn't normally drink, and it's kinda only because of George that she drinks at all.
The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. Huh? He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink.
What?
Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him.
Sarah talks about George.
My personal, based on absolutely nothing, is when anybody says ask anyone, that is like the most sus thing for me. I don't know why I've always sussed people out when they go ask anybody. Da 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 da. I hate that shit. I hate it. I don't know. It just, yeah.
George's anger management classes and the supposed progress he was making.
And would always come home and show me his papers. And we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
I kind of don't like this detective lady because she is kind of like, that's just like an insensitive thing. Like, oh, after you've done all this, like, why would you stay? It's like, well, I guess that maybe you're just trying to get him to like say stuff, but you know what I mean?
When you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that.
At some point, somebody gets enough.
In the next moment, the detective will say, then they have to do something to defend themselves. Sarah's temperament will completely switch at the completion of this sentence.
Then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee, and I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop.
She explains how she once filed a restraining order against George, then for some reason brings up his ex-wife.
When I say
sometimes I click the mouse when I sneeze.
The interrogator lets her vent about the ex-wife for 2 minutes. She will now bring the focus back to the investigation.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
She recalls the game starting at around 4 p.m. and her going to sleep at around midnight.
So I have 4 and I have midnight, so there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek. Yeah. Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it.
Yeah, she's saying that they played hide and seek for 8 hours. She's got to stop saying play. This is way funny after you see the phone video. Oh, do we get to see the phone video? Oh, no. 8 hours of hide and seek? Have you guys played hide and seek as an adult? That sounds fun as fuck. Actually, you know what would be elite? I need to talk to somebody that has more money. Like, a streamer hide and seek where like every streamer has like a body cam on them, and then there's somebody like running the computer that can switch between cameras, and it's like streamer hide and seek, like Mr. Beast, but live. It's already been done. Oh, by who? Mr. Beast did that? Yeah, but live. So like all the streamers, like imagine like Jerma's Dollhouse, like big, like somebody rents out like a mansion, and then there's like 10 streamers and they all have GoPros on, and then there's somebody running the computer, so they're switching between cameras and stuff, and it's streamer hide and seek. Last time I played hide and seek was at Kips. Was I there? Because I think I remember that. Actually, Emily and Emery did something. I actually have an idea. Have you guys seen those TikToks where everybody, the person who's it is blindfolded and they have a Nerf gun, and then there's a room and everybody, the person has to close their eyes with the Nerf gun. It's basically the Bird Box game or whatever. So you hide somewhere in the room. There's not different rooms. There's one room and everybody hides in the room and like you try to not get shot. I just played hide and seek with 15 of my friends in our film building at college before we moved. It was fun as fuck. That's so good. I did that at shit camp today. I think I was watching Cutie stream today and she said that I think she's going to do shit camp again. This isn't insider information. This is just what I saw her say on her stream. Which is cool because I don't think she's done it every year. Didn't she like not do it or something? She was talking about like upcoming events. She was saying like shit camp and then she said, what did she say? I don't know. There was like a couple things. There was like a couple things she usually does that she's not doing and then a couple things she's done in the past that she's bringing back. Yeah. And then I know that like me and her and Caroline want to do like girls trip type deal. But we haven't like planned it. So I have no leaky information at all for that. She also has that space now for events. Yeah. Girls trip. Master Baker's happening. And then the summer concert is not happening, right? Girls trip. Yeah, that would be really fun. But we kind of had like a tentative, like she had brought it up. We had a date that we were kind of tentatively locked in. And then she was like, actually, that's not. So, and then we haven't talked about it. So I don't know anything more. I swear. Anything more than you guys do, to be honest with you. Hide and seek would be a blast. Yeah, it would be really fun. I could probably do that actually like in my yard where one person has a Nerf gun and everybody else. That would be fun. I wonder if I could set that up. Like rope off an area and just have like some obstacles and have like interesting.
Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever. I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's like, okay, we know.
This is like
okay,
the most like
off.
comical.
That's not how you play.
It's like the most comical, like, oh, we're painting. Oh, I don't want to paint anymore. Do you want to play hide and seek? You know what I mean? Like
hide and seek.
Mm-hmm. That's what we did.
Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship.
Mm-hmm.
When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay.
No.
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
Gotcha. No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not, but obviously no. I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter, you were laughing, yes. He was laughing, but what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something
Absolutely
that you
not.
guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found. And...
do they have the video?
With regard to the colossal realm of interrogation.
Insane idea to video it. I'm not sure how to say your username. I really appreciate the Prime though. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks for using that here.
Footage. The level of notoriety these next moments acquired is virtually unprecedented. I feel like this picture belongs on a wall somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
I think I took a picture of a dog.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you.
She says, for everything you've done to me. And recorded it. Oh my god.
Your battery's about to die.
Shutting down.
She's like, I'm sorry, we can't watch the rest of this. Your laptop's gonna die and then it's gonna go away forever. Shit.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
Sarah may have been hoping that that was the end of it. Really can't
She's
say
like,
that I
"Got
blame
him."
her for that.
Checkmate. Checkmate, police officers. You didn't charge the laptop, and it's like a Snapchat. You only get to show it one time, and then it goes away. Sorry.
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
No.
I don't know how.
I don't know how much I can take is insane. Oh. Oh, hello. What are you? Do you think that you are allowed to have some of this? Huh? You are so spoiled. She really just came over the back of the chair and she was like, can I have one? Yo. She was so polite. Can you do me a favor? Yes. Maybe. Depends. She was like, can I have a little bit? Can I have a bite? I'm filling out everything form I need an email. You're my next of kin, sucked in idiot. Let's go! Does that mean I get all of your stuff if you die? Don't say yes. I've learned a lot today. I've learned a lot today. You just want my email? That's it? I mean, you could use my business one, but... Woo! I get the Xbox! Let's go! We're Xbox gamers! Do you want to play hide and seek? We could paint and then we could play hide and seek. Want to? Do you need anything else? Fuck off. Okay. Thanks. If you need other stuff, let me know.
How much I can take. I don't know how to find her. Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
You can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
That laptop is about to take off.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
She is so innocent. It's such a setup. She's saying, this is for everything you've done to me. Fuck you. On video. What more do you need?
Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Sarah.
I don't want to watch it, please. Okay.
That's him saying that he can't breathe, and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down.
The interrogators should not be cutting each other off, but their missteps can be forgiven on this occasion due to the power of the evidence, which the lead detective will now focus on.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down.
Oh,
and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way. closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now, he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were getting ready for bed.
Just to be clear, Sarah still has no idea how screwed she is. She
was
just
that?
referred to an earlier statement that she didn't lock up the suitcase all the way, so George could get out.
Stopped here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
Show me where you can see any fingers coming out.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you.
Fuck you,
It's
you
not
deserve
malicious.
this. Nah, it's not malicious.
My intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
This video is at 11:12.
It's such a crazy thing to say, like, my intention.
A long time prior to you recording this?
No.
I think we've all gathered by now that Sarah might be twisting the truth in her favor a little bit. She seems to have forgotten that 2 minutes ago she claimed to have no recollection of this incident, so her impeccable memory all of a sudden seems rather selective.
But
Fuck you, we're playing. I mean, does that excuse hold up in court? No. Would that be what I would say if I was saying that I was trying to speak endearingly to my partner, that I said fuck you? Yes, also. So maybe I can understand that, but...
Like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. I can't breathe.
I need one more
and
thing.
You're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments. Like you're mad.
No. Please don't... I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but... Like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to, like, feed me.
The interesting thing about Sarah is that her intuition is correct. She sort of recognizes what the police are doing here, but still has no idea of the ramifications. Her energy resembles that of someone who feels the police are about to start rumors about her.
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
OR is Oregon, if that's not clear. I think that was pretty...
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not...
Okay, I didn't know. I know that we have a language barrier that we have to overcome a lot, being from different countries, so I wasn't sure if it was translating,
Upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think... He's asking to come out.
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the suitcase.
What was your plan?
My plan...
Waiting for him to come upstairs.
She had good intentions.
I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't...
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Sarah tries to move on to another topic, but the interrogator doesn't allow it and brings her back to the specifics of the evidence.
Again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is
cat
pushing
fell
up,
on the zipper and
trying to push out of it.
I've never killed my husband before.
Do not assume.
I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You, consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I am sick.
The lead interrogator starts playing the video as Sarah is mid-sentence reiterating her innocence.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form.
You admit to moving the suitcase, like, over, so.
You roll it.
You roll it over, like, it's not like.
I didn't want it to be like that.
You didn't want him to be upside down? How do you even get upside down?
Right. You guys are killing me right now. I don't know how you want me to say it. I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone.
So when he asked to be let out, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video. He asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
It's like taking a gun and shooting it in somebody's head and being like, I just didn't think that the bullet would actually hit him. I never intended for the bullet to actually come out of the gun. I've never shot the gun before, so I just never, it's never happened before that the bullet came out because I've never shot it,
You know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there.
Take a lap.
I'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
This was an absolutely imperative moment to allow the suspect to elaborate, but the lead interrogator cuts her off.
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Were you punishing him?
No.
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got. This is what you make me feel like.
Do you think she slept? Do you think she actually did sleep? Or do you think she just sat there all night? And then, you know what I mean? Yeah, they're going in circles a bit. Clearly she's gonna just be passed out drunk. I think she was blind drunk and passed out. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, I see. So you think that she zipped him up, completely just fucked up, maybe didn't intend to leave him in there, but just was so fucked up that it just, you know what I mean? She gave them a time frame. It's the one thing she wasn't lying about. Yeah. Do you think she zipped him up and was like, I'll leave him in there in a little bit, and then just, you know what I mean? Over under on years sentenced. I feel like life. I think they're gonna.
And then it's all backfired on me. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Well,
I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out, and you're like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf. And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, he's in there. Night, night.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't.
What?
I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to,
We're just trying to figure out why.
Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the video?
I didn't have any motivation. It was he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid.
It's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a bump on his eye. I mean,
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair that you all are assuming that that's from me.
where else did it come
If
from?
you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming it on the wine.
Okay. Don't.
After talking to you, everything was
no.
laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
I tell you he can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance.
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
Didn't she have, like, there was an instance where she had a domestic abuse like against her, like, previously, and at the very beginning she was like, oh, like, you guys didn't do anything about that, but now she's like, nope, we're good.
You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and repeating what you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay. Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
Sarah now gets freaked out by the male detective. She thinks he's texting someone about her, which creates an absurd yet hilarious moment.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's
the what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
No, I have one last question.
I'm a little torn because it's not like he is just supposed to be off the grid when he's an officer. I get that. But, like, it seems like maybe, I think that getting on your phone at all is probably a bad idea. You know what I mean? Because, like, it seems like you should have some system set up so that you don't take your phone out in the middle of an investigation. Like, that seems like a huge way to, like, distract the person you're investigating. Everyone here is the asshole to the fullest extent. I think it's just like a room full of very incompetent people. All, like, you could put any of these people in any of the positions and it'd be the same result. Yeah. Everyone's just kind of...
You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you.
Not intentionally.
You got up, and you went up to bed.
You all?
Please sit down.
Listen to me. I did not intentionally.
She did not intentionally.
I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. There's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No.
I feel like having two investigators for this person is a bad idea because she's clearly, like, shutting down. You know what I mean? Like, she's just defending, and they're kind of coming at her from two different angles. And I feel like having, like, a more sensitive, like, maybe empathetic person that does a lot of the, like, you know when you watch these and the detectives are kind of, like, on their side a little bit, where they're just like everything that the person says, they're like, yeah, right, exactly, right. Like, I feel like that's the kind of detective that would probably work with this lady. Like, somebody, because she's dumb, so it's like somebody who, like, makes her think that they might actually, like, be on her team, you know, where right now they've got these two people in this room with her that are totally, like, she's got very defensive energy, and they also have very, like it's just kind of it's just kind of like bouncing around. And the detectives are on the same page, though. This is just a shit show. Yeah, they're playing passive-aggressive cop, distracted cop, you know? I feel like their motive is to just get her to crack, which she's clamming up. She's just going, nope, nope, nope. Like, she's bad at it too, so it's not like there's a strategy there. She's just purely putting up, like, the defense of, like, nope, nope. So they need somebody to kind of, like she's just put her wall up. You know?
Well, you
Good
told us
question,
you
you
did
did.
it.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put him upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down.
Like, they shouldn't be
because-
talking
It had
over
been
each other.
on
That's
his
so
back
ineffective.
With the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to flip it to
I'm
there.
leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this.
You left him in there.
Like,
You
she's
didn't try
gonna
to
just
do
say
it.
that over and
You
over
left
again,
him
even though
in
it
there.
doesn't make any fucking sense.
You didn't leave him in there?
It's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool. You intentionally left him in there.
You know
and
what
left
this
the
is
room.
like?
You went-
This conversation that these three people are having is what it looks like in TikTok comment sections. Actually, when somebody comments something and then somebody replies to them, this is what it looks like.
Upstairs to a different room.
We're watching a Reddit
anything for
thread
him.
right
You gave
now,
up
live.
checking up on him.
I wouldn't let him out of a suitcase.
Oh, gosh.
Anybody looking at it doesn't. I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
The discourse repeats itself a few more times, and then Sarah brings out her list of questions.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
What about Lucas's laptop?
She's got her little list.
Not today.
How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then
It'll be released to
Oh,
to the next
family.
of kin.
Yeah. Okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger. It goes to them. They're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So, what's next?
They're going to come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about, like, in the long run. Like, what do I need to,
This is also another
doing
question that I see a lot of times on these is they'll ask in some form or another, like, what's next? Or, like, what does it look like? Like, they're basically asking, like, if I'm guilty, like, what's going to happen to me? I see that all the time.
something, or, like...
I can't tell you like what to do.
I mean,
She's
like,
so
like,
insufferable,
for-
this detective.
Like, I don't
You know what she reminds me of?
You guys-
You know the girls that work at the tanning salons that you go in and you're like, hi, can I go for 15 minutes on the gold bed? And they're like, yeah, hold on, I have to go clean it. Are you sure you want to go for 15? I think you should probably go for 12. Like, that's what she's reminding me of.
They're just gonna, like... I'm not admitting anything about being intentional, and I... Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know.
so after this, what? I'm done? In itself, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what
Yeah, I
I did
cut my gate back because I was eating. Hold on.
punishment enough. Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Mm-hmm. His daughters, too.
Now I can do this.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Just making a comment. I mean,
CSI that was there yesterday.
Forensics take her DNA and fingerprints. The
I
investigators
thought
then
they were
return.
bringing in DoorDash. I was like, ain't no way.
So you're not free to go. Okay.
This comment seriously puts Sarah on edge, but she still won't quite be fully aware of what's happening. This is coupled with the fact the investigators now try to get a solemn declaration out of her to close out the interrogation. The psychological dynamics of the moment are extraordinary.
Oh, do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we've talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
The investigator explains that it's just protocol.
Do you promise and swear that everything we've talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Why?
Because
That's how
anytime
you
we talk
explain.
to somebody, we...
The male detective re-explains that it's just routine, only in a far more comforting tone. But the tone doesn't do a whole lot to reassure Sarah. She looks about ready to get
Do you
swallowed up
pinky
by a
promise that
wormhole and take her
everything you said
chances in a
is true?
separate dimension.
It's not a trick question,
To the best of my knowledge?
to the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall, put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No. Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally. So this was a trick.
You were read your rights.
Why is
You're
this
trying-
happening?
Because
Before y'all said I could leave. So what am I supposed to do now?
I
had a
don't
sneaky
work in
suspicion
the...
this was gonna happen.
Don't.
And I need water like really bad.
Ain't no way that a cop just said, pulled the I don't work here in the middle of an interrogation. Don't, that's crazy.
You all checked me down here.
An officer comes to take Sarah to the jail, but Sarah has questions first.
Those holding cells, the holding cells, am I gonna be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Go ahead, stand up.
I have not...
So what am I gonna do with my purse? What made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this?
Uh-huh.
George is dead.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen.
You did?
Sarah was taken to the Orange County Jail at 5:44 p.m. She was charged with second-degree murder and held without bond, which keep in mind was in late February of 2020, just before the entire planet went into lockdown due to a pandemic. So Sarah must have had a real fun time getting acclimated to the new environment. She's been in the county jail since, with a trial date set for April 10th of this year. She's currently working with her 7th attorney. 6 have already filed motions to get the fuck out of there, and all of them cited the same reason, which was irreconcilable differences.
Jeez. Was it Comic Sans on the
Being
car?
acclimated to the new
Making a difference. In Comic Sans. Wow. That is really something. That is really something. You're not supposed to make promises about how their treatment, how long they will be held, where they will be held, yes, but the cops are stupid. Update? Do we have an update? I'm sure there's something. It is Comic Sans energy. That whole interrogation was. Whoa. The quotes, making a difference. That's wild. Wacky and wild. She keeps delaying the trial. Oh, that one was in our list. That one I've watched.
When forensic health
Stephen McDaniel. I haven't seen this one. Have you guys seen this one? Stalking. I haven't seen this one. There's that one, and then there's this one has bad vibes. When the police unexpectedly filmed the killer at the crime scene. That one could be good. Can you play ads so I don't get hit in the middle? Yeah, that's fair, actually. Have you guys seen this one? When police unexpectedly film a killer at the crime scene. We'll watch this one. Mike's, thanks. I just ran ads on him too. Uh-oh.
Strange twist of fate. The police rushed right past their suspect.
I'll wait until the ads are over. Ad break. I should be better about running ads in between the videos. That would probably. I honestly don't ever manually run my ads. I just forget. I just like entirely forget. Please, I can't handle another twist. I love the twist ones. I'll have to go through them because there's certain subjects that I like don't really want to play videos on, you know? But I like those ones because they have like visuals and stuff. Like, I like those. This sounds interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's an hour. That's good. That'll get us to a good point, I think. Does anybody have to pee? Because this one's an hour. Does anybody have to pee? Would anybody like to take a pee break? Yeah, Space Kid, I did. So, we'll see. The doc is updated with new vids. Okay. Which ones are new? Oh, like did you get rid of the ones that we already played? Ooh, I'm gonna play this one. This one's actually very similar sounding than the other one, and I love the EW crime story time. This one's called Family Secretly Films Killer, then Captures Something Shocking. Thank you, Han. This one's 47 minutes too. Okay, here we go.
What is he taking out? He's taking off. He has gloves. He has gloves. He has gloves in his hands. He has gloves. Gloves and what else? The blanket. Oh my God, that is my blanket. Oh my God, call him.
When 19-year-old Mia Marcano goes missing, it isn't the police who uncover the biggest clues about what happened to her, but her family. In fact, it was through their own investigation that they would not only uncover a suspect, but it was Mia's family who, through their own determination, eventually caught the culprit on camera. In 2021, 19-year-old Mia had just started her second year at Valencia College, where she was pursuing an associate in arts degree. She was balancing her education and employment at the Arden Villas apartments in Orlando.
I like when they have the captions baked into the video because the captions are always going to be in the most convenient spot. But I hate when the videos have captions sometimes and then not sometimes, because when the YouTube captions go over the top of their captions and then they go away. Like, this is nice. I like that.
Some 200 miles away from her close-knit family in Broward County, Florida. She also lived at the same apartments where she worked. Though they didn't know to be concerned at the time, Mia had recently asked several of her family members if they could come to Orlando for the weekend to see her. When no one could, she instead decided to fly home to Fort Lauderdale for a visit. Though her family was excited to have her back home, there was a chilling reason Mia felt like she needed to get away. Not knowing what was about to unfold, her aunt Simone later recalled this.
I felt like it was a call for help when she asked us all to come this weekend and no one couldn't make it. I feel like it was a call for help and I wasn't there for her.
At 5:06 p.m. Friday, September 24th, 2021, Mia sent a text to say she was waiting for the Uber to take her to the airport before she would fly home. After this, she suddenly stopped responding. All calls to her phone went straight to voicemail, and all text messages said that they weren't delivered. Given that Mia was incredibly close with her family and kept in near constant contact with most of them, they likely noticed something was wrong within mere moments of it happening. However, it wasn't until a few hours later that her family became certain something was amiss. Her grandmother and grandfather later spoke to a police officer and tried to explain her sense of urgency at the time.
I would say about 6 or 6:15. My husband and I left our husband to go out to dinner. I said, strange, Mia hasn't called me. I called, and the phone just said, calling mobile phone. So I figured if it was in the area we were in, it was dark. So I called again, same thing. My stomach started to hurt. I'm not psychic, but I can always tell when something is wrong. Because
one time my mom, this is back when my parents used to live in my hometown, my mom didn't answer her phone for it was 6 hours. So I called one of my friends that I hadn't talked to in a long time, who I knew still lived in my hometown, to drive over to my parents' house to check on my mom. And then she was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I was like, "Mom, you can't do that."
I wouldn't call Mia more than twice, and she'd not answer. Even if she has to say, "Mama, I'm doing something. Mama, can I call you right back?" So I went to the airport. And I waited and waited and waited, and there was no Mia.
When Mia never got off the plane, it confirmed her family's worst fears. Little did they know things were only going to get more twisted from here. They reported her missing soon after, and one of her family members called 911.
I'm calling to find out if I can have a wellness check, please.
For the address?
Correct. I just wanted to know if an Uber picked her up or not. And then from then, her phone has been completely shut off or dead. We're not sure. We had a friend go over, but they're knocking the door. Nobody's answering. I just want to make sure that she's not there.
Okay, I mean, I can get a call center for a deputy to go out there, but a deputy is going to do the same thing. He's going to knock on the door, and if no one answers the door, he can't break down the door.
This call and lackluster response from police would set the tone for the investigation. An officer eventually did go to Mia's apartment at Arden Villas, but there was no answer when they knocked on Mia's bedroom door. When they tried to open the door, they found it locked from the inside. They then headed to the window from outside. Please note that the police department made redactions to the video, blacking out what the officer saw inside Mia's room. When they went around the front of the apartment, the officer was met by Mia's cousin Kaylee, who, after realizing that Mia's location was turned off on her phone, decided to take matters into her own hands.
She literally has like her whole family like rallied. They were like, "Nope, her location's off. Nope, she didn't show up. Nope, she didn't call." Like I can't even keep track of like all the family members in the story right now because they're like so many of them have just
and start looking for her.
No, she's definitely not in there. But
She's not in there?
no.
Did you see like any like you couldn't see inside?
No, I saw inside.
Did you see like any bags?
I saw 2 suitcases under her.
Oh,
bed.
under her bed?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm not sure if that's.
I think that was always there.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but other than that,
Did you see like a teddy bear on the bed?
I can't remember now.
You want to go?
Yeah,
She
it
literally
was.
brings it. If she was fine, she would bring
Really?
the teddy bear.
Yeah, the room, it looked clean. Does anything look out of place?
The window, yeah. Open the window. Yeah, you can. You said her window is open? Yeah, like she opened it.
Ultimately, the officer left.
Mm.
Law enforcement would fail to recognize the urgency of Mia's case until later, perhaps only when it was already too late. With this less than helpful response from police, Mia's cousin Kaylee looked elsewhere for help.
And the security guard, Jay,
what
was
would
here.
be what would be your thing where it's like if XYZ had happened, your family should be sus, you know? Like mine would probably be like my dog left alone at all. You know? Yeah, I mean the cops, it's like I guess to their credit, there's certain things that they don't know to look out for, you know, like the teddy bear. I don't know. If I walked into somebody's, you know what I mean, a teddy bear, especially if she's like not a kid. Why did they block what they see? I think it was just a privacy thing. They didn't want to show you the inside of somebody's house, maybe. I don't know. If I traveled anywhere.
Here. And we approached him, asked him if he knew anything, and he said yes, that he was here when the police were there. And we said, okay, like if you could please just accompany us so you could tell us about what happened when they were there.
Because they knew Mia's door was locked, Kaylee and Jay headed to the window that the officer had looked through.
Once we heard that the window was unlocked, we automatically knew that that was off because my cousin had installed the window locks on all of their windows to prevent anyone from opening it from the outside, especially with them being on the first floor.
Right.
When we went up to the back, he showed us the window, and we, of course, tried to avoid touching anything because we didn't want to interfere with anything. He did mention that he saw fingerprints and that he took some himself with some tape because when he asked the police officers to take some that were there earlier, they said that they were not going to because it wasn't that type of case, I guess.
Later, the security guard would allege that when he tried to hand over the fingerprints, the deputy actually laughed and said, "This isn't a high-priority case."
Ain't no
However, this allegation has
way.
never been proven. Jay's immediate frustration for how the scene and Mia's case was handled was palpable.
And now I'm getting mad because one of y'all deputies came out here, did not do the job that he was supposed to do. Me being a security guard, I should not have had to do the stuff that I did to have an officer come out here and look me in my face and tell me to keep the evidence that was lifted off of the windowsill. Oh, a couple weeks from now, maybe we'll need it. No, you're supposed to take that now.
As strange as it was
So
that the locks had been
is he the
removed.
security guard that I'm a little bit confused about what's happening here. So the police didn't want to come out. The cop gave a security guard evidence in an active case. Security guard of the apartment building that the girl lived at. So the cops like wouldn't come out, and so the security guard was like, "Okay, I'll go investigate." Is that what's happening? Not taking it immediately would make it inadmissible in court.
Moved from Mia's window. It was even stranger that through the window, Kaylee could see that Mia's bedroom door had actually been barricaded from the inside by a small bookcase.
Oh, shit.
Then she noticed something else that would later become integral.
While we were back there, I was looking at the parking lot, the woody area behind with the fence. We were like, why is there a chair behind the fence? He said, oh, that's been there for a long time. And I was like, it's kind of weird, though, because the placement of it looks directly into their windows. It's kind of at a slight angle. So that was a little bit concerning. But he was like, no, that chair's been there for a long time. So I was like, okay, no problem. While we were back there, he mentioned another thing that was odd to him was that most people in the guest parking lot don't park, like parallel park in this one corner, which made sense to me because there are parking spots that go straight there. So if you're parallel parked back there, they can't get out. So he said what was weird to him is that there was a large tire track.
This all seemed to hint that some awful fate had befallen Mia. But what exactly remained to be seen?
Into the apartment, we all put on gloves and again asked Jay to come with us just to, I guess with the name security, he made us feel more secure having him there. We went into her room, avoided touching anything, and we immediately noticed that her room was in a disarray.
Cool.
Very out of character from Mia.
However, even more shocking was the sight of something still in her room.
She has her decorative pillows, her sleeping pillows, and then, of course, the king of the world, her Teddy. So Teddy usually sits right on the bed if he's not going with her wherever it is that she's going. If she's going to work, there's times that Teddy goes to work. Every trip, Teddy goes. Teddy's been on vacation with other people.
Didn't the cop
Teddy
said the
has
room was
lived
clean?
his life.
With this in mind, her family knew
cop
she
said it
wouldn't
was
simply have
clean?
left the bear behind. And yet Teddy was still in her room. This meant one thing. Mia hadn't left. She wasn't not answering her phone. And her phone wasn't simply dead. She had been taken. But the teddy bear wasn't the most concerning thing discovered in Mia's room, as Kaylee explains.
When we walked in, the cubby that was blocking the door was in the walkway, and there was her chain was busted. She usually wears two chains, one that says her name.
For the door to be propped closed, did the cops like not see that? Or did like, how do you like investigate a house and not make any note that like a door was propped? They didn't enter. So they just opened the window and like, okay, well, I don't know. They only looked through the window.
And then a second one that has a heart pendant. So I know the chain is the heart pendant one because the pendant was missing.
Yeah.
And the Mia one would have two separate pieces. So we saw that her bangles, she has a lot of bangles and they were given to her as gifts from like old family friends. So they're really sentimental for her. So to see them on the floor was a lot. To see them bent that way, I was like, okay, there's definitely something wrong here. Then we also noticed the blood on the pillow and we were thinking like, of course you look at it and you're like thinking, well, maybe it could be old. But then we're like, but she would have tried to get that out, or she would have at least put a pillowcase on to cover it up because you're not going to be sleeping on a naked, bloody pillow.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit concerning as well. After that, we continued to look around the room and found little bits and pieces that just kind of indicated that there was some type of struggle. The bed was moved. We could see the grooves in the carpet were different. They were here, and then the legs were pushed up. The bed head was kind of crooked. And then while examining underneath the bed, someone flipped over the rug. She has a blue furry rug, and found a box cutter. When we saw that, we were like, okay, that definitely can't be Mia's.
The box cutter would turn out to be an important clue, as would the item they found in the trash, a single rose. Already feeling like Mia's disappearance wasn't receiving the kind of urgent attention they knew it needed, the rest of her family traveled the same day she was reported missing to gather at the Arden Villas apartments to continue the search, knowing that this was the last place she'd been seen. They would soon have a shocking and disturbing interaction. It's unclear exactly what happened in the moments prior, but one of Mia's family members began recording when someone else showed up, claiming to also be looking for Mia. The person recording kept their phone either in their pocket or their hand covered the camera, as we can't yet see what was happening until later. We can, however, hear the mysterious person talking with various members of Mia's family, including her father.
I'm too old for it. This is her friend Tati. Tati knows our relationship, I promise you. Nothing like that. Tati woke me up out of my sleep to come here and to see if I saw anything, because we didn't know you guys were here. You're not hearing about this for the first time tonight. Yes, I was home.
So I'm going to make an assessment. This is her boyfriend showing up with another woman to check out what's going on.
Text messages?
Me and her haven't talked for like a few weeks. Like I told you, I try to fall back.
Ex-boyfriend.
So I don't even have her number now. All serious.
The man speaking is 27-year-old Armando Manuel Caballero. Armando worked as a maintenance man at Arden Villas, and he met Mia when the two became co-workers. In fact, he'd started at Arden Villas right after Mia, around 2 months prior to her disappearance. Now, around 3:45 a.m., approximately 10 hours after Mia was last seen, and though he lived at a different apartment complex, Armando was unexpectedly back at Arden Villas. This obviously struck Mia's family as odd, but the entire interaction would only become more
also
concerning.
explains the
Where's her roommate?
The plastic chair.
Because I heard you had a recent conversation with her. Like,
Though it isn't shown in the footage, Simone, Mia's aunt, witnessed something fall out of Armando's pocket when he first got out of his car, something that looked like a key fob. This would turn out to be crucial later.
I had a leak in her wall and I dropped off the vacuum because I was involved. Other than that, it's just work. You never went in the apartment to fix anything? Before I have, yes. We had to do all the apartments. Because I noticed a lot of stuff, because I set up the apartment myself. And I set up certain things. I seen you move. Yeah, and I seen you already too. I seen you be. Trust me, bro. I got all good vibes. I'm not like that. Nah, I wouldn't even came out here. Yeah, but from what I'm hearing, I didn't hear nothing good about you yet. Really? I promise you.
What Armando didn't know was that because Mia was so close to her family, they immediately recognized him as someone she'd told them about. And because of what she told them, they were likely suspicious when he showed up at Arden Villas.
Been sending her text messages like that, like trying to tell her, like, express your feelings for her. As a regular thing, when the property was... How is it a regular thing if you just said that you're older than her? Why is it a regular thing if you're expressing your feelings to her? Why is that? How is that a regular thing?
Why'd you cash out for that amount of money?
She said she had to help you. She had to help me? My daughter would never tell you that. On my soul, she told me that. She would never tell you that. On my soul, she said that. But her brother. But you just told me that you haven't spoken to her for so long. Yeah, because that was a while ago. That was a while ago.
Was this week.
That was a while ago.
I'm in her Cash App. That was this week.
You see, Mia had complained about Armando, though he told her family he didn't have her number and claimed to have last spoken to Mia a few weeks ago. It would soon be revealed that that wasn't even remotely true. Mia often took screenshots of the things Armando was texting her and sent it either to her family members or to her friends. This included when, in the week before she went missing, Armando sent her a random Cash App payment for the amount of $600. Though Mia declined the money, she sent a screenshot of the message Armando included with the payment to a group text with other Arden Villas employees, titled "Off the Casa." Armando wrote to Mia, Mamas, good morning. I don't want you to feel any way about me giving you this. Like I said from before, you grew on me, and I feel I didn't have too much of a reason to be in your face unless I was making a difference, because I'm just a man, and that's how I see it. From hearing you vent about your fam situation and hearing about how you're not able to live your life fully because of the difference in responsibility, and from the first few times I heard that, I've been planning and wanted to bless you. But it's not much, but it's yours. Enjoy it however you like. I don't want it back. Don't send it back. That was money I was putting up from term to spend on dates or gifts for you. But I'd rather just give you the money so you could do what you actually need or want with it. Her friend responded to the screenshot. It just sucks that he works with you because I would keep it, but if you don't do what he wants, he gonna act crazy. Mia's friend likely had no idea how true that
These
was.
vibes feel rancid.
Armando had
Oh,
an
they're
interesting
rancid.
explanation for the Cash App payment.
Oh, the vibes are not immaculate. Thank you for the 40 months, Tange. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you. That's why women choose the bear over the man in the woods. The bear would never Cash App you $600 and expect anything in return. I'm just saying. Bears don't even know how to use cell phones. So that's comforting in itself.
Pay her rent no more. And when we was doing time, we've been friends already since June. I know Rashid seen me, her, and Rashid chill. There's nothing there. I never came after hours. I never bothered her.
Did they take a statement from you earlier on?
No, I wouldn't turn down money from a bear. Yeah, no, that's fair.
You saw her today?
Just found out, but I found out a few hours ago.
And you saw her today?
At work, yes.
Have you done any work inside that apartment?
Not recently.
So when?
Sounds like a lie.
So who's the maintenance person that was in the apartment yesterday? Or 2 days ago? Somebody was maintenance.
You had to be there recently because you told me that you bought the fan there, so you were there recently.
This is an integral question. As Armando was in maintenance at Arden Villas, he had an assigned key fob, which could access every single apartment and that worked during business hours. For after-hours maintenance, an on-call key fob was shared among the maintenance staff, with the device in the possession of whomever was on call at the time. 3 days earlier, on Tuesday, September 21st, Armando had delivered some fans to Mia's apartment, as there'd been flooding. The maintenance request had been legitimate, but the troubling issue of Armando's access to her apartment hadn't escaped Mia's family members.
So you were there recently.
Tuesday.
So that was
so you were in this apartment on Tuesday,
I didn't
right?
do work. I just dropped the vacuum on.
Bro, something ain't adding up, bro.
She had a leak from her living room to her room.
Coincidentally, like that just happened. You know what I'm saying? That just happened. That leak just all of a sudden just happened, just out of the blue. Only in her room and in the thing.
I cannot. There's nothing I can physically do to do that.
All right, and the person who went in today too went through the window too. You know what I'm saying? All right, but you got access to that place though, right or wrong? Right or wrong?
You have
right or wrong? You have access to it, right?
You have access to the apartments, right? As a maintenance worker, you have access to the apartments.
Yeah.
And what is your protocol when you're going into the apartments? You guys just knock and go in?
We knock 2 or 3 times. We wait. Nobody answers. We open the door. We knock again. We stab the door. We wait. Nobody answers. Then enter the apartment.
As police would soon find out,
It seems
Armando
weird
isn't
for like a
telling the
maintenance worker. Like, I would feel like a maintenance worker like should not enter unless they've been given authorization that they're allowed to go in if nobody answers the door. Otherwise, you know what I mean? Like, if nobody answers, then you don't go in, you come back later. He's lying. Nah. Apartment complexes just give maintenance dudes to have full access keys. I don't know. Don't they have to give them 24-hour notice unless you request them? I don't even know if it's 24 hours, but that's for the landlord, so I'm not sure. It could be a heavy sleeper, hella illegal. And maintenance people can't enter unless it's a routine inspection we're given notice of or if they call us. Yeah, it seems like they shouldn't be allowed to enter unless if I've said, oh hey, yeah, like if I don't answer, go on in, or if they call you and say, hey, there's a leak, we gotta come in. What states it's illegal? It seems like it should be illegal. Like, you know what I mean? I would not be cool with maintenance having access at all. No, I think that, to be honest with you, this is probably something that would get you kicked out of an apartment, but I would still do it, is like put my own like secondary lock, you know? The idea of having pets with the liability of a worker being bit is the main reason. True. Oh yeah, that's true. I've had contract workers come into my unit while I was sleeping, and it was the wrong unit, and they were walking into some management companies put that shit on there. In California, they have to give you 24-hour notice even for maintenance unless you request them or ask you directly for permission. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought it was. I've never had issues with it, but yeah. Our place will drill your lock if you have your own, but they also give notice when coming. Sim! God damn it. I just gotta get him out of here. One of my friends had a maintenance worker come into their apartment at night 3 times. Nah, I'd have a fit. I'd have a whole ass fit. Did I just time the wrong person out? Oh my gosh, I just timed out the person who got gifted a sub. You know what? I stand by it. Yeah, you got gifted a sub? Well, fuck you. Yeah? Okay, Richie Rich sitting in the Twitch chat with a sub now? Okay. I just gotta knock you down so you feel like you're one of the rest of us. Enjoy your time out. It was only 1 second. Take that. Oh, fancy pants Rich McGee over here. Fuck you. Oh, fancy pants Rich McGee over here. Fuck you. Getting gifted a sub is a reason to be timed out. We should do that for a whole day. If you get a sub, whether you subscribe yourself or somebody gifts it to you, you get timed out for 10 seconds. It's annoying because look, like, here, let me show you. Like, if I like want to time, let's time Vortex out. That sounds fun. They're new. Like, I have the options to time you out for 1 second or 10 minutes. I can't time you out for like 1 minute. You know, like I could do the whole thingy, but I'll do one second. Yeah, seems funny. 7TV lets you customize that. I have 7TV I turn on and off because it like a lot of times will override the pronoun extension. I think there's ways to fix it, but I know that it is fucky. So I have it off and on a lot. It breaks everything. It fucking breaks everything. Yeah, I usually have it on because like I want to see what the emotes are that people are using, but God, it breaks everything. Yeah. Heard there was free timeout giveaways. Yeah, sure. It breaks all my shit. Yeah.
Truth here. Mia's family member who has been recording this strange encounter finally raises their phone and captures Armando in the footage. He can be seen standing next to an officer.
As of right now, you have sent obsessive texts to Mia. We have all seen the text. You talked about giving her your life savings. You cash out her money, and you claim that you weren't in touch.
Who told her
It's
gave her
on
life
text.
savings? I never
As a
said
matter of
that.
fact, we're going to get a police report to pull your phone records if that's the case.
As it would turn out, because Mia had sent so many of the texts from Armando to her friends and family, the police didn't need to pull Armando's phone records to see that something was off.
There's evidence of obsession, of something. You're fascinated with
It's
Mia.
not only from my side, so don't try to make this.
No one's saying that. It takes.
She's not here to defend herself right now, so
Obviously,
we
she's
gotta talk to
missing.
you.
So we're talking to
And
you,
I
who've been going
completely
back and
respect
forth
that. I
on
understand
text.
that. That is your
It was
family.
his chair.
But
The
until
concept
we
of
figure out
like
what's
the concept of putting down a plastic chair like directly behind a chain link fence, like right outside somebody's window, is bizarre.
going on, just don't beat me up.
Nobody ain't beating you
If
up.
I'm guilty,
But
why
you
would I
put
come
yourself in the middle right here. You brought yourself over here.
The entire interaction with
bongos.
Armando out front of Arden Villas was odd. But what Armando said next did nothing but raise suspicions against him.
I've never done nothing bad to me.
That screenshot.
Where's the...
With the watermark over it.
The videos capturing this incident end abruptly after this, but Mia's aunt describes what happened next.
Armando got in his car. The officer never searched the vehicle. I don't know if there's procedure. He never looked in the vehicle or touched anything, told him to wind on with nothing. The vehicle took off. They went to the maintenance room. They came back. Armando then left.
After driving away from the officer and Mia's family members, Armando was seen again driving around the buildings with his lights off. One of Mia's family members noticed something else that was incredibly concerning about Armando.
Here I noticed, so it almost looked like he had bronzer on because this area was it was puffed up and slightly bruised, like reddish. But how it was dark in the night when the light, you could see, when skin is stretched to a point that it shines, because with the swelling.
Knowing what they did of his fixation with Mia, his return to the Arden Villas apartments the same day that Mia went missing raised red flags for her family. Little did they know, Armando was hiding another, even more disturbing secret. The next day, there was still no sign of Mia anywhere, and it was only now that the police would begin to take the case seriously, though
for
slowly.
Fuck's sake.
Someone from the Harris County Sheriff's Office even reached out to the Orange County Sheriff's Office about Mia's case, and there appeared to be a distinct lack of urgency.
Okay, it hasn't been turned over to a detective yet because it takes up to 5 business days.
How to consider someone missing?
No, there is a case number already attached to this, and there is a case. I'm just saying that they don't have it assigned to somebody. If we make contact with her and we run her name, we know she'll be missing because she's in the system as missing.
So who normally has? So you have a missing persons division?
I ordered these cicada crackers from Australia because I missed them and I wanted them, and I'm pretty sure that they showed up in 6 days. So you can't use that word, Tim. I'm just saying. And they're still fresh. So I'll take 3 days off. Fuck it.
Considered a missing person, and they're not open today. They'll be open on Monday.
As investigators finally started to look deeper into the case, they spoke with Marlon, Mia's father.
So my theory of
Marlon
what
gives
happened
good vibes.
is that
I'm just saying it.
she was in the bathroom, maybe she was now getting home. Either she was in the bathroom or she was now getting
Paul's
home.
tried to dip them in hummus.
And the person was under the bed. Okay. The person was under the bed, and that's where they had the box cutter and everything. And either when she came in, they startled her, or when she was coming out of the bathroom. You understand? The person who we suspect is somebody who works here. I heard about it. Okay.
Her family also gathered again, this time inside Arden Villas.
Police officers came and they said they weren't going to do anything but file a missing person report. She's an adult. They can't do an Amber Alert because she's over 18. But according to that officer, this is a typical college room that doesn't seem to look obstructed or tampered with. He said they weren't going to do much until a couple days pass and it becomes more.
If you haven't got any information, if you haven't heard from her.
As news of Mia's disappearance spread, calls flooded in as people tried to give any helpful information to aid in the search.
And what do you want to report?
We just got a message saying that a girl had been missing since 5 p.m. yesterday, and me and my roommate around, I'd say maybe 7 p.m., and we heard a girl and a guy, and they were screaming, but it didn't sound like good screams. It sounded like really bad screams. And we actually went downstairs.
Dude, how haunting would that be to hear that and then kind of be like, I don't want to be the guy that calls the cops. Maybe I'm just whatever, and then hear that. How do you not report that? I could see there are a lot of situations where cops don't necessarily make things better. Although screaming in that situation, it's a tough one. It's a tough one, dude. I can understand just not wanting to get the cops involved unless it's like for sure bad. Yeah.
We could like find anything, and we heard like a woman and a man screaming at each other, like arguing in an apartment on the first floor. I don't know if this would be helpful information, but it was something that stood out to us last night. And after hearing about a girl going missing today, I figured I should report it just in case it could help.
All of this was helpful, but Mia's family was already sure they had a suspect, Armando. Mia's family had been right. It did appear that Armando was obsessed with Mia. In one screen-recorded video, it can be seen that Armando was sending her long, multiple messages. Part of these messages say, quote, "You drew back, which I understand, because you a woman and you don't know me that well, so you need your boundaries. I know I come off strong and crazy." After screen-recording the messages, Mia sent the video to a group chat, writing, "When does it stop?" The issue of Armando's text messages would come up again and again as police began interviewing her friends.
And Jasmine, can you tell me what happened in a group chat between you, Mia, and the other individual?
Yes. So basically we have a group chat where we talk about like normal things that are happening. But in this chat, there's just been multiple times where Mia like will send over screenshots like we do of like people that we're talking to or just things like that. Sometimes complaining or just having issues with like Armando sending her long text messages out of the blue, emotional messages to her even when she was barely giving him like real responses back, sending her long emotional messages, getting upset at her for not responding to him, all types of things. And from the start, her making it clear that although she did find him attractive or whatever the case may be, she has never necessarily wanted anything serious with him. They have never dated. They've never been involved in any aspect like that.
That detail didn't seem to deter Armando. In one text to her friends, Mia wrote, "Then if I don't respond, we know he getting the paragraphs ready."
I always found it weird with that because I'm like, she's young, like she's 19, she's a freshman. I always found him to be weird because I'm like, this girl is like a young girl. She's not trying to be tied down with you, like, you know? And she made that very clear to him. So that's just the thing for me.
Did they ever have any altercations with each other or any kind of
fights?
Yeah.
They never had any fights. He was very much a like messagey type of person. Like I never had any situations in regards to like her telling me like, they got into like actual altercation. She did tell me that recently he tried to like make us not a scene, but like be petty towards her at work. He said it in a way like it was drawing attention because people were kind of like, dang, like, why'd you say it like that towards her or whatever? And she was like, in the chat we were talking about, like, that's crazy that he's trying to like show out and call you a weirdo and stuff when he's the one that sends you long, dramatic text messages every single day.
Mia sent a text to the group chat saying, "Y'all, I'm confused," and a screenshot of a message Armando sent her saying, "I don't got any more patience with you. You honestly showed me the type of person you are. Like you said, people fall for your looks. Well, I seen the type of person you are. I don't got the energy or the fakeness to tolerate giving myself to you even as a friend. We two different kind of people." Armando also texted me a quote, "Just leave me alone if you don't have no intent to show any significance in my life."
So Tuesday would have been the 21st. So September 21st was the last. And can you tell me what that message said?
Yes, so we were talking like normal. She said, "I saw Armando just now.
She showed me the type of person you are."
He was like, "I think I cleared my mind enough and I'm ready to follow you back on Instagram." Because like I said, he would get overly emotional and obsessive over her. So like if she was posting and doing things and not talking to him, he would get upset and send her messages about that. So then she sent a screenshot after he left of what he said. And he basically said, "Everything else burnt out, but respectfully, I can't lie. I would have loved to taste you or see how it was at least once." And she said, "Y'all help me, what the F?" Like asking what she should say to that. And I was like, what do you say to that when it's coming from a crazy person? And she said, "No, for real." I'm like, whoa. And I said, I would be like, "Let's keep it cute, friend," because I don't know what to say. And I basically said that because I was like basically like deflecting from the talk because you guys said like we're just friends.
Armando replied to that text from Mia saying, "Right, whatever, you out-cooled me. I really didn't take no L. Why you trying to be so cool? I get it, it's over. I been knew it was you making it seem like I'm making a mistake. So all the way through, I'ma let it go, just holler at you at work, bucko. But it seemed that Armando didn't take her rejection well. Mia's friend Rashid shared a similar story.
He started sending her, like, not like just like paragraphs. It was, I could swipe. Like, I could swipe and read it. And it was so much to read that I was like,
this dude read slang. I know he's reading it like I understand that it's like he's reading it so like robotically.
Like some of the stuff she was saying in some of the paragraphs, and how like, and I was telling her like he's crazy and whatever. And he was buying her all this stuff. He was giving her stuff like every week. He got her like these flowers that were in her room, the blue flowers, because she had, I guess he overheard like a conversation that she wanted him or something, or I saw it on our phone or something.
In another screenshot Mia shared, Armando wrote to her, "And you ain't showed one concern of even giving me the opportunity to gain ground with you. If anything, every time I felt like I got closer to you, the next day or the next hour, you acting colder. This ain't the grounds to the beginning of something
delusional. That's so delusional. To be like, I don't understand why the closer I try to get with you, the more you pull away. Like, ew.
I haven't been nothing but frustrated and confused the majority of the time." Mia wrote back, "Yo, I spoke to yesterday perfectly fine. Then I went out like, damn, why do you always have to act like this? Like, can you just chill?" Armando texted back, "If I have no reason to act like this, then you tell me one situation where you did any gesture to validate me, small or big, to make me feel special. A bagel, a lunch, a real compliment. At least a real statement
and
of
there's gaps here. So like he's like saying this, and then he took a gap, and then he's saying this. Hello, Raiders. Damn, I have some of those in my fridge. That's crazy. I thought I was the only one that was allowed to have eggs. That's nuts. Can I have an egg? Can I have one? Put it in my hand, please. We're watching true crime videos, so if you guys don't like that, I found an egg. It was old. Okay, so here's the thing. I thought about this today, actually. I have an egg in my door, and I have a thing of eggs in my fridge because I make eggs every morning. And I have an egg in my door. And I don't know why there's an egg in my door when I have a whole thing of eggs in the fridge. I don't know at what point it came out of the egg carton and then went into the door, but then didn't make it into the food. And I don't know how long it's in there. So every day I open my fridge to make breakfast and I look in the door and I go, I could use that egg today. But then I go, I don't know how long it's been in there. And then I grab one of the eggs out of the carton. And then I open the door the next morning and I go, I could use that egg. It's right there. And then I go, I don't know how long it's been in there. So every day it's getting older. And every day I don't use it because I think it's old. So I'm just stuck in a perpetual loop of this egg is getting older and older. And I'm not using it because of how old it is. So I don't know what to do. It's just going to be there forever, but I'm never going to use it because it might still be good. Yeah. I think this is the premise to a Goosebumps book. I think so. Flush it. Okay. It's in there. Throw it away before we end up in another almond milk situation. Maybe Schrodinger's egg. Well, I'm pretty sure it's still in there. Can it pay rent? I don't think so. You can check if you put it in water. So it sinks if it's good and it floats if it's bad. Put it in water. If it sinks, it's good. If it floats, it's bad. This is the egg. It's been in my door for I don't know how long. It could be a month. It could be 3 months. I don't remember. And for record, I want to be very clear. My fridge is clean. It's very clean, actually. So it's not like, oh, there's a bunch of shit in my fridge. Who fucking knows? Like, my fridge is very clean. It's just this egg. Like, oh, so I can't eat it? Should I put it back in? Maybe it's lucky. I haven't had very good luck lately, but could always happen. Use a control egg? Okay, I'll go get a different. Well, we have learned something here today, haven't we? We have learned that the door egg is in fact not a good egg. And we'll get rid of it immediately. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay. Alright. Oh no. I'm holding both of the eggs and I can't remember which one's good and which one's bad. I have to put it back in the water again. You know what? This whole ordeal might have saved me from a sickness. So, wow. Crack it and give it a sniff. I won't be doing that. I won't be doing that. I won't. Wow. Can you imagine? You know what would have happened? Brody would have showed up and he would have been like, I'm gonna make an egg sandwich. And then he would have been like, oh. Can you imagine? 10 gifted if you give it a sniff. Both of my arms are broken. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for that. I needed that. And you ask for just a bite? Crazy. Wow. Would you'd never believe it. Convenient door egg. Yeah, he'd be like, oh, maybe this is where she keeps her eggs. I don't know. Coming over to eat the egg. You can have it if you want to. I can keep it for you. Just making century eggs in the fridge. Yeah. I mean, eventually, what could I do with it? Maybe I could, like, label it and then put it back, you know? Yeah, it can be friends with my old room temperature egg. Uh-huh. Do eggs go bad when they're not cold? Or isn't there, like, there's, like, other countries that don't put their eggs in the fridge? Yeah, like America, we put our eggs in the fridge, but other countries, they don't do that. In the US, they do because the cuticle is removed. The what is, we remove the what? Why would we do that? Those were never washed, so the protective barrier is on. Oh, and we bleach them, right? America washes off the natural waxy layer from the eggs. It's more susceptible to rotten disease. So we take the thing that makes them susceptible to disease and we wash it off. Why do we do that? We do that with apples too. Apples have this dust layer on them. I used to live on a farm and we had apple trees. We had like 10 of them. And the apples have this dust on them and the dust is preservatives. And we wash it off and then we wax them. It's fucking weird. It's like they come with that on them. Bleached eggs look prettier or something. God, that's so weird. It's like all of these little weird things we do, you know? And then we just can't get the obvious stuff right. It's just, yeah. We clean our eggs even though it makes them worse because the idea that they feel clean is more important. We need another meteor. Is what we need.
You think about me, because I'm really starting to think you cold-hearted. Armando's obsessive behavior wasn't just over texting, as Rashid explains.
One day I opened up my apartment when Mia was staying there, and he was outside doing something. And I remember it because I opened the door to open the door for her, and I was going to lock it behind her, and he was there, and she was like, oh, hey. He was outside my apartment.
Just standing there?
No, he was working on something, but like, it just progressively got weirder and weirder and whatever.
He was working on something.
And she started seeing like who he really was and stuff. She told me like she was kind of nervous that he had the keys to her apartment. And one time she mentioned that she left her house one time, the AC was working perfectly. And she came back a little while after, and the AC was broke. She was stuck on 79. And I know like the maintenance people, like I know it's easy to mess with the AC, you feel me? And he was the on-call person. And so I'm thinking that he like messed with the AC because she would have to call the emergency line, which he has to respond to
back on 74.
So she said that she didn't want to call him, so she went to get another maintenance guy to come fix the AC.
Mm-hmm. As Rashid shared, Mia had a good reason to be worried.
Some of my other friends have told me that he said stuff to them, like she found one of my other female friends found him like in their apartment. He was like, what are you doing in here? And he was like, oh, I'm fixing something. I remember she had said something to her. I think it was like along the lines of, I just want to like take a nap in your bed or something like that. Like, it's weird, you feel me?
The fuck?
Yeah, that is weird.
After speaking to another resident at Arden Villas, it seemed that there was a pattern in Armando's behavior.
I just found another shower.
I think I would get the ick if somebody that I liked said, I want to take a nap in your bed. Like, with it, like, just you want to, huh?
I hear knocking and maintenance. I didn't want to answer it because I didn't put in a report. And then I heard the door open and I heard it close. And then when I went out, they were still out there knocking, but I did hear the door open and close. I got dressed, opened the door, asked him if he needed anything. He said, did you put in a report for your dishwasher to be fixed? I told him no.
Perhaps finally realizing that Armando needed to be investigated, police spoke to his boss, Lemuel Arroyo.
How would you describe Armando?
I would say very, very peaceful guy, very easy to manage. You know, I was very happy with their performance. To keep eye contact, sometimes avoid eye contact. Now, all this going on made me think, why sometimes when we're talking, he trying not look at me? I don't know.
Although he was known at work to be private, Armando had been in a bit of trouble before. Years ago, after setting off firecrackers in his college dorm, he lost his football scholarship as a result. With his job at Arden Villas, he was attempting to start fresh. Friday, the same day that Mia went missing, Lemuel noticed that Armando's body language and behavior was off when he received his work uniform.
Eye contact freaks me out. I will have some days that I am like 3,000% eye contact, and then I will have other days that I can't look at like anybody. I don't know what happened. Literally, I'll either be like the queen of eye contact and body language, or I'll just be like, you know.
He was shaking, even without we knowing all this was about to happen, you know.
And you've never seen that before.
I will say that I regularly, when I'm having a conversation with somebody, think about the amount of eye contact I'm giving them. Like I think part of why I'm a bad listener is because I'm thinking about like, this is enough. That's enough. Nope. Like that. Like I'm like, I can't think about what they're saying because I'm thinking about, should I break eye contact? Are they making eye contact with me? Do they feel awkward? Maybe I should look away. Maybe they'll feel more comfortable talking to me if I'm not looking at them.
No.
Noel, who worked in maintenance with Armando, also saw Armando acting strange on Friday.
So he was more quiet, you thought?
He was more quiet.
Was that?
I asked him, yo, you okay? He said, yeah.
You said the change you noticed was that he just seemed more quiet.
Yeah.
With this in mind, investigators take a look at the records of who used the maintenance key fob. While the officer only turns on the audio of her body cam a few seconds before the following footage begins, it appears they're talking about Armando.
My biggest concern is he has right now a fob that can get him access to every apartment because he's on call. So I was going to have one of my employees just erase the fob, but the only way to do it is to literally go to each and every apartment door with a cancel key, because unless we have the physical fob, we can't just erase it. You have to go to each individual lock and do what's called an interrogation report, and then load that to the computer, and it gives you the lock history of everything.
The worker from Arden Villas eventually gets the report on the lock history for Mia's apartment.
This is that. That's my on-call maintenance fob at 4:34.
So that's before, correct?
Yes, but I don't understand why he would have been there.
Is it Armando?
Yeah.
To most, this would seem like particularly damning evidence, but it only got worse. While checking out an apartment that was set up the same as Mia's, though not her actual room, the officer asks a chilling question.
So he accessed.
Hey. Hi. Raiders, we're watching true crime stuff. It's getting kind of sticky, so if that's not your bag, just so you know. How was stream? Was it awesome? Did you guys have an awesome time with your awesome Q&A? Cutie played League. Did she? I downloaded League one time, and this is not a bit. I downloaded it one time. I think it was like when I had first started streaming, because I was like, oh, everybody's playing League. Like, what's this game? I downloaded it, and then I like sat there for a second, and then I was like, no, and then I uninstalled it immediately. Like I was like balls deep in Overwatch, and I just was like, I don't need to do this to myself. I don't want to. And I never played it. Never played one game. Got the whole thing downloaded. Didn't play a single game. It's not for me, but I love how deep people get into League. There's been a couple times I've almost gotten it because I like haven't been just infatuated with a game in a long time, but I wasn't gonna make myself go there. Used to be an Overwatch gamer. I've played so much Overwatch, it's disgusting. It's the first game I ever streamed. And it's hard to say who I main because I kind of went through phases. Like I like played a lot of Mercy, played a lot of Zarya. I liked I didn't really like to play Moira as much. I don't know. I just don't play DPS that much. I like to do support and tank, but yep. Sam's also a nightmare at Apex. I've played some Apex in my day. Yeah, I actually stopped playing like competitive games like that when I started streaming because I just didn't really, I don't know, I just don't really have time. Yeah, we're watching like the last bit of this it's Explore With Us storytime video. So if true crime, this is kind of like a stalkery one. If that's not your bag, like take care of yourself. I'm also very good at Mario Kart. Yeah.
Her room at 4:30.
Well, then I have to back up a little bit because I want to. This is important. It seems like
Evidence, but it only got worse. While checking out an apartment that was set up the same as Mia's, though not her actual room, the officer asks a chilling question.
So he accessed her room at 4:30, correct? There's no servers supposed to be in her room or anything like that, right?
And I don't remember if I saw that he left with that fob. She would have been home, so if he was just hanging out, now I'm like worried. What if he was literally waiting for her? They've got my head all screwed up. I cannot believe it.
Because of the record of the key fob, it was clear that 30 minutes before Mia's work shift had ended, Armando had entered her apartment. And it also seemed that he had never left, or at least there was no record of him leaving.
Not through the door.
Mia's key was then used to open the door at 5:06, and as the worker suspects, it looks like Armando could have been waiting for her. By reviewing the security footage, investigators spotted Armando driving a golf cart.
Yo, Dr. K lover, thank you so much for the Prime. I have alerts turned off, so I'm so sorry if I'm missing any stuff.
near Mia's apartment, which coincided with the times the maintenance key fob showed it was used on her front door. They also uncovered what they believed to be the last image of Mia as she walked to her apartment just before she went missing. While there was the possibility of an innocent explanation, on Thursday, September 23rd.
I'm sorry, but like, I don't know how far along in the investigation this is, but wouldn't it make sense for like one of the first things they do if they have a key fob system to see who was coming in and out of her apartment other than her? Like, just in general without any suspicion? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
Armando had asked Mia if she would have time to talk about something mysterious on Friday, the day she went missing. Mia had replied, "What do you want to talk about?" Armando wrote back, "It's nothing big, but if your day is busy, it's whatever." Mia replied, "I'll let you know how my day goes." However, there was one other pice of evidence that didn't quite fit.
Yeah.
2 hours after Mia went into
if I worked there and like I was a woman and I heard that somebody was missing, my ass on my free time would be like, I would be all up in that bitch. You know what I mean? Like everything.
Apartment, Armando called the Arden Villas office staff and asked to be let into the front gate as he was responding to a maintenance call that was made around 7 p.m. Just 5 minutes later, someone used Mia's key fob on the exterior lock of her apartment. It would be nearly impossible for Armando to have been at the gate of Arden Villas and then 5 minutes later unlocking Mia's door. The question was this Mia herself, and was the timeline of her disappearance a few hours later than her family believed? Or was this evidence of her kidnapper using her key fob? While the police may have still been collecting evidence, Mia's distraught family members already felt certain that they knew where to look for answers about Mia's disappearance, with Armando Caballero himself. While continuing their search for Mia, some of her family members decided to begin surveillance of their own, and they would soon uncover some of the most chilling evidence yet.
I happened to overhear Armando's address when he was giving it to the officer, and I said, I'm going to do a pit stop. Put it in the GPS, and we continued to his house. He didn't see us at first. I made a U-turn, and I went into the parking lot across the street from him. Here's his apartment complex. Here's my vehicle facing him. That's when he started touching the indentation of his car. He tried leaving the complex last night with his lights off, and he hit another vehicle. He was touching, so his vehicle is dented.
It became clear to them that the police hadn't searched Armando's apartment yet. It was then that they once again began recording, this time catching something truly shocking on camera.
He has gloves.
He has gloves.
He has gloves
He has
in
gloves.
his hands.
He has gloves.
Gloves and what else?
The blanket.
Oh my God, that is my blanket. Oh my God, call please.
As they watched, Armando carried a blanket that had once belonged to one of Mia's family members and that had since been given to Mia into his apartment.
He knows what we look like and he's looking to see
who's
following him or whatever. Where the are the police?
Mia, Kaylee, call them back.
I'm videotaping.
Don't you?
Mm-hmm. I'm videotaping him. That's why I can't call.
As unsettling as this discovery was, the incident with Armando was far from over. Let me guess, the cops are going to be like... and it would only become more chilling. Later, Mia's Aunt Simone shared with detectives what had happened after they stopped filming.
Someone's got I started trembling. I couldn't drive anymore. I just pulled in. Another Hispanic guy got out of another car, 2 cars down, came across the street. He videotaped the truck. Videotaped me. He took pictures of me. He took pictures of my license plate. Then he told me, get out of your truck. Get out of your truck. I didn't get out. He laughed. Across the street, he went back, and he does this again.
This behavior, along with the discovery of Mia's blanket, seemed to solidify, for her family at least, that Armando was behind Mia's abduction. However, this interaction with Armando would come back to haunt them in the most chilling way. Armando then left his apartment, but returned 10 minutes later. When police were able to find Armando and tell him that they wanted to look inside his apartment, he surprised everyone. He gave permission for Mia's family to search through his apartment while the police stood by.
Is it like a quilt type of
Yeah,
blanket?
like a quilt-like blanket-like thing. So if you see it, just let me know. That'll just give more bolster to the search warrant.
It appears that this frantic search was not recorded, but Mia's family didn't find her blanket. It seemed that when Armando left, he must have disposed of the blanket. Either way, no other evidence was found, as Armando wasn't arrested or even brought in for questioning. In fact, soon after, he ended up leaving his apartment around 3 p.m. Approximately an hour and a half later, he was officially named as a suspect in Mia's disappearance. But to her family's frustration, he was already gone. His apartment was then secured, and at around 6 p.m., more than 24 hours after she was last seen or heard from, the Orange County Sheriff's Office released a missing persons bulletin for Mia. By now, it was becoming clear to at least some that the police knew they hadn't started their investigation as soon as they should have.
Oh, you know, check the report. I guess.
I mean, if they saw the blood and everything, it doesn't take long for.
That was the end of it. Just some miscellaneous papers and stuff. Passport, about 30 euros. Wallets, checkbook. Cards.
It was around this time that calls began flooding into the police department, but not to aid in the search for Mia, but rather because Armando's friends were calling to complain about Mia's family and their investigation.
Yesterday, they pulled up to my house. I don't know if they were following my friend Armando, because my friend Armando, supposedly he was talking to the girl that's missing. I had no idea what was going on. I came to my house, and then some fat bald guy came to my house. He was yelling at my friend, "Oh, you kidnapped my daughter! You kidnapped my daughter!" I'm like, I don't really know what's going on. I literally just came from my girlfriend's house. What's going on? I'm confused. He was, "Oh, my daughter's missing. He kidnapped my daughter." And I'm like, I don't understand what's going on. I'm like, I'm so confused. And then they just came to my house. They were at my house and just like arguing. I'm completely lost now.
But even Armando's friends had questioned him about his possible involvement in Mia's disappearance.
Yeah. And I was trying to ask him, like, yo, you sure you didn't do anything? And my mom was on the phone too. I'm like, my mom was like, yo, you sure you didn't do anything? Are you 100% sure? And I was trying to like, make sure, because that's someone's child that's missing. Yeah. I was like, yo, you sure you didn't do anything? He was like, nah, I didn't do anything. And my mom prayed for him on the phone. My mom said, if you didn't do anything, God will protect you. And if you did something, you will reap what you sow.
Along with looking for Mia, law enforcement continued to search for the now missing Armando, based on him using the maintenance key fob to enter Mia's apartment a half hour before she returned home from her shift. The search escalated when an even more disturbing piece of information was revealed. Jessica Decker, a manager at Arden Villas, had found something strange.
Then the other thing that concerned me was there was an on-call message last night at around 7:01, and the message said, "This is Tristan Thompson. Is on the first floor. It's just on the opposite side of the apartment."
Yeah.
And it said the AC was out.
Okay.
It's a female unit, and an officer went over there the evening and knocked on the door, and they didn't call emergency maintenance.
Okay.
And that concerns me because of the timing of the last fob reading, which was 7:16, where her fob was used, but nothing was
Khloe Kardashian's baby.
So we got that on call at 7:01. Mm-hmm. He called my leasing manager at 7:11, saying that the gate wasn't letting people in, and she had to talk him through how to manually turn it off.
It was now clear that the fake maintenance call had actually been made by Armando, and the call he made at 7:11 p.m. to the office staff to open the gate on the night of Mia's disappearance had been his attempt to establish an alibi. Police also suspected that since he was probably not actually at the gate, he was the one to use Mia's key fob just 5 minutes later. A press conference was scheduled for 1 p.m. on Monday, September 27th, but that planned media briefing was postponed when a shocking discovery was made. Armando had finally been found, but it wasn't the result anyone was hoping for. His body was discovered in an apartment complex in Seminole County.
I felt so defeated, like, this was the person we wanted to talk to, to find out, like, just say something, you know what I mean? Like,
nothing in Armando's interactions with Mia's family had given any suggestion of his intention to escape justice in this way.
He was way too confident in how he was. He did not come across as discombobulated at all. He came across more like frustrated that we were bothering him.
Yeah, maybe the case.
You understand what I'm saying?
Despite this shocking development, there was still no sign of Mia.
Getting dark again.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
that's
It's
so
a little
frustrating.
girl, and she's out there by herself. You know what I mean? We don't know where she is. We don't know if he's done something to her. We have to find this time, Lord.
We are trying.
Tragically, just over 1 week after she went missing, Mia's body was found on Saturday, October 2nd, 5 days after Armando was found dead. Mia's body was discovered in a wooded area behind TimberScan condos in Orange County. She was found with her red purse and wallet, wearing jeans, a bra, and a robe, and a necklace with her name. Her body was mostly skeletonized and bound with black tape around her wrists, ankles, and across her mouth. Due to the state of her remains, a cause of death couldn't be determined. However, there seemed no doubt as to Armando's guilt. Mia's blood and hair was eventually found among some of Armando's belongings. According to Orange County Sheriff John Mina, "We're not looking for any other people. We believe pretty conclusively that Armando Caballero is responsible for this crime.
Yeah,
and there's
you
not
think?
any other person or persons that we're looking for in this case." Given the evidence, including the broken jewelry found in her room, along with bloodstains, police speculate that when Mia entered her apartment, Armando attacked her and a struggle ensued. Investigators believe he killed her in the room and then, using her bedroom window, put her body into the trunk of his car. Just 46 minutes after Mia entered her apartment at 5:06 p.m., Armando's vehicle was seen leaving Arden Villas. He then went to his apartment before returning again to Arden Villas for the fake maintenance call. Phone records and GPS data show that he then went to the woods, where Mia's body was later found. The Marcano family eventually filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Arden Villas, claiming negligence in Armando having unfettered access to Mia's apartment. They also filed a lawsuit against the sheriff's office
I hope they
and
went
2
after
officers
everybody.
for civil rights violations and negligence, describing the department as failing miserably in its duties. There has yet to be a resolution for the lawsuit. Mia's Law has been introduced to impose higher levels of background checks and limitations on the use of master keys, limiting access to private residences, and affording tenants the safety and security Mia deserved.
Yeah, I hope that the family goes after fucking everybody. Jeez. That's horrific. Also, such a shit show that he just got to tap out also. Yeah, Armando did before they could ever get anything out of him, or even, you know what I mean? They were like, nah, and then they were like, okay, well, maybe. Yeah. In Orlando, if you have a maintenance scheduled, they give you 3 to 5 hour window to walk in wherever. Interesting. We were talking about that earlier, like how long somebody, or if somebody's allowed to, you know. And they did all the damn work for the police. They did. I can't even imagine like if it wasn't for them, he probably wouldn't have died, because he probably would have just been like, all right, later. Like, he wouldn't have ever even have been a suspect, probably, you know? Because the family's the one that was like, oh, by the way, we've gotten screenshots of this guy being a dickhead. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. It would have taken so long. Because, like, if he is a maintenance worker there, and I don't know, if she hadn't screenshotted those messages, nobody would know that they had that kind of, like, interaction, you know? Of the offing themselves before they get caught situation. Some frustrated with the Gabby Petito murder. I know, dude. Sucks. It sucks. Keep the receipts. They literally intercepted him when he was probably going to clean up the crime scene. Right. Are you saying I have a calm and monotone voice? Perhaps? The last image of her before being missing. Yeah, the video. Ugh. Yucky. Another crime night in the books. A back-to-back crime night. I'll take it. Not my full content, but fun. Let's see. What's tomorrow? Is tomorrow Friday? Or is tomorrow Saturday? The 2 time. Can we watch JCS videos? We can sometime, but we just did. Friday. Got it. Today is Friday. Yes, technically today is Friday. I might be live tomorrow. I have that stream that I'm planning with the pictures you guys posted. And I'm planning that for, I think, Saturday. Yeah. We'll see. If I feel like weird tomorrow, like I did today, I might just like call it, but we'll see. You got spinning sofa as a desk chair. Yeah, I've had this chair for a couple years now. I love it. It's by far the most annoying piece of furniture to move. To live and die in LA is really good. I wish I had more situations that I could listen to podcasts in, because like I can't listen to podcasts unless I'm like driving or doing like brainless work, and I like don't really find myself in that many those situations that often. So it's like I almost want to go on like a road trip so I can driving in LA. Well, that's the thing, is I don't even really like go anywhere that much, so you know. Yeah. Time to become an Uber driver. Podcast for my morning ritual, cup of coffee and a podcast staring out my window. See, that's the problem. I actually did start doing this thing that I did today, and it was good. I've started giving myself blocks of the day that are phoneless blocks, and it's from like 1 o'clock to about 5 o'clock are no phone times. And I'm not saying that like I can't touch my phone, but like I turn the volume all the way up, and then I put my phone in a spot of the house that is out of sight, out of mind. Because I'm really bad about doom scrolling. I'm really bad about picking up my phone. Like if I'm editing, if I get a second of I grab my phone. Like I use my phone as a distraction for myself against something I don't want to be doing. Whether like if there's like one brief second of my brain being unstimulated and unexcited about what I'm doing, I'll grab my phone. So it's like if I need to go do something, I'll just grab my phone. If I'm editing, I'll grab my phone to stop myself from editing. And so what I've started doing is doing out of sight, out of mind. So it's like I'll take my phone, I'll put it on loud, and then I'll like go put it like in the bathroom. So that way, like if I want my phone, I need to get up and go walk over there and grab it, which I'm not going to do that because I'm lazy. So I've been trying to do that. So just so you know, that's the thing I'm doing now. Because I don't know. I just want to be able to get more shit done. Is everyone this addicted? I mean, the reality of it is like my job is so intertwined with being on social media that it's hard for me to get away from it, because partially it feels productive and there's a lot of parts of it that I do need to be present for. But I think the next step, if this doesn't fully help me, is I'm going to delete social media off my phone and just be like a desktop user. Because I really got to I got to stop doom scrolling. I got to stop picking my phone up every 30 seconds when I get exhausted of what I'm doing. Because it's like when I'm editing, it's like I'll be editing and then I'll be like, okay, 10 minutes of phone time. And then I'll edit for like 15 minutes and then I'll be like, okay, 10 minutes of phone time. And it's like, I got to stop. I got to stop like allowing myself to grab my phone every time I have a moment of disassociation from whatever I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, I think Twitter I can get rid of on phone. TikTok I realistically should just do away with. It sucks because I love it. You know what I should do actually? Here's a big thing. I have 2 phones. I actually have 3 phones, but I have 2 phones because my second phone is the phone that I use for IRL streaming, I should I'm very rich, by the way. I should put my social media on my second phone and then just not have it be my main phone, and then just, you know what I mean? Streamer money. I know, man. Listen, if you need $1, don't ask me, because I got all of them. I got all the dollars in the world. Yep. Very rich. I love dopamine. Yeah. A moment of silence. What do you have? You're off links. Really? Can I be honest with you? I actually didn't know that this dog was real. I thought that this dog was like AI for a really long time. Kabosu. From the dog meme. No, not the dog meme. A dog that I didn't have any emotion to at all is now gone. No, I can't believe you've done this. If you get 2 more phones, you can do that Apple Pay infinite money glitch that Schlatt does. Huh? Put the social media apps in the Android phone so you end up hating them? Well, that might be an option. You need 5 phones, Sam? Trust me. I don't think that that's real, Crub, because I think if that was real, everybody would be doing it. It's real, I think. The infinite money glitch. Social media bad or just our algorithms? Because I think people who consume it are more open-minded and better. Well, it's not the point of what the social media is giving you. It's how much of it I'm consuming. And what I'm doing is my brain is learning that if I grab my phone, I can get instant gratification and entertainment rather than spending a little bit more time to get something done that needs to be getting done. So my brain is like short circuiting, and like every time I'm understimulated, I grab my phone and I don't even notice that I'm doing it. I'm just like grabbing my phone. So I just need to like teach myself to like, if I have a moment of maybe I'm like not having a great time, I don't just grab my phone. You know? I just think Twitter's good, going to entertain me, but in reality it just makes my blood boil. I think TikTok's like the big time waster for me. I feel like I should try developing my hobbies or skills rather than immediately. I just need to get shit done, you know? I'm just getting done half as much as I'd like to. I need to just get more stuff done. Placing $50 sports bet, immediately switching to TikTok, ordering DoorDash, going back to TikTok and gambling again. Blessed life we live. Crab, this is why everybody says you're a Republican. I don't even think that they're wrong, to be honest with you. I think that most of them have a point. What complicated webs we weave. What complicated webs we weave. Okay. Ooh, is this guy live right now?
Let's see. Says like,
I don't know what the fuck he's doing right now, but this is the guy that I was saying the other day was like, did some cool shit, so kind of looks like he's in the middle of something, so let's go be really intrusive and confuse him. Thank you guys for hanging out. If you're new, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Possibly stream tomorrow, maybe not. I'm not going to make any promises. I have a stream coming up where wow, I love that message so much. I have a stream coming up where I have taken the photos of things you guys have put in the Discord and I'm doing a I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing, actually. You get to find out what I'm doing. It's fun. It's fun. And then what else is coming up? Next week I'm going in to get my face cut apart, and I don't know if it's going to be like last time, if it's going to be a like, hey, you wear a Band-Aid on your face for 24 hours and then you have stitches, or if it's going to be like a, oh, you wear a bandage on your face for a while. So that's going to be next week, and I don't really know what that's going to look like at all, to be honest. So IRL stream, yeah, you guys want to watch? If it wasn't fucked up. And if it wasn't doxing, I would genuinely, I'm so annoying. I'd be like, I'll stream it. But I can't for so many reasons. But I like medical stuff sometimes is like interesting when it's not me. So I'd be like, woo. Yeah. Hope you pass the skill check. Yeah. I don't know. Hey guys, I don't know how they're going to do it this time, because last time they did it, they were chunking a mole out, but this time they're just cutting a chunk out. So I'm wondering, like, are they going to cut all of this off? Like, I don't know how big of a hole they're going to cut, but like this dot is like this big. So it's like, are they going to cut all? I don't know how far the cancer cells like spread out. Like, I don't know if it's like very, and like it's weird because it's like, are they just going to cut like into the scarring that's already there, or I have no idea. I don't know how that works. Yeah. Yeah, I have a cancer spot in my face, and so it's yeah. I mean, I don't want to say I have cancer because that makes it sound worse than it is. I got a mole taken off my face. They came back and they said, yeah, that was a cancer mole. We're going to have to come in. We're going to have to cut more of your face out. And it's actually not melanoma. That's not true. It's basal cell carcinoma. Melanoma is much more dangerous. So they just have to go in and they have to, it was a cyst. It's actually really interesting. Basal. So basically what happened is I had a mole pop up, and it grew very fast over the course of a year, and it was bleeding a lot. Like, my mole was bleeding a lot, couldn't get it to stop bleeding, and I was like, God, that's fucked. And so I went in and I was like, hey, this feels bad. And the doctor actually was like, nope, that one's good, but can we check all these other ones on your body? Because I have a lot of moles. And so I was like, yeah, sure. So they checked them. I went back in because they were going to remove this one just aesthetically. They were just like, oh, we can remove it though if you want to. And I was like, oh yeah, sure. So I went in, and so then the actual like main dermatologist was the guy that removed this. And when he looked at it, yeah, it's actually crazy. The first guy was like, nah, it's good. So the main dermatologist, he looked at it and he's like, okay, so we can slice it off, or we can chunk it out. And then if we chunk it out, it probably won't grow back. And I was like,
hope you get well
cool.
soon, Prage to the surgeon.
And I was like, oh yeah, let's just chunk it out. So then when he chunked it out, he was like, actually it was a cyst. And I was like, oh, interesting. And he was like, yeah, that can happen, for many different reasons. He was like, it could be like a foreign body. Like, it could have been like a hair or an ingrown hair or a zit or whatever. And he's like, or it could have been a bad mole that your body created a cyst around. And I was like, oh, okay. So they sent it off. They chunked it out, stitched me up. And then 2 weeks later, I went in to get my stitches removed, and the doctor came in and he sat down and he was like, and I was like, oh, okay. And so then, yeah, he said that the mole that they took out was a cancerous mole. And so what they do is basically they go back in and they take a larger chunk out, and then they test all of the skin around it, and they check to see if that skin has any cancer cells. And if it doesn't, then they go, okay, you're good. And you're good, realistically. If it has cancer cells, then they go in and they take a larger chunk out, and they do the same thing. So they kind of just go like this until they get all of them. The thing about the kind of cancerous mole it was, yeah, the cyst part is interesting because my body recognized that this mole was not a good mole, and it created a cyst around it, which is kind of, I think it's super interesting. But the only thing that is kind of a bummer, the part that kind of like has made a bed in my head, is that he said that the kind that it was the kind that he usually sees in old people from sun. And he said that it was kind of weird that I got it being the age that I am. So he was just kind of like, he was like, you're just going to have to come in like every 6 months so that we can just make sure that another one doesn't pop up. So, because the likelihood of that happening again is obviously like a lot higher now. Yeah, basal cell carcinoma, it spreads really slow. It's kind of one of those ones where you chunk it out of your skin, and then once you get all the cells out, then it's good. Then you're done. It's not, melanoma is the bad one, because that is, I don't really know how to describe it, but it's not just like a local slow spreading one. So the likelihood, like, not to be grotesque, but if I didn't deal with this, the likelihood of it like just kind of festering my skin and stuff before actually ever hurting me would be higher. Yeah. So we're gonna blow up the sun. Yeah. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen next week. Is I'm gonna go in and they're gonna basically do really, they're just gonna cut a little bit more out, and then I come home and I go, guys, I have this big spot on my face again, and then I just fingers crossed that I don't have to go in and they have to cut more out, because that's just gonna be annoying. But and I'll have a scar, but I don't know. I was talking to Brody about it. He brought up a really good point. It's actually so poggers that it was right on my face, because if it was anywhere else on my body, it probably wouldn't have gotten irritated that easily and it wouldn't have bled. So I might have not even really thought about it. You know, like imagine if I got that same mole like on my armpit or something. Like I wouldn't have messed with it very much, because I wouldn't be washing my face every day. Like I washed my face every day. I did makeup, whatever. So it was bleeding really easily, and I was also touching it a lot. And I was like, I gotta go get this thing checked out. It's right on my face. But if it was elsewhere in my body, I might have ignored it. So, you know, silver lining, whatever. Put your camera down the middle. I could just go straight on. Good. So I'm, yeah. The annoying part is getting it removed is real. No one, well, the part that I'm a little bit anxious about is I'm not getting it removed at the dermatologist. They're outsourcing it to a plastic surgeon because I want to get my boobs done at the same time. But no, really, there's a artery that runs right here, and your tear duct runs right here. So immediately underneath this is an artery and a tear duct. So I'm just a little bit nervous about that. You know what I mean? Thought you were telling the truth? No. Not. Why would you want to put your boobs on your face? No, that's what I'm getting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're not going to have tears anymore? No, that's why I'm going to a plastic surgeon, because they have a lot better technology. Yeah, so I can be less emotional. So that's the thing I'm nervous about, is like, you know, I have to trust that my surgeon is good, because I don't want I don't want any bullfuckery. Like I don't want an infection in my tear duct. Like that's wild. Hi, I'm playing 2K online and trying to kill a bug in my room. Post up if you guys want. All right. Are you streaming it? Is that what you're saying? Are you self-promoting that you're streaming it?
Very high percentage so far, and if you want to start a game hot, that's the way to do it. Now here's Hachimura.
I don't know why when I clicked on your username, it pulled up a window in OBS. Sometimes when I click on stuff, it like pulls up like a window in OBS. Like I didn't even know OBS could pull open windows. Why is this cam so far away? Why does it say you're gone? Watch. Dude, your camera's so far, dude. Like, it's like we're orbiting in space, my dude. What's going on? Like, I feel like I'm watching a security camera. I just clicked on the Vegas tab. I've had this problem on stream where I, like, on my Luxury cars, homes, e-dates, stories. Yeah, I can't scroll. It's broken. Like, I can't. Okay, well, never mind. Can we... Bro has none of that? At least a story. Like, give me a fucking anything. See, if he led with stories, I'd be more interested. Yeah, if he came in and said, "What's up, guys? I'm telling stories and there's a fly in my room." Okay, we're gonna get out of here. And we're gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid. Jonathan, because I want him to play a song, maybe. I don't know, maybe he'll do something cool. Who knows? Cool. I'll see you guys when I see you. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for being respectful during crime time. It was really fun. If you guys are interested, I'll do it again. But thank you for being good watchers. It was very, very cool. So yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. I don't really have anything else to say. Take care of yourselves. We're gonna go raid Jonathan. I think I spelled it correctly. Pretty sure that's a O and not a 0. I got nothing. I got literally nothing. I have stage fright. Appreciate your guys' time. Take care of yourselves, drink water, do something productive. Get off your phones, maybe? Maybe let's all try to, like, get off phone time? I don't know. But, as per always...
In case I don't see you.
In case I don't see you, I'm gonna slam my hummus in your face.
Good evening, and good night.
Keep doing awesome stuff that goes for everybody in this audience.
Love you and love yourself. And the best thing in life, the key to life, is yourself.
You all do such awesome shit. Keep doing it. Keep going for it. Some of you guys are pushing hard. Keep pushing. You guys are fucking unbelievable. Keep going.